shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Reeve also has been with us and will continue to be with us for this game. The former England, Sussex and Warwickshire cricketer, bringing his expertise to the box for your, hopefully, benefit. And certainly ours, because he's brought a lot of insight with him. Leicestershire about to resume in their first innings on Whisper It Leicestershire supporters, shouted out their Middlesex supporters, 103 for 8. That is in reply to Middlesex's first innings of 534. On which basis, Kevin, we could definitely say Middlesex have had the best of the first 2 days of the game.
Well, they have. Yeah, it was the first day where you look at it and you think that first morning session. Could Leicestershire have done more? And the answer is yes, isn't it now? But at the time you don't know. You don't really know until both sides are batted. But that was an astonishing collapse yesterday evening.
It was. And Navya Sharma was the man largely responsible, with an impressive effort from Tom Helm towards the end of the day. But young Sharma impressed everybody, really. Middlesex and Leicestershire supporters alike, and neutrals watching, of course, on the stream, by getting plenty out of the pitch and showing that Kookaburra notwithstanding, good bowlers bowl wicket-taking balls under pretty much any circumstances. Roman Walker and Chris Wright are the two not-out Leicestershire batsmen, both capable, but with only Sam Wood to come. How long can they delay the Middlesex decision as to whether to enforce the follow-on, which I'm certain if they take these 2 wickets quickly, then they surely should enforce, with a lead of what promises to be the best part of 400. Leicestershire aren't going to score enough runs to put Middlesex, I don't think, under some sort of pressure tomorrow. You never know, but it is most unlikely. The bowlers have only bowled 37 overs, having had much of the first day off, essentially. And most of yesterday as well, really, although 1 or 2 of them batted very nicely as well.
Yeah, I guess that was weighing it up overnight in terms of the amount of grass that's on. It still looks very green, doesn't it? It's a little bit more bare around the actual batters themselves, around the crease, but still the middle of the pitch is still pretty green, and enough probably on the edge of a good length. It's still quite green, isn't it, out there today? And you wonder, if you don't enforce the follow-on as another day of sunshine, what greenness is there left tomorrow if Middlesex weren't to enforce the follow and then tried to bowl Leicestershire out tomorrow?
Left arm spin from Zafar Gohal to start the day. In he goes and bowls the slowest delivery I think I've ever seen. Just lobbed it up, probably at about 45 mph, something like that, if that. And forward went Chris Wright and just pushed it back to him. There is a silly mid-off. There is a short leg. There is a slip as Zafar goes in and bowls. And Wright is forward very carefully. He made a very good 70 in his first, and indeed to this point I think only innings of the season, other than, was there anything else? And then he got injured, Chris, and hasn't been part of the first team picture for some little time. Zafar is in. He drives gently. It goes through the hands of De Caires at silly point on the roll and is half stopped by De Caires. Holden walks in and picks it up from extra cover. It is a cloudy day here at the Uptonsteel. We did have some sunshine in the last hour when it lifted the temperatures massively. Tosses that one right up, and it's played in the air, driven in the air by Wright, past De Caires' right hand firmly. He didn't have time to react, and it ran out to Helm at mid-off. No run. Are we surprised opening with Zafar?
No.
Who is in and bowling. Wright is forward. I just thought with the only 37 overs on the board, I should say, but perhaps
They're probably thinking this is the cheapest and potentially quickest way to the final 2 wickets.
he may well be right. Zafar bowls, forward goes Wright, and that is a maiden to start proceedings for the day. There will be updates at 11:12 and, well, just after 11:12 and 1 for BBC Radio Leicester. If they were whispers, if they remember there's cricket. You know, they don't always, but
What else is
hopefully they
going on
will.
in the world of Leicester sport today? Football season's done.
Oh, Katie Bolter,
Oh, yes, there you go.
Leicester's
Oh, you're
Leicestershire
doomed.
girl,
You're doomed.
winning last night.
Oh, did she?
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
I think it was Sunday. I think it's Monday. Of course, it does throw you these Sunday starts, doesn't it?
So yes, much Leicester interest in tennis matters.
Navia Sharma has 4 for 24, and he's about to have the ball in hand at the Benetton. There you go. He has deployed, tosses it across to him.
Yet to pick up a 5
Oh yes,
first class
it's only his
cricket.
third game. Yeah.
Be lovely to see from his personal
It would.
point
Yeah,
of
it'd be
view.
sad for him not to get it, wouldn't it?
Pick up a 5 for.
Yeah, and he's changed the complexion of the match, hasn't he?
Shall I keep going just until, in
Of
case
course,
they
by all
come
means.
to me
Of
during
course, yeah, of
this?
course.
Apologies about that, but we'll know shortly whether they are going to come to us. Sharma is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Walker, who is forward, touch tentatively, comes off a thick inside edge, rolls out towards Helm. Well, Helm runs towards the ball at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Sun hat for Tom Helm. Anybody else got a sun hat on? Yes, first slip has got a sun hat on. Otherwise, it's caps, and in the case of Geddes at short leg, it is a helmet. Here comes the update. Bless them. Sharma down the slope and bowls. Walker leaves, but good bounce from Sharma. And applause from his Middlesex teammates. Wright wanders down. Walker stands in his crease, hand on hip. Day 4. Yeah, third day actually. Might just be the last day though, because the Foxes had a really bad day yesterday. They've just started play down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. They're on 103 for 8. They were 83 for 2 one stage last night, but Middlesex bowled very well. The Foxes had their first really bad day of the championship season. Now Middlesex scored 534 in their first innings, so Leicestershire still trail by 431. The odds are that they're going to be following on sometime this morning. They can only bat better though than they did yesterday. Roman Walker is 3 not out. Chris Wright has yet to score. The Foxes 103 for 8. Good bouncer there from Sharma, and Kevin will pick up the rest of the over.
Here he goes, 2 slips in the gully, and he's got a short leg in place as well. He's full and driven away by Walker into the offside. They'll pick up 2. Walker onto 5, 105 for 8. And yeah, I think with Sharma you almost have to give him these couple of overs now to see if he can get the 5 for. But the spin from Gohar in particular. I'd imagine Gohar will bowl unchanged at this end through to the end of the innings unless they hit him out of the attack, but I think that's why they've gone with Gohar. It's unlikely they'll hit him out of the attack.
So we've got Gene Wilder's distant cousin.
Oh yes,
facing,
yes.
we?
Oh, and I asked Zafar Gohar about his Leicestershire connection. As forward goes, Walker pushing back up in the star. 5 years. His wife has lived here in Leicester for 5 years, so owns a place here in Leicester.
He comes back and...
well, I assume so. Maybe they've got a place in London as well now. But yeah, I just checked. It's Stumps. Yes, it's Zafar Miami. We had that conversation at breakfast. He had a Leicester link, and I've not remembered it correctly. So
it's his missus, basically.
Yeah. Here's Sharma turning again. 2 slips, a gully and a short leg go down, and Sharma's in. Oh! And he strikes Walker, possibly on the glove, possibly on the forearm. He's not rubbing anything at the moment. He looked to sway inside. A sharp lifting delivery from Sharma, short of a length. It wasn't an untoward bounce, but the batter I'd suggest perhaps even Richard slightly done by the pace. It was onto him quickly.
He just seemed to misread it, didn't he? I think he thought it was going to. Maybe it just came back at him a little bit as well. But he's not. Roman won't rub anything, however much it hurts. He consider it an affront to rub anything. He'll stand up and take it. But good stuff from Sharma again, making things happen. And it will be Zafar to continue from the pavilion end. De Caires, a little bit of extra protection he needed. He's running back up. He didn't have something in a very important place. He has now tucked it into place, so he does now feel fully protected. Zafar is in, and that one turns past the outside edge of Wright's bat. Slowly, but it turned nonetheless. Encouraging for Zafar. Not so encouraging for Chris Wright, who's faced 18 deliveries and has yet to get off the mark. As Joe Cracknell informed us yesterday, Zafar is in and bowls Wright is forward to that one on middle and leg and does middle it in defence. Leicestershire at the moment going nowhere. They're going nowhere here, yelled Cracknell, informing the ground, and he was right. Foxes managed to get themselves becalmed as well as losing wicket. Zafar is in, Wright is forward, and there is no run. I heard there's all sorts of bits of news floating around at the moment, so we have plenty to talk about. In goes Zafar, and Wright leans forward and sort of wristily plays it firmly back down the pitch, and kind of got the feeling that might have gone anywhere, to be quite honest. It went straight back down the pitch towards Zafar, though, who is in, and Wright is beaten by one that turns past the outside edge for the second time in 4 deliveries, and Cracknell claps his gauntlets together. And not quite sure. Well, in comes Silly Mid on now as well, because Wright has shown no aggressive intent whatsoever as Zafar is in. Wright is forward and playing it back up the pitch to Zafar, so a second consecutive maiden for Pakistan left armour to open proceedings from the pavilion end, and Middlesex supporters should be loving this really, because 40 overs down, Foxes 105 for 8 have added only 2 to their overnight score in the 3 overs that have been bowled, and Wright none off 23. I'm not sure what they're going to gain from this approach, to be quite honest, really. Might as well try and look to pick up a few runs. And
here's Sharma, 2 slips in a gully, short leg, he bowls, and Walker eases that one away in front of point. It's 4 runs. There we go. Walker has 9, 109 for 8. I wonder, the longer that they keep them out there, as opposed to runs, more the time, the longer they keep them out there, the less likely Middlesex are to enforce the follow-on. If they can keep them out there for an hour.
Zafar could do this all day, couldn't he? Go well 40 overs, just walking in and lobbing them up like that. And if it's turning, then they've got to get him off, really, and get some overs into the legs of the seamers, you would have thought. But Walker's showing some.
I mean, again, I think if they try and take on Sharma, Gohar, they won't last long. Here's Sharma. He's in. He bowls to Walker, and this is eased into the offside just fine of mid-off. Leas deployed. No run again. Yeah, it's a damned if they do, damned if they don't situation, really, isn't it? They start swinging and they're gone bang,
but
bang.
If it's just maidens and...
Well, as I say, the only thing I can imagine on the maidens is time-wise that Middlesex, one of the factors that Middlesex must be considering is were Leicestershire to get off to a good start, then they could face an awfully long time in the field and might run out of gas themselves. Having already done a session, what have they done? 40 overs now. So a session and a bit. So here's Sharma. Bowls a bouncer through to the keeper. Let's say they keep them out there for another hour, or for an hour this morning. So it takes another 50 minutes to get the wickets. Then that was 37 overs last night, plus another 16 today, so that's 40, 53. So they've already done half a day by the time they get to the point to consider whether to enforce the follow-on. So a Leicestershire better trying to take an hour out of this rather than a quick 30 or 40. And like I say, if they go against Gohar, I doubt they'll get him away for that money. He's a wily spinner. Sharma's in, bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside, fielded at mid-on, coming down towards mid-wicket.
When I came in to the ground about 9:45.
Yeah. That was late for you.
Yeah. Navya Sharma was doing some very careful drills and coaching with the Middlesex coaching staff, just bowling the odd ball, but it was all about technique, and he was working away very early this morning.
Of course, your drive's a little long now. How long's your drive in the morning to get in?
It's about 30 miles now, as opposed to...
How long does that take?
1 mile, well, about 45 minutes, 50 minutes, depends on the traffic.
Forward goes Walker. This is pushed away into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, I've got a few miles to do. It takes about an hour and a half to get to Lords.
Yes.
About 10
from about 5 miles
yeah,
away.
to be fair, it's about 12 miles. It's about 12 miles, but that's a good hour and a half each way. It's nice when it's the summer holidays or a weekend. The Sunday starts are quite nice because they're a morning when you try and get there particularly early, aren't they, the first day? Ahead of the toss, ahead of everything else happening. So yeah, it's nice having the Sunday starts. We've got weekday starts in September though, when the schools are back, haven't we? Which won't be quite as much fun. But then they're 10:30 starts, so it has to be in earlier anyway. Here's Sharma. He's in from the Bennett end. He bowls, and this is flayed away down to deep backward point. Walker moves to 10. 110 for 8. Did you ever find that document on the Worcestershire website where they laid out
yes,
the 5 options?
I put it out there. I copied it and skeeted it.
Have you got it out there at the moment? Or recently, I should say.
3.
Oh, it's not. It's on Blue Sky, is it? Or
Yeah, Blue Sky. I'm only on Blue Sky. I'm afraid these days, but I just can't.
And do you have to join it to see it? Do I have to join Blue Sky to see the post?
No, because now apparently you can get it through various other skeets through various others.
It's called a what? A skeet?
Yeah, as in Blue Sky SK. So they call it skeeting instead of tweeting.
Nice.
As you used to do when X was Twitter and just about bearable.
Let's have a look. What are you called on there? How do I search
At RichR23. Sharma is finished and Gohar is in. Zafar, and forward goes Roman Walker facing for the first time. I'm hesitating because the electronic scoreboard has come to a halt with 1 ball of Sharma's over to go, which is a little bit confusing. It's seized up in the heat perhaps already. Zafar is in, tosses it up, clipped away nicely by Walker towards mid-wicket. Should be 2, comfortable, and there is Leas deploy. The Middlesex skipper for the game has to jog back from mid-on to deepish mid-wicket to field, and does. So Walker picks up a couple. He moves on to 12. Apropos of nothing other than the Leicestershire County Cricket Club connection, there's 1 or 2 comments about the what used to be called the Geary stand and became the Geary bar, and is now sponsored by a very famous stout. what did you make, Stout? Or yeah, I suppose you do, don't you? Stout maker of Irish connections over there alongside the manual scoreboard. Zaffer is in and bowls forward goes Walker. Almost falls over as he defends that back down the pitch. But I happened to do the Watermead Parkrun on Saturday. Now, the Watermead Parkrun have a page when they focus on an individual runner. In goes Zaffer, and it's defended by Walker. And they focused on a gentleman called Graham Walters, who is over 75 and runs in that category. So an amazing chap, really. But Graham, I subsequently learned, is a relative, as in goes Zaffer and bowls forward goes Walker, killing the spin. George Geary, who a famous former Leicestershire cricketer, and believe it or not, Graham has rowed across the Atlantic in a boat which was called the George Geary. In goes Zaffer, bowls, fullish, Walker is forward, killing any spin. And George Geary was his grandfather, who played, and also obviously very famous ex-Leicestershire cricketer, played in Ashes tests as well for England, Geary, but also lent his name to Graham's boat across the Atlantic. He set off from Gran Canaria and arrived in Antigua. He took 96 days. And he set off just before the pandemic began. So really a genuinely remarkable man, Graham Walters, the grandson of George Geary. Just happened to be at the same parkrun. But he's irregular at the Watermead Parkrun, so at over 75. And he must have been late 60s when he rowed across the Atlantic. But clearly, the Geary family remarkable, continued to be remarkable.
Here's Sharma. He's in, bowls and up at his toes. Right, runs him away, back at a point. Lovely shot. 4 runs, 116 for 8. 418 the deficit. James Taylor to you last night very much said, well, there's still 3 wickets standing, and we expect them, or 3 batters remaining, we expect them to contribute.
Yeah, if you want to listen to that James Taylor interview, or you haven't heard it, I have skeeted that as well. So it takes me a long time to work out how to do things, technologically speaking, but I am now able to put the interviews on Blue Sky. They seem to work, so there you go. If you want to listen, you can do that.
2 slips of gully, short leg, and fielder at 45 now as Sharma's in. Oh, now did he get something on that? Fancy he did. Cracknell dives to his left, couldn't get a glove on it. It's by. He's got nothing on it at all. A hook attempted from right, and it beats everything.
A little bit of, might even have been reversed, sort of. Hard to tell, but it did sort of swing on down the leg side.
It did. The bounce, and then, as you say, the movement after pitching, after passing the batter. That's what it did for Cracknell. 420 for 8. Wide mid off and a wide mid on. That's back and across goes right, which tells you there's not much going to be up there for right to get on the front foot. He'll hit a length, but not much full of it. I'm just looking through the 5 options. They're listed on the Worcestershire website, as you say, which I hadn't read through actually before. Just had a quick read of it while you were doing the over from Gohar. As here's Sharma bowls, and he's flashed away. As we said, there's not going to be much in right half, not much full of a length anyway. That was short but wide as well. And right gives it the treatment. He's on to 8, 124 for 8, 4 for 39. They made a mess of his figures now, haven't they? Was he 4 for 24 this morning?
He was.
I think at its best, was it 4 for 18? There's the peak of the runs to wickets ratio. With 4 down, that is. Of course, he could get a 5th. Chopping back a deep backward point and a deep square, actually. That makes good sense, doesn't it? Deep backward point, deep square drop back, and Sharma now will run in with a bit of protection square of the wicket. And bearing in mind he's bowling short of a length, that does make sense. He's up to the stumps now, bowls, and it's a bumper, it's too short. And through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run. It's a fish pie for us today. It's going to be quite heavy, but we'll go with it, won't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, fish pie, please. That would be lovely.
We'll better find out what Dermot fancies as well before I send this through.
One, 2, 4 for 8. Comes Sharma. It's full on this occasion, and he goes forward right and drives this straight with a very wide mid on. He's almost a mid wicket now, and they have 2. Right, it's on to 10, 126 for 8. So the 5 options are option number 1, the current 2 divisions, 14 games. The current 2 divisions, but they'll break it up so it's only 12 games rather than 14. So you're not playing everybody twice. The third option is 2 tiers and a final, so a 2-tier conference plus finals series, 13 games. The top 12 teams are divided into 2 groups of 6, each playing 10 matches. The top 3 from each group then enter a brief September league to determine the champion. The remaining teams compete for promotion or relegation. Yeah, that's option 3. Here's Sharma. Sorry, Gohar.
Bowls. Forward goes Walker. He may, and I emphasise may, have just been playing inside that. It did spin a touch and went past the outside edge, but it looked as though the bat was tucked inside the front pad. But good Zaffy is the call from the Middlesex players around the bat as Walker gets forward to that one. That one doesn't really turn, so smothers it away through the offside. No run. 27 this partnership is worth now. Came together when Logan van Beek was caught behind off the bowling of Helm, and that one turned and went past Walker's edge.
Option 4, a conference model with a final match, so similar to option 3, but it concludes with a single winner-takes-all match instead of a finals series in September. Easier to schedule and follow than option 3. Right, it's the Worcestershire website.
And that option, as in goes Zaffer and bowls, forward goes Walker, is understood to be the likeliest to be adopted.
Yes, so it continues. One of the 2 most consistent teams in the country throughout the year will win the county championship.
Zaffer, hop, skip and a jump. Slightly over pitches in that Walker was able to get forward to the pitch of the ball and play it firmly back down the pitch.
Additionally, teams have a 2 in 6 chance of moving out of the bottom conference. So there's a bottom conference and 2 top conferences.
Zaffer is in. Again, it's a little bit too full probably from his point of view. Walker can get to the pitch of it and stroke it out into the offside. It sort of rebounds off De Keras at that silly mid-off / silly point position. And there is no run. So 44 overs into the innings. 126 for 8. We've had 6 overs. Have we? Didn't we not start from this end, or have we had 6? I'm trying to think. 89 remain, so we've had 7 overs, I beg your pardon. And well, so far, Walker and Wright yet to be parted, and 1 or 2 little escapes. Zaffer has turned the ball past the outside edge 3 times now. But essentially, these 2 lower order batsmen have done a decent job for the Foxes, and we've got the first change of the day.
Too expensive, Sharma. So they've gone to Higgins to do it on a full length and a little cheaper, they would hope. He's only going at 2s, isn't he? 1 for 14 from his 7 overs, Higgins. And here he comes, right arm over the wicket. Only one slip for Higgins. He's in, bowls, and right in behind this right. There's no run. Just finishing the other option. Option 5, 3 groups of 6 teams with playoffs, 12 matches. No promotion or relegation. All teams start the season with a chance to win the championship. And Worcestershire's summary of that is: internally, we are concerned about removing the best versus best and promotion relegation system, which has previously added excitement. Therefore, we do not support this model. What they do say, as forward goes right, pushing into the offside, is that they support option 2, which is 2 divisions, 10 in the top, 8 in the bottom, but only playing 12 games, so not everybody plays each other twice, which is already the case in Division 1, but an even greater reduction in that based on a seeding system, I guess. So either option 2 or they support option 4, which is 2 top flight conferences and 1 bottom flight conference. I think division's probably the better word, isn't it, than conferences. So here's Higgins bowls, full defence from right, there's no run. So a bottom division of 6, where 2 teams are promoted each year, and then 1 team relegated from each of the 2 top divisions. And the side that finishes top of those 2 top divisions, well, they play off in that one-off final, which means, as this is written here, one of the 2 most consistent teams in the country throughout the year will win the county championship, and that's the one that Worcestershire say they support. Here is Higgins, bowls a bumper, through to the keeper it goes. So 12 matches, either way, they're the only 2 options that Worcestershire support there. A reduction to 12 games. And that is the championship. The Blast proposal was in this Worcestershire one as well, which I didn't realise. A tournament from mid-May through to July, finishing before the 100, 3 regionalised groups of 6, keeping traditional rivalries. As Higgins bowls, and on the back foot right, eases into the offside and there's no run. Regional groups make travel easier for members and supporters as well. 12 matches per team, 10 in the group, 2 inter-group matches. Fixtures are better spread out to allow recovery time and maximise weekend attendance. Quarter-final and final days for July, increasing top availability and finished before the 100. So that's the proposal for the Blast. I don't quite see why you need to have 12 Blast games. 3 groups of 10 and 10, 3 groups of 6 and 10 games seems to be enough to me. But forward goes right, pushing into the offside, and there's no run, and then potentially keep 14 championship games rather than 12. But yeah, it looks as though 12 Blast games and 12 championship games. One Day Cup remains as it is. 126 for 8. Wright has 10. Walker has 12. And as you said there, Richard, there seems to be a growing understanding that option 3, as we mentioned, which is the 2 top flight divisions. Was it option 4? Sorry, option 4. Sorry. Yes, sorry, option 4. 2 top flight options. If you read the Worcestershire websites there, for you to go back and review yourself. 2 top flight divisions, with the team finishing top of those 2 divisions, playing off in September, presumably at Lords. Presumably a 5-day game, but with 10:30 start, so almost has to be a kookaburra, doesn't it, from what we've seen in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Zaffer to continue with 4 close fielders round the wicket. He bowls. Forward goes Roman Walker, who looks a touch more tentative, is that the right word, against the spin of Zaffer than against the relative pace of initially Sharma, now Higgins. Slightly open stance for the North Walian as in goes Zaffer and bowls, brings him forward. Nice length to the delivery, but it doesn't really turn, and Walker can push it back down the pitch towards silly mid on. A very straight silly mid on. As Zaffer bowls, Walker slightly wider delivery, does try and drive it, but doesn't really put any weight into the shot, pushes it out to mid-off, and there is no run. It's Robson at that short, straight, silly-ish mid-on, about 3/4 of the way back down the pitch, as Zaffa bowls. A nice stylish leave, lifting the bat over the line of the ball from Roman Walker. Chris Wright is 3 pitches away at the non-striker's end because of Robson and because of short leg. I'm assuming his Ged as it usually is. In goes Zaffa and bowls fullish, and Walker smothers the spin. Good Zaffy. But we've had half an hour. No early breakthrough for the visitors after a session from heaven for them at the end of day 2. A little bit short and pulled away by Walker. Fastened on the length very quickly and pulled it away for 6 to mid-wicket. Well, first one that Zaffa has dragged down has dropped a little bit short. Didn't exactly sit up, if anything it went through quite low, but Walker, as I say, picked the length early, and with no mid-wicket, and certainly no deep mid-wicket, it was a safe enough shot. And into the seats, just to one side, the members' seats, the green seats between the meet and the pavilion structure, went the ball, and out comes the groundsman with this tamping machine. And while he's doing that, it's a chance for... Shall I take the first break?
I was going to ask, what's best for you for the 12 o'clock? What do you feel more comfortable with, being sat here or getting out of the way and coming back for it?
I'll come back for that.
Richard Ray, thank you very much. BBC Radio Leicester. I'm Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. Dermot Reeves here for the BBC Sport website and app as our third voice for this one. We're live on the streams, which you can pick up via the Leicestershire website or via the Middlesex website as well. And half an hour without a wicket. 1:32 for 8. Dermot, what on earth's going on out there? 30 minutes and no wicket.
Well, you're looking a touch glum. You were hoping they'd already be
Well, we've just
on.
gone through the proposals for next season, so that's why I'm looking glum. 12 games.
Well, has it been
12
approved?
championship. No, but apparently it's getting very close. Oh, look, there it goes again. Goodness me, my phones do like talking to me, don't they?
Yeah.
At least somebody does.
Your iPad came on yesterday.
I know. Phones come
we
on
were talking
today.
about what the follow-on score was. It tried to tell us.
Will it tell us what they're going to vote for next year, if we ask it? But yeah, 12 games seems to be the way next year. So we've gone from 16 only a few years ago down to 14 and now very quickly down to 12. It would appear, but the votes are still to be cast, so we shall wait and see. But it appears as though the counties are leaning favourably with the PCA recommendation of a maximum of 12 championship games a year, which to me doesn't seem too many. How many were you playing when you... Well, how many were you playing when you started, and how many you packed up? Was it still 3 day
When I
games?
started, it was 20 odd 3-day games.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 20 odd, about 24. I think.
Oh, really?
I mean, I think when it was just one league, 17 4-day games, I think that was the best.
Higgins around the wicket, he bowls a bouncer and underneath it, right through to the keeper it goes. Yeah, 17 games, well, we won't get back to that one, but the 16 games of promotion and relegation.
I liked it when it was one division and, you basically had to play every team in the country.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So I never played in a 2-division.
I must admit, I did like the 2-division. I thought that was good. I did think that was good fun. Well, it still is now, but they haven't quite got it right with their 14 games as this ball short and hooked around the corner, helped around the corner by Wright, smothered really around the corner to the fielder at 45. Josh De Carey's is a long leg as well. Helm, who tidies up because it bursts through De Carey. He's low to his right. I don't think it did carry, despite the yelp of catch that you probably heard on the effects mic.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see. I've got a bar here on the railing outside
yeah.
that was just in my way to see if it carried. But
it does encourage us to sit up straight at least. We have good posture after 4 days at Trace Road, don't we? Peer over the bar. Oh, there's a spider on the bar in front of you at the moment. No arachnophobia there, is it, for you?
No.
Is Higgins around the wicket, through to the keeper it goes, 133 for 8. Mind you, you were born in Hong Kong. You spent the first formative years in Hong Kong. What were they like over there? Many creepy crawlies or?
No, but we did have some unusual pets. My brothers had a pet snake, and then came home once. There was a couple of ducks in the bath. I used to bring stray dogs home and say, "Can we keep him?" Yeah, that's.
Where's your brother now? Is he still out in Hong Kong? Or?
I got three older brothers.
Here's Higgins and an attempted hook. That was a sharp bounce. He's around the wicket now to Walker and through to the keeper it goes.
That was a good bounce. It actually looked like it after pitching. and heading towards the batsman's head. Then on the way to the keeper, it swung, which
You were the youngest.
youngest of 4 boys.
It all makes sense now. You were the rapscallion.
I was the one who was bullied but protected. And I was the one that had to do all the bowling, outside when we played, and didn't get to bat.
Oh. Made up for it though in latter years.
Yeah, it was a lovely childhood, actually.
Higgins around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Walker, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. 1-3-3 for 8. Did I read Kowloon that you were born?
Kowloon, Hong Kong.
That's
yeah.
opposite the
Kowloon Hospital,
yeah.
Argyle Street. I think I was one of the last babies to be born there, because
really?
that hospital closed down. But yeah, I lived not far from the Kowloon Cricket Club, although I wasn't a member. My parents were members of the USRC, United Services Recreation Club. Had a lovely swimming pool, and that's where they played their lawn bowls.
Higgins around the wicket, he bowls a bouncer through to the keeper, and there's no run. Do you know, I was one of the last babies to be born at the hospital. I was born. I was demolished not long afterwards. I mean, I'd like to say that they thought they couldn't improve on perfection, as opposed to they saw the birthmark on the inside of...
Oh yeah, have you got a 666 on there?
Quick, demolish it before another one's born. 1-3-3 for 8. Walker 18 and Wright 11. Dermot Reeve alongside myself, Kevin Hand, BBC's Radio Leicester and Radio
Funny,
London.
isn't it? We all get old, because when I dream, I'm about 40 in my dreams.
Yeah.
And the things aren't going well in my dreams, but I'm about 40, 42, and then I wake up and it's like, oh no, I'm actually 62. Oh.
So 60's the new 40, they say, isn't it, Dermot? Isn't that the way it works?
No,
Life begins at 60. Here's Gohar. Over to you, Dermot.
Gohar left arm around the wicket, and there's a little bit of spin there. He has gone past the outside edge, but that one was left alone.
Richard was mulling with me
through to wicketkeeper Cracknell.
whether Gohar was the right call. I think Gohar tossing it up there, because they're not going to score quickly off him. And there's every chance they might throw a bat with these fielders around and they sky one.
Yep, he has bowled well, and here we go. There's a skip down, but it's well struck, and it's the 1 bounce 4 to Chris Wright. He used his feet, got to the pitch, and a shot that was befitting of a higher order batsman. 4 runs over mid-off, but I like the idea of Gohar starting, because I felt if they just rest the faster bowlers for the second innings with the new ball, that could be important for their energy levels in this heat, as Gohar finds the inside edge as Wright pushes forward and the ball squirts off the inside edge to a man at, he's not quite 45 degrees, he's a bit closer to the umpire than 45 degrees. But he's there on the 1. There's a short leg, a silly point, and a slip. Gohar's in, and Wright came down a bit early there, but got away with it. He has to readjust. He wasn't in a position to play an attacking shot, but that was his intent. He'd done it previously in the over with success, so that was his plan. Gohar's in, and that's just a goodbye on length, and defended by Wright to extra cover. It's just the odd one is spinning and has beaten Wright on the outside edge, so it's not always comfortable when you're just standing, there defending, and he defends again, and this one is fielded by silly point after it bounces once. But he's bowled pretty well. Zafar Gohar, 15 overs, none for 32. He's gone past the outside edge. Really, the only bad ball was that long hop that he bowled to Walker that got dispatched for 6.
What are you in the camp that get the quicks on and blast their toes off, or indeed their noses if they hang around for too long, or a spinner? Throw it up there and they'll eventually sky one.
Well, as I said, I like the idea of the spinner just because, let's not waste energy out of the fast bowler's legs yet, because we're going to need it for the last 2 sessions or after we we get them the follow-on. And you'd have to say Gohar's gone past the outside edge.
A lot.
Probably 5 times. So, would a seam bowler have done that?
Higgins begins the new over, bowls to Walker, a bouncer through to the keeper. What factors as captain would you be weighing up at this stage? I'm not asking what you do, but well, I will ask you, but first of all, what factors are you weighing up at this stage if you're Leicestershire deploy and the coaching staff at Middlesex in terms of enforcing the follow-on? They're 397 behind. Or I could throw it the other way. Would you enforce the follow-on or not? Whichever way around you want to answer it first.
Absolutely.
I'll then grill you on the answer.
Absolutely, and I would enforce the follow-on. Unless they end up batting, say, 70 overs. But at the minute,
Higgins is in, bowls, and forward goes Walker, pushing back, and there's no. I was suggesting if they got past an hour, Leicestershire, then Middlesex might pause for thought on enforcing. What would you say the cut-off is past lunch? Past lunch, they'd have to be careful of time running out in the game, Middlesex. At lunch is a long, long way. We're talking hypothetically here, obviously, but...
Yeah, if it's...
You're saying 70 overs
the other side
innings.
of... Yeah, I think if they've...
So that's another 21 overs away. If they've had another 21, they've already batted...
just after lunch.
Yeah. Higgins in, bowls. Oh, and that lifts to take the outside edge down to deep third. It's a single. Walker moves to 19 from 50 balls faced. And again, the 50 balls faced at the moment, for me, are as important as the runs because they are slowing up Middlesex and just pushing them to an area
absolutely.
of doubt.
The runs aren't the criteria at the minute for these two batsmen. It's just let's get back time.
Because you'll get into Middlesex's head in terms of the
taking that time. The Middlesex have got it if they get them out before the follow-on, which you would say the chances are. But then Middlesex have got the question to ask: are we better trying to bowl them out in 3 sessions tomorrow?
Higgins around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's through to the keeper in this round. Well, that was why I started with the question: what would you be considering? Because from what I can see and hear a little bit, but you hear it over the 3 days we've had so far, or 2 days. There's a lot of grass out there still now. Will there be a lot of grass out there tomorrow is obviously a conundrum for Middlesex. If we've got another day of heat, it's obviously still green, but not as green as it was on day one, on that live grass on the top. From the first day where everybody felt Leicestershire didn't get it quite right, and then Middlesex came in and get it right on that surface yesterday.
You'd want to set them, 450. 450 and let's bowl. So if you can be 450 ahead, say by... half an hour left today. Yeah. They want to be bowling at the second time. They want half an hour tonight with. Well,
they're 396 ahead now. Here's Higgins bowls, and this ball's pushed away as far as Holden. There's no. I suppose you could have a thought that if they went to half an hour before tea, even if they just took an hour out of the afternoon and thumped it with their 10 wickets, 100 runs pushed up over 500, 550 maybe.
I would say at the moment they would enforce the follow-on because they haven't used Helm and the faster bowlers too much in the first innings. So they've still got plenty of overs in their legs. It's not like they've had to bowl 20 overs each.
Higgins comes in, bowls just full of length, forward defence from right, and there's a quick single taken just fine and mid-off. They're keeping it very tight at the moment, and Sharma, bless him, with his 4 for 24 overnight. He took a bit of tap this morning, didn't he? So
Holden.
The only other spin option is Josh Carey's off spin. Luke Holman is the leg spinner who wasn't selected. So Holden is also an off spinner. But he hasn't bowled much off spin in a long while. Sadly, because I thought he showed a bit of promise, Max, with his off spin. But Josh Carey's is very much the second spinner for this one. And that was the call that they went for. They went for the additional seamer and they didn't go with Holman. As Higgins is around the wicket, he bowls, a bouncer which swaying inside is always a perilous thing to do in England, isn't it? Swaying inside a bouncer. Walker.
Didn't get up that one. They didn't get up as much, and Higgins has gone with a bit of leg theory. He's been bowling with a 6-3 leg side field, feeling that the short ball could bring him success with the batsman either riding the bounce and a catch to short leg, or if they go for a hook. Because when you're normally trying to get wickets, you've got a couple of slips in, and he's bowling without any slips. So that was just a bit of a plan that you'd have to say for the minute hasn't worked. There was one pull that nearly carried to the Careys.
Tom Helm. They're done with the Gohar experiment from this end anyway. 44 bowled. Richard Way was right. Where's Helm?
Well, Helm was...
And he is a death bowler as well, so against the tail-enders, he'll mix it up a bit. If they try and hit him, he will mix it up.
Well, he bowled the best ball yesterday, or the best ball in the match. The ball that was bowled to Patel, that swung late, that swung late, beat him on the outside edge. Patel perhaps could have been forward a bit more, but he was just playing the line of the ball, and it moved late away and hit the top of off stump. So that's what he's going to try and produce again now, as he's into Chris Wright, who plays it to backward point for a dot, and a little bit of movement, a little bit of shape away in that delivery. He's got a very upright action. Tom Helm is a tall man, so he's always bowling from a big height. So he'll get that little bit of bounce, which makes him a little bit more awkward to face, and also sometimes that'll also mean there'll be nice carry on the ball. But I don't think he's any quicker personally than Higgins, but it's just that there's a 6 inches difference in height as he comes in and asks the question of Chris Wright. Yeah, you're right. A good line and length.
What I'd take away from that is that a lot of people have a misconception that Higgins isn't quick, and Higgins and Helm, they wouldn't, their absolute quickest ball. Helm probably is able to push it just over 85, whereas Higgins is probably able to push it just up to 85, for example. So Higgins might operate more around the 80 mile an hour, whereas Helm's
one's a skinny bowler and one's a bounce bowler.
Yeah.
As Helm is in again, and that's bounced a bit, gone down the leg side, but no touch on the bat. So
whereas Sharma's the one that's rushed him. Sharma's the one that's really rushed him in this match, isn't he? Oh yeah, and he's not express pace. We're not talking about 90 miles an hour, but
no. But he looks when you face him. It's a little bit awkward. It feels like he's landed with his front foot before the arm comes over. It seems to the batsmen haven't got into a rhythm of feeling. I'm seeing the ball nicely. I know where it's coming from. Sometimes bowlers with a classical action are easier to face because you're all lined up and you know where the arm's coming over and when it's coming over. Well, guys who sling it, or Malinga who's got such a low arm, these fellas are very awkward to face, as Chris Wright defends to mid-off for a dot. So, Tom Helm, it's a very, classical seam bowler's approach. He's showing you the ball in the run-up and in his delivery. While there's some bowlers who, they'll hide the ball will go behind their head for a moment or behind their body. And Sharma's he's a bit awkward. As Helm is in and finds the outside edge, which goes safely along the ground to gully. So we've got a slip, a gully, backward point and a mid-off. 4 on the offside. So 5 on the leg, which are a mid-on. And then there's a short mid-wicket who's catching, and a short leg, as well as a deep square and a long leg, or a deep fine leg. So we might get a short ball at some point this over. And there it is. And it's well played by Chris Wright. Just watches it go harmlessly over his head and through to Cracknell.
Also the end of the over, would they prefer bowl to Wright or Walker? Would it have been better of going for the Yorker to finish, having set him up, and if he digs one out and gets a single, well, at least they've got Wright on strike.
I don't think they'd, you've got both batsmen at the minute that face 52 balls each. It's pretty identical.
Yeah. Wright was a former Middlesex player, and he's got good credentials with the bat over the years.
Yeah.
But he's 40 now. The eyes are starting to go.
He's experienced. No substitute with the bat. What happens is, as you get older, you lose your nerves that used to be a factor.
Sean Udall was a great one. He went from number 11 to number 7 for Middlesex.
Right.
Shaggy. Yeah. Tim Mercer went the other way. He went from number 7 to number 11. Extraordinary.
Well, there's a few, aren't there? Bob Woolmer, he went from number 10 at Kent.
Yeah.
So, opening the batting for England.
Yeah.
So he started off got signed as a bowler.
Yeah.
You can get labelled. You can get, you know, if you join, you're a young fella, you join, there was one batting order at Sussex, I was 11 and Martin Spate was number 10.
Here's Higgins starting the over. He goes past the edge, Walker forward, and there's no run.
And we both thought we should probably be at 5 and 6, or but you know, if there are other players with more experience who've got a record, it's on their CV. But occasionally you get a young talent, you get like a Mark Ramprakash or, you know, and a Ted Dexter will watch one innings and see at a 60 odd, and he'll just speak glowingly of that player, and they get sort of fast tracked. Lathwell the same, fast tracked into the England system.
Higgins bowls, forward goes Walker, pushing back, no run. But just going back for a moment to the follow on here. So the factors for me, there's the grass on the top. Will that grass still be there tomorrow, i.e. enforce the follow on, get them in today? If there's another day of belting sunshine on it, another day of rolling this surface. But equally underneath that grass there are some lines, and what Middlesex are interested in, whether those lines will become cracks.
Yeah.
Will those cracks open up with the heat of yesterday, heat again today, and will it be?
Well, they should, because
it's
and you're seeing evidence of it. The odd one is staying a little bit low now.
Higgins bowls, forward goes Walker, and there's no run. So does all that say? Well, the grass one, that says enforce the follow on, get out there again today. The crack one says maybe back for a session, and blasted about, really put the game out of sight and just leave them toiling on the final day with Gohar and potentially De Carey's targeting those cracks, but also the seamers as well. So yeah, there's a.
I mean, you've got a ball now.
Pitch, go on.
You've got a ball now that's 50 overs old.
Yeah.
So the Kookaburra, and everyone's talked about it, and there's been big scores all around the country this round. But this ball now is soft.
Forward goes Walker. He's beaten line and length from Higgins. 1 for 19 in his 11th over. So Higgins is doing exactly what Higgins does. Just full of a length. Just outside off stump. He's that slightly fuller length.
And you'll be able to tell me, having watched Middlesex a lot,
well,
do they reverse swing the ball? Do their bowlers?
No. There's not really. I mean, that's been one of the big talking points for Middlesex.
What will occur now is the ball naturally, after 50 overs, so it's had 300 deliveries bowled into this surface. Yeah. One side will be a bit scuffed up, the other side they'll be trying to shine.
Here's Higgins in bowls, and full of a length. This ball's pushed back up the track. There's no run. The word that I got back last season from Middlesex was try as they might, they couldn't get it to reverse in this country. And part of the theory was, now they did play the first 2 rounds of Kookaburra early season last year, then they played a late one at Yorkshire. Yeah. And Adam Lyth described that one at Headingley as the flattest Headingley track he'd ever seen, and it was a Kookaburra. So there was absolutely nothing in that game for anybody. But the 2 early season, when I was asking about, well, are you not able to get it to reverse? As here's Higgins. He's in bowls, and a bouncer and ducking underneath it, but only just Higgins. He's knocked off his feet, falls back onto his backside, and that ends the over. Walker 19, Wright 16, 141 for 8. The word I got back from Middlesex when I asked that question was, well, April and May matches, you've got these lush outfields. Yeah. The underneath the square itself is still extremely damp. So even though the top of it is starting to dry, the underneath is so damp that you're not getting that abrasiveness. But
now with the end of June,
this is the question.
It's been a very dry.
There you go. It's been a very dry summer, hasn't it?
Spring, summer.
It's been, in fact, a dry year.
And here we've got an outfield which isn't lush.
Yep. So this is where, if you're going to reverse it,
this is where if they just keep putting moisture into that wet side of the ball, whether it's the fact that moisture it gets heavier, that might play a part. I'm not sure, but Somerset got it reversing at about this stage against Warwickshire last week. And he's got him. What a delivery. Really good ball from Tom Helm to Chris Wright. Just a line of length, but definitely shaped away, probably off the wicket more than in the air. And a little tickle through to Cracknell, and it's Helm who's picked up his 3rd wicket. And that was a good delivery. Definitely credit to the bowler there. Wright didn't seem to do anything wrong. Just got a little tickle to an excellent ball.
Well, that's Helm at his best, and the Patel ball was excellent yesterday. His 1st wicket, but his 2nd wicket as well. It was a poor shot. It was a flaying shot outside the off stump, but the ball itself, maybe slightly wider than this one, which being orthodox. Yeah, but he kind of flung the bat at it a little bit. But it was the ball itself and the delivery from Helm, tall, quick, extractive bounce just outside off. He just looks the part as a test bowler, doesn't he? And you see that ball there. You saw the ball to Van Beek, and yes, it was a brilliant ball that got Patel, but that kind of length that we talked about, actually just outside the off stump, that will get him. Here's the replay of your right shoulder, and just line and length from Helm. But as you said, he's got height. He hits the deck. He is, he's not express pace, but he is 85 miles an hour.
Well, and
if he's nibbling it a bit, then if he can keep it on a spot, that's pretty tough for any batsman.
I said yesterday that some of the best batsmen I ever bowled at were the best levers of the danger ball. So there would have been some top quality batsmen who would have left it on length with Helm's height and trusted the bounce in the pitch. And if it had nipped back and stayed low, you'd count yourself unlucky. But it was a good foot above the height of the stumps. But on that line, you get really good players who'll get ready to face it, and then they'll pull the bat inside. But Wright didn't. He sort of followed it a touch, or left the bat hanging out to dry, as we say.
It's funny, the angle we looked at it first was that's a great ball. And
so you're saying Tom Helm could play for England, or should be?
Helm has been. If Helm has been in
let
many
me
squads.
know now, first class wickets.
Oh no!
What?
I'll have to give you
pushing
more.
His case?
I'll have to give you more of a backstory than that. It really isn't black and white with Helm, unfortunately, because you'll have if you have a look, at pictures over the years, the amount of times that you'll have seen Helm in England colours, but he's never got to go. He's right arm over and he's bowling to Wood now.
He is bowling to Wood, and he's bounced in first ball, and Wood's just got under that.
He's been perennially in England Lions squads throughout his career, and occasionally in performance squads, and occasionally he'll be in, if not in the squad, well, not in the the Test squad, but he might be there called up as a bowler for the Test squad, and there or thereabouts. They look at him as though, why isn't he playing for England? Injuries have been very, very cruel to Tom Helm. At 30 years of age, he's played about only 45 first-class games.
All right, and he's in now. And that's through to the keeper, another short ball.
Let's tell you exactly what he's played.
Not quite to...
well, you'll be surprised by his figures, because the Helm that you're seeing here now, you'll think that he'll have a far better average. He's 31 now, he turned 31 in May, so there we go, he's 30 last year. And he has played 61 first-class matches. At 31 years of age, though...
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it? He's doing well here, 3 for 28 as he's into Wood, and there's a beauty that's beaten the outside edge.
His average with the ball is 32.2.
Right.
And you can see...
And Higgins is 25.
Yeah.
So
well, you can see you can see as Helm's bowling now, his average should be around 25, shouldn't it? But injuries have not been kind to him over the years. Every time he's come close to it, his best is probably still that 5 for at Worcestershire, which all of the England's camp were there watching. The England Bowling Brains Trust were there for that game.
He's in now and bowls to Wood, and this one, a bit of shape, leaving Wood through to the keeper, Cracknell.
He's got 6 for 110 as a bowling best now, so that's gone past what was roughly, off the top of my head, it was 5 for 35 at Worcestershire years ago, and that was the time when you saw him. And at that point, you thought, boy, oh boy, this guy's going to have a long England career. And that was one of his early breakthrough careers. They were all there. What's Horse's? I've got his nickname, but I can't remember his first name. Jeff Arnold. Jeff was there.
Helm's in now and bowls, and there's an edge, but doesn't carry, and they are a long way back. Didn't carry. I think that's to Decari's second slip.
Well, we've seen when he gets the lift, as others have in this match. Indeed, Higgins, I think, had one bounce over the top of Cracknell. There is a bit of bounciness, isn't there? So
I mean, that should have been caught.
Yeah.
They're not, he's not express. He's bowling up the hill, and that was just a genuine outside edge that went to second slip. He ended up bouncing probably a yard and a half short, but they could have been closer. And you've got to take that slight risk and go, I'm going to come a bit closer and just make sure it carries.
Morning, mate.
Good morning. We are still morning.
We are just. There will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester, possibly during this over, so I'll nip in, if I may. Higgins to continue from the Bennett end. Bowls to Walker. How's Walker going to play this? Is he going to go for it, or is he just going to keep playing the same way? Pushes that one to mid-wicket where Geddes is the fielder. A sort of an hour's welcome defiance from the Leicestershire lower order. Can they extend it a bit? But I mean, for me, there's still no question that the follow-on should be enforced. You think the same, or?
Yeah. But you know, if these two bat for another hour, if these two would have managed to bat through lunch, and that, to answer your question, Walker's just got to play the same way.
Higgins is into the Welshman, who leaves outside off stump ball, goes straight through into the gloves of Joe Cracknell.
And Leicestershire got to hope that Wood does the same job that Walker and Wright have done, which they've batted without much difficulty in that partnership that they had.
How many first-class innings Wood has played? Only a couple, so we haven't seen too much of him. Young left-hander. Higgins is in, bowls. Walker is solidly forward on off stump, pushing the
and he
ball
runs
out
in
to
the
help.
second team for Wood.
I'd have to look back through the records. I'm afraid there, but he's got in line so far,
and
which you expect, which you hope for.
Yeah, and you know, occasionally in cricket are these moments. The last wicket partnership of 200 suddenly occurs, and people are absolutely staggered.
Yeah,
that's the belief you've got to take to the crease.
Indeed. Higgins bowls a bouncer. Walker ducks underneath it, lets it bounce through to Cracknell. Well, we've seen them big last wicket partnerships in this fixture over recent years, so you never quite know. Toby Rowland Jones and Ethan Bamber put on 70, 80 odd, I think, in the last couple of years in this game on this ground. Most of them clobbered by Rowland Jones in something of a defiant sort of last wicket stand. The game was lost essentially, but he banged a few. This game is not yet lost as far as the Foxes are concerned. Can they save 8 points that they'd get for a draw? They're going to have to bat for best part of 5 sessions to do that, if the follow-on is enforced. Changes to the field. Higgins is going to bring in a leg gully. He's sending Cracknell from mid-wicket to leg gully, bringing in his deep backward square. So he's got a conventional single saving field plus a leg gully. Runs in and bowls to Walker. Very high bouncer, banged it in short, and Walker had plenty of time to duck under that one.
There's no one back at all on the leg side, so normally you'd have faster bowlers with, they'll have a pretty much first position you put is let's have a deep fine leg if I just get my line a bit wrong. And also a top edge hook may go there, but they've been changing the fields quite a lot. But Higgins deciding, right, I'm going to have no one back on the leg side, but I'm still going to bowl short.
In he comes and bowls another too short delivery. I say too short, there's nothing wrong with a bouncer, but when it's sort of almost in your own half, Walker seeing them very early. On the other hand, it keeps him down at this end, which I guess was the object of that particular delivery, and make sure that Wood will be on strike to Tom Helm at the start of the next over. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Hopefully we'll get it in between overs. Here we go. And they have lost their first wicket of the day, I'm afraid, after an hour's welcome defiance. Chris Wright has been caught behind off the bowling of Tom Helm for 16. He'd put on 42 with Roman Walker, and as I say, a bit of welcome defiance after so many wickets fell. Fox's wickets fell, that is, yesterday evening. Walker's still there. He's 19 and not out. He's been joined by last man Sam Wood. Foxes have moved on to 141 for 9, which still means that they trail by a massive 393 runs on first innings. Back with you on commentary. Helm is in around the wicket and defended on the back foot by Wood competently enough, and Dermot can pick up from this point. That was solid enough from Wood.
Yeah, and I've just noticed that the slip cordon has come forward a yard from where they were say, last over. I believe they have. You know,
Well, that one to the second slip just dropped about a foot, maybe
yeah, I
foot
mean,
and a half
you
short,
know,
something like that.
second slip should be at least level with where the keeper is.
Yeah.
So there's 2 slips and a fifth slip. Backward point and mid-off on the offside as Helm is in, and this one is played to backward point. Played nicely by Wood. Good delivery from Helm, just at line and length, asking all the right questions to the batsman, which should I play, should I leave, should I go forward, should I go back? And Wood played it slightly on the front foot and defended it off the splice to backward point. And on the leg side, we've got a deep fine leg, and there's a man at deep backward, not all the way on the boundary, about 20 yards in, short leg and mid-on as Helm is in. And this one was going down the third man. There isn't a third man, but it will be dragged in, and it'll be 2 throw on the turn, and 2 runs for Wood, who is now off the mark. It was nicely played, soft hands, played late, and went through the gully area. Yeah, I think no question at the minute you would straight away enforce the follow on, and if they happen to bat and go past your score, they get more than 534 combined, and you might have to go out, you know, make 100 off 10 overs, but you know what you've got to do. As Helm is in again to Wood, and this one is back of a good length, and it's well played by Wood. Got in behind it. There's a little flinch when he sort of defends the ball, or sometimes you have those moments of sort of expectation as a batsman of that you're not entirely comfortable. But for the moment, he's got into line, and he's done the right thing. He's faced 10 balls now, and we're in the 54th over. 1 ball to go from Tom Helm, right arm over the wicket. Nice to see someone bowling over the wicket to a left-hander. And that's played comfortably to mid-on for a dot to finish.
Well, the thing is, if you do enforce, and Leicestershire do somehow end up 150, you're not going to lose the game on a pitch like it's not turning square or anything like that. Leicestershire don't have a demon spinner, or you're not going to get bowled out. If you lose 3 or 4 quick wickets in a chase, then you know if you feel you're in trouble, you can always shut up shop a little bit. And so really the only way they're going to definitely, well, they're giving themselves the best chance of winning is to enforce, really. But
yeah, I mean, to think 4 wickets a session, yeah, you know, which isn't yesterday they got 8 wickets in the session after tea, when you would have thought, if they get them 3 or 4 down, that'd be a really good day for Middlesex. It ended up as a fantastic day because they got them 8 down.
Higgins, the ever-willing Higgins, to continue from the Bennett end into Walker, who punches him away through the offside, and is happy to take 1. There is a sweeper out there on the extra cover boundary. Looks like Holden out there. And Walker happy to take 1 off the first ball and expose Wood to the wiles of Higgins. And I think the fact that they haven't, Sharma had 3-4 overs first thing this morning, but hasn't bowled since. It feels like to me they're just holding him back for the new Kookaburra if and when they take this final Leicestershire wicket.
Yeah, I mean, Cornwall I think only bowled 4 overs with the new ball yesterday.
He did,
so he's got he should have plenty of energy in the tank for the second time around. So yeah, it's a good balanced attack. They got 4 fellows who bowl pace, and they got a decent left arm spinner. So they should all be, wanting to get on and have a bowl.
Higgins going around the wicket to Sam Wood. Bowls onto the hip. Wood works it off the hip. Think it was a little bit of bat involved. Did loop in the air a bit, so it might have been sort of bat onto thigh pad, but no signal from umpire Debenham, so bat involved. Wood on to 3. De Caires at second slip was standing an awful lot closer for that delivery, closer even than the keeper, well in front of the keeper. He's now gone to gully for Walker, who likes to.
Yeah, I think DeFroy and Higgins have just got the field wrong then. I mean, Higgins just bowled to Wood with no short leg.
He's back over the wicket to the right-handed Walker outside, off stump. Oh, so nearly chops on there, Roman Walker. It was wide-ish, and he was looking to steer it away, drive it away through the offside, thick inside edge, and didn't miss leg stump very much as it bounced through to Cracknell. Just the one slip for Higgins bowling to Walker. Robson there, standing quite wide, so sort of 1.5 or even almost seconds. No, 1.5 slip really, trying to cover both first and second. Brings Holden in from the sweeping position on the extra cover boundary. Higgins, there are still 3 balls left in the over. So he's saying to Walker, go on then, you drive me through, there's no sweeper there. If you can get it past him, in he goes and bowls, but he bowls straight and Walker tucks him into the onside straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, you have to say it's Deploy's gone with the very defensive tactics to a side that he's got 9 down. And it looks like you'd have a feel like this if you're a bit worried about runs. He started the over with 4 men on the boundary, 1 catcher and no short leg.
Still got 3 on the boundary. In fact, he's bringing in his deep backward square now. So he's just going to have long leg and 3rd man out.
And he's coming around the wicket.
In fact, he's bringing his long leg in, fine leg up.
Yeah.
Sharma's being brought up. All change for Higgins. He's going to put the leg gully back in, Geddes, and he's bringing his 3rd man up as well, Gohar. Zafar Gohar up to...
If he's going to bowl short, and he knows he's going to bowl short, you're better off having a short leg than a mid-off to a tail ender.
In he goes and does bowl short, and a swipe. It's a no ball. In fact, it was a little bit of a swipe, attempted pull / hook from Walker. He missed it, bounced through to Cracknell, but no ball, said umpire Debenham. And immediately Higgins says, I'm going to go back over. Leicestershire approaching 150. Long way from respectability in the context of what has gone before, but looks a little bit better than 98 for 8 as Higgins is in and bowls good bouncer and doesn't miss Walker by very much. Walker squatted and then did have to move his head as well. Didn't really get up as much as he thought it was going to.
Yeah, well, Higgins' bouncers and short balls, because he's short, they're skiddy. Some of them don't get up very high, and they're only sort of a foot over the stumps when they sort of go past. But the batsman sees it's in short, goes to duck it instinctively, and the ball stays a bit low. It gets close to you.
He has been hit once, Walker, as Higgins is in bowls to him, line and length, and Walker solidly in position on the off stump, blocking it out into the off side. Another over ticks by, 55 of them in this Leicestershire first innings. Now, how many have we had today? It was 78 remain, so 18 have been bowled today, and just the 1 wicket so far. We're going to get a change.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Walker's now probably faced the 2nd most deliveries of any Leicester batsman.
I would imagine it. Well, it can't be far off. Can't be far off.
Rishi Patel made a very fine 51, was it?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
He faced 86 deliveries.
Yeah. So Walker has managed to.
Hill faced a lot of deliveries as well, didn't he? He faced 57.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
But Walker's pushing towards being the batsman who's occupied the crease the most for the Leicestershire Foxes. So he's done a sterling job. Batted very sensibly.
He won't take a backward step for sure.
Yeah, but he's not on strike. It's Wood on strike, who's on 3, and Helms decided I'm going round the wicket and bowls it outside off, and it's left alone by Wood. And he starts the over with a dot ball. Now he has 2 slips and a gully and a short leg, so at least he's got 3 close catches, although the gully's not that close and is quite square.
Mr. Kerr is at 2nd slip, waving to the balcony for. He's got his hands on his double teapot at the moment. They are standing close.
Helm in around the wicket, and he's driven, but well stopped. He's been driven firmly by Wood, but didn't fly off the bat, so didn't find the middle or he hasn't got a great stick. But Tom Helm got down well to stop it.
I don't know how hard it is for number 11s to get a good selection
Yeah,
of bats from manufacturers. I
and to
don't know
get
whether they do or not, really.
And to get a bat sponsor. As Helm is number 7 on the back of his shirt, bowls a short ball, doesn't really get up. Well played by Wood. It's the kind of ball that afterwards you think, oh, I could have pulled that. And that's where, you know, on this surface, it's definitely now a little too paced. You know, the odd one from Sharma we saw really fly through. And the odd ball from Helm is also, it's like there's a few greener patches out there, or certain patches on the wicket will just be a bit harder. And maybe if you hit one of those cracks a little bit, the ball comes off a bit slow. Helm is in, and that's short. Not a bad short ball. Directed at Wood's helmet, but he
Played it well, didn't he?
yeah, he rides the bounce. That's the one. If that just gets 6 inches higher, then you shouldn't be playing it. You know,
Which is
That's when
how
it-
Green got out yesterday,
yeah,
didn't he?
yeah.
Just shoveled it to short leg.
So the short ball for Middlesex has worked in this match. Hill, it was a short ball that he gloved, and then Green, short ball caught short leg. So they've got a short leg in here. But Helm was round the wicket, bowls this one short, but nicely played by Wood.
I would imagine Wood. I mean, I don't know how it works these days. I assume if you do a deal with a cricket equipment manufacturer, you get the lot. But maybe these days they do different deals with different manufacturers for different items of equipment.
Well, no, he's probably
Doubt
got.
it.
I'm sure he's got a cricket sponsor.
There's a
These
logo
days
on
they
it, isn't there? It's
usually
not a
got
blank
agents.
bag. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But-
even youngsters these
but-
days. Yeah.
You know, for example, when I was with Gunnar Moore, I went to the factory, and
Was that in Nottingham, by the way?
that was in
Gunnar Moore
Nottingham.
fan? Yeah.
But I was lucky to get a good bat because it was actually made for Mike Gatting.
You could choose. Oh,
But
okay.
he didn't like it, the weight of it.
Right.
But I knew, this was a
Too
good
heavy,
bit of wood.
too
It
light?
was. I don't know why Gat didn't want it, but I took it because it,
Felt
it
right.
pinged nicely. So Helm is in now, and Wood is defending to mid-on. And also the ball will now be quite soft, so it's not going to fly off the bat with those shots. But it just could be that his bat that he's selected just isn't, it's not a belter. It might be he uses a light bat because he feels he wants to have, he needs a bit more time. But
We're going to go back to the spinner. That kind of makes sense. Wood has hung around long enough now to have shown that he's not going to back away from the pace bowler, and played it tolerably competently, actually. Sam Wood, 3 off 18, Walker 20 off 70, so they're going to try Zafar from the top end, the Bennett end, and see if Walker's inclined to try and hit him over the top, perhaps. But he did get a few to turn from this pavilion end this morning, beat the bat 4 or 5 times, Wright and Walker. The turn was quite slow, but it was turned nonetheless. So we shall see. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Deploy comes to have another word. The field at the moment is short leg, as you would expect. Left arm spinner. Silly mid off and a slip. Those are the 3 close fielders. Lots of pointing going on out there, though. All the close fielders have got something to say. It's a bit of a committee decision as to setting the field. Mid off has been dropped back 2/3 of the way. Ditto mid on.
yeah, and mid-on. So
Sweepers out on the extra cover boundary. They're saying to Walker with his open stance, you can drive if you want. Tosses it up. Walker is forward, pushing
well,
it.
having those men,
Cairns.
3/4 of the way back, that's basically
Giving
taking.
one.
Well, I think it's taking Walker's game plan, a possible game plan away from him. He's unlikely now to try and take them on and hit over the top, which is what you want to encourage him to do.
Tosses that one right up, and Walker just works it carefully out towards mid-on, who has to jog in to meet the ball, and Walker consequently jogs a comfortable single. Middlesex probably won't mind that. Wood hasn't faced spin yet. They want to see what he makes of Zaffer, who's going to go over the wicket to him, spinning it, looking to obviously spin it back in to the left-handed 20-year-old.
And what you've got here for Gohar is he's got some rough outside the left-handers off stump.
Yeah.
It's very full, but you know where the bowlers have bowled and followed through. There's a couple of patches of rough now, so he could bowl it slow and bowl it wide, and try and get Wood driving at the ball, and that brings a nicket to slip into play.
He's got a conventional mid-wicket, probably a little bit closer than conventionally might be. In he goes over the wicket. Wood is forward. Big stride from the young man. Pushed it back up the pitch to Zaffer. He's brought his sort of backward square in for the sort of maybe little skied attempted sweep, something like that. Goes in and bowls, and Wood goes big. He goes big and he hits it cleanly over long on. I think that went all the way. Yes, it did, said umpire Debenham. So that, I have to say, Dermot, was slightly unexpected, but it was in the slot, I suppose. Mid-on had come up and he clobbered it.
And what it was a fantastic shot. It was a fantastic cricket shot. There's no one back at long on. You're spinning it back into me. He picked the flight and just, that they'll practice these time and times again in the nets, but that showed that he's got a good eye, and that he's also got a big swing, and that his bat's pretty good. He ran all the way for 6, but now there's a man out there stopping that option, so
theoretically stopping that option, but let us see what happens. Zaffer is in. Wood leaves. It was very wide. It sort of turned back in a touch, but certainly not by enough to concern Wood.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on those patches of rough, and no ball as of yet has been wide enough or full enough to catch the edge of it.
He's trying to find it. He's not going to find it there. It's pushed out into the offside, and they call for the single. It is taken comfortably enough. Walker keeps running because there was nobody backing up. The throw missed the stumps, but by the time it got out to Helm, who had to run around from long on to pick it up, Walker had he'd sort of done full circle. He'd 360 degrees as he ran round and realised that Wood had run through the crease, and there was not a second run to be taken after all. But the 150 came up for the Foxes with that big blow from Sam Wood. He has 10 now. Walker has 21, and they're keeping Middlesex out there. The tail is showing, as I say, some welcome defiance. Cornwell then, for the first time today.
Yes, Cornwell replacing Tom Helm, who's been the wicket taker this morning. And Sharma, who did that little bit of fielding off the last ball, he needs to work on it. He needs to work on his athleticism and agility of attacking a ball and being able to pick it up and throw in one motion. It was all a bit awkward and slow and
clunky.
It went from this could be a run out to they're comfortably home.
It could be overthrows.
And then it could be overthrows. Yes. But it's Cornwell in, left arm over the wicket, and he starts with a beauty. Decent pace and bouncing through to Cracknell, and a dot ball, but a play and miss from Wood, and a very good start. That's what you want, first ball of your day. He's only bowled 4 overs yesterday. He's been itching to get on.
That was lively.
Yeah. You have to say that's quicker than anything. That ball had more pace in it than Tom Helm. He's in again now, left arm over the wicket, and there's a play and miss again. That one stayed down a little bit. And Sam Wood, who's now feeling really good that he's hit a 6 and he's got to 10, is trying to play back foot drives.
It's often the way, isn't it? Number 10s and 11s, they can hang around, but as soon as they start to play, they think they're in and start to play shots and get themselves out. But
yeah, and the bowler's in now, and that one's let go by Wood, who You know, the previous ball, it was an attempted back foot drive. Now, because Wood is a right-hander and he's batting left, you know, he will look to say back foot drive, where a dominant left-hander who bats left-handed would look to perhaps cut the same ball. So you normally find that they'll stroke the ball, they'll drive, it'll look good, but they'll back foot drive and can slice to gully quite often. And the bowler's in. Cornwell, and it's another dot ball, a good line and length. It's played to extra cover. It's one of my theories with coaching and field placements, and you know, the likes of, say, a David Gower, who you would have seen, you know, right-handed but bats left. You know, if you can nip the ball away from them, they do bring gully into play, and they play some beautiful-looking drives, but they can get out in front of the pad at times. As Cornwell is in, and this is a good line and length, and very well defended by Wood. So Wood, being that he's right-handed but batting left, so his power is in his top hand. Mm-hmm. So he might not be as good at hooking or pulling. He might flap at the ball and actually get them more aerial. I mean, there's been a whole load of cricketers, you know.
There are degrees of ambidexterity, aren't there? It's not always equal.
Yeah, and Cornwell's decided, I'm going to come round the wicket, and that's down the leg side, but nothing in the way of a touch from the batsman, although he did have an attempt at flicking it, so it ended the over. Fairly good pacey over there from Cornwell. The first delivery was the best of the bunch. But a maiden, I do believe.
Indeed. Do you want a break? And
yeah, sure.
We'll get Kev back on. That was a good stint from Dermot.
Come on, 18. Can you get it?
Don Topley sends his regards.
Send mine back. Say hello, Toppers. Got some lovely Toppers for you.
He's just told me a few.
155 for 9. Wood has 10 now. Let me just check what his first class best is. Trying to remember the game he played last season. Walker is going to be on strike there. To Zafar Gohar, tosses it up. Walker drives in the air, but well wide of silly mid-off, out to Holden, who's coming in from the cover boundary. And again, Walker is happy to take the single.
Get the A-team on, says Dermot. When are they coming? They'll be here later.
Yes. Sam Wood. His highest score. Well, how can I not remember that? In goes Zafar, tosses it up. Wood is forward defending, and there is no run. Is 57 not out? I should have remembered that at the end of last season. Getting old. 156 for 9. Zafar. None for 41 at the moment. Is in, drops a touch short, and Wood is in position early, leaning forward, just turning that one out to mid-wicket as a large, I think some simple large white, I think they are known as, aren't they? Butterfly came in, had a good look at us, and quickly legged it. Didn't like what it saw. In goes Zafar, drops a little bit short, and Wood on the back foot just pops it down towards silly point. No run. Been a change of cameraman alongside us. First cameraman didn't have a cap on, bless him, he was going very pink. In goes Zafar, bowls outside off stump, it stays very low. It was quite short as well, but it rather shot through, and Wood on the back foot poked at it and missed it, and didn't miss off stump by too much. Zafar is in, Wood defends out towards mid-wicket. He's doing a good job so far for the Foxes. It's the end of another over, the 59th of the Foxes innings. 156 the score. 378 is what they trail by. So again, you would think that they'd enforce, but maybe getting towards the point where Deploy will think, well, I'll just take another quick 150, give the bowlers a rest, and give us 4.5 sessions, something like that. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, here goes Cornwell. Left arm over the wicket. Can they get it finished off? An hour and 30 minutes, to some extent, beyond Leicestershire's wildest dreams this morning after the 6-wicket collapse yesterday evening that left them in all sorts of bother on 98 for 8. 99 for 8, wasn't it? And then 42-run partnership. So here's a full ball dug out into the onside by Walker. Cornwall going for the toes first up. Two slips, backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and a deep square as well. I've missed out there. Hour and a half in the heat this morning. How much are they feeling? They feel a little quieter right now, Middlesex. I'd suggest we get into the stage where Middlesex might go out and have a thrash with the bat just to give the bowlers a rest. Here's Cornwell in bowls and an inside edge from Walker down to long leg.
Just what I said, yeah. Getting to that point. When
Brilliant.
I'll take the 120, 150 quickly and then sort of get up to 500 ahead and then say, okay. I suppose it would give Leicestershire a sort of very, very distant sniff, but
Avoiding it, yeah.
it's
Well, Middlesex won at Wantage Road, having been asked to follow on a couple of years back. They went out and batted, but they're so far behind Leicestershire that they've probably got more chance of winning it, as you say, if Middlesex don't enforce the follow-on. So here's Cornwell in bowls, and this bouncer goes through to the keeper, and that's because of the amount of time left in the game. There's more time left in the game when Northamptonshire put Middlesex in a couple of years ago at Wantage Road to follow on.
Sam Wood, as well as that unbeaten 50, made 34 in his very first-class innings. That was at Cardiff last year. End of August, beginning of September.
Well, he's faced 34 balls now
So
for
he's
his 10.
pretty competent.
Walker 75 balls for his 23. Woods on strike. Cornwell's left arm over, he bowls and up on his toes. This is turned in front of the short leg and they'll look for a single. 158.49. Cornwell in his 7th over. 1-4-19. 2 balls to come with the 7th. Yeah, I think, what have we got? Half an hour till lunch. If they batted up to tea and then gave themselves 4 sessions, declare at tea, you don't lose the 2 for the change of innings. You don't even have to go quite as far as tea because you can declare 10 minutes out from tea, so there's still a lot of overs to go in the evening session and you don't lose the 2 for the change of innings. This is Cornwell bowls and forward goes Walker, pushing back into the onside, which is a trick I thought they missed at Northampton last week. Their declaration on the final day. Probably should have batted a few more overs, got a few more runs, and they wouldn't have lost the 2 for the change of innings. They'd have had virtually the same number of overs, but a few more runs. Roland Jones was still out in the middle. Could have given it a thump. But hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? But yeah, like I say, often, sometimes cricket creeps up on you a little bit, doesn't it? You haven't been in that position before. As here's Cornwell bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Walker, dropping the bat and swaying inside the line of it. End of the over, 158 for 9. Walker 23, Wood 11. So yeah, if they'd have just gone on a few minutes more, taken a couple of overs more at Wantage Road, they've still been able to throw those couple of overs that they'd lost for the change of innings onto the Northampton Shrines, but they might have been able to throw a few more runs with it. But there we go, 158 for 9. But yeah, I'd be of the feeling at the moment. I mean, obviously the fear would be that this flattens out in the final day again. If that grass burns through and they come out and Leicester get off to a good start tonight. But I'd imagine it'll be the bowlers that will make the call between Helm, Cornwell, Higgins, Sharma as well, of course, but Zafar Gohar, they'll be the ones who make the call. Fancy bowling again, or fancy putting your feet up for a while?
Zafar has the ball in his hands at the moment. He's going to go over the wicket to Wood on 11. Wood is clipping him away nicely off his legs. Foolish delivery out towards deep mid-wicket and taking one.
I was sat there the whole time. You may well have mentioned it, so apologies, because I was sat there. Lunch, of course, will be delayed because 9 wickets are down. So lunch won't be at 1 o'clock, it'll be at 1:30 unless this innings is wrapped up before.
Yeah, our fish pie.
Oh!
Could we have to be kept under the warmer? A long time to go until that point. Round the wicket goes Zafar, forward goes Roman Walker, pushing the ball carefully towards backward point.
As light as the salmon was yesterday, I've got a feeling that fish pie is going to be heavy on us today, Richard. We shall have to tread lightly.
Well, there was a pie theme to the menu because the options were sort of vegetable pie. As in goes Zafar, again tosses it up. This time it's Walker who's playing out to deepish mid-on and taking one. And what was the other option?
Pork.
Pork with hoisin sauce. Now that could be quite heavy on a baking day, couldn't it?
Pork's heavy on me on any day.
Hoisin can be a bit sticky. Anyway, we all went fish pie, so we'll report in due course. So there's something to look forward to. Not. Oh, interesting email from Sol's dad has just arrived. I'll have a good read of that in a moment. In goes Zafar, forward goes Sam Wood, playing it out to mid-off. No run. Filling in a little bit of background. Sol had we had a chap and his son from Australia came to watch the game. He was on a, not sure what he was doing, visiting family, that was right. But it turned out that he'd went to the same school as Sol in Australia. In goes Zafar, driven by Wood, but only as far as Holden, who's at extra cover. No run. Sounded again a little bit tinny off the bat, and they were soon sharing, he and the son, memories of and information on Sportsmaster at the school and whether it was still the same. And in goes Zafar and bowls, forward goes Wood. But I did notice that, and I said it to him, so as soon as he started talking to the young man from down under, he immediately switched into a fairly broad Australian accent that was obviously lurking in the background. And I think we all do it, don't we, a little bit? Sometimes if you're with somebody who was speaking with a strong accent.
Well, I must admit, I thought Pete Hanscom was walking towards me yesterday, and I was messing around with the close of play interview and everything on the device. Kind of looked, hello Pete, all right, and an Aussie accent came back. Hey, how are you? And I kind of double looked and thought, was it definitely Pete? Could I have mistaken Pete for, or would they have been unmistakable between the two?
Pete and Sol?
Yeah, Pete Hanscom.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't have.
Couldn't have. Okay, good. It was Pete. It was Pete. I did think, hold on a minute, was that definitely Pete?
Very short hair at the moment. But he may have had
yeah, very shorn around back inside, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Cornwell, 160 for 9. He's into Walker. He's left arm around the wicket to the right-hander, who drives him to mid-off, no run. Something Noz. Noz is his nickname, Noah Cornwell.
Noah's a nice name, isn't it? Noz. Is that the shortening? I suppose
that's the shortening of Noah, yeah. I did say why Noz, and they said,
no,
why not?
If Mrs. Noah called him that when he was building the ark. Is it finished yet, Noz?
How many have we got on now, Noz? Here's full ball, all inside edge from Walker onto the pads, falls into the offside. There's no run.
That school that Sol attended, the Southport School on the Gold Coast. And I shall keep that email from Graham. Thank you, Graham, for that background information on Sol.
There's a short ball outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. 160 for 9. Come on, Noz, they said. What's the call for a single? Come on. Come to, Noz. Be more appropriate.
I bet his mum and dad don't call him Noz.
Funny, isn't it, nicknames? Can you imagine them turning up at the cricket and thinking, yeah, who are they calling Noz? Wait, they're calling Noah Noz.
That was better. That was Cracknell. Noah, come on.
Nose. Someone's just given it the nose. That sounded like a Helmism to me. Here's Cornwell around the wicket. He bowls, and this ball's turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Robson does the fielding. Where's Helm? Is he out there actually looking at it? I can't see him anyway. Deep. No, he's gone off, hasn't it? It wasn't
No,
Helm.
he isn't. No, yeah, sun-hatted. Normally, and I can't see him out there. There's Cornwell.
Holman.
Holman.
It might have been Holman that said it. It was
Mid-on, so
it was a Cracknell, a Holman, or a Helm dry kind of. Come on, nose. After everyone else has said, come on, nose.
Robson's wheeling his arms around. Might we see an over before lunch?
Yeah. Bit of golden arm, leg spin. Picked up a couple last week against Northamptonshire. Cornwell's around the wicket, bowls, and this is clipped. 4, and it's a no ball. Is Longleg going to get there? Maybe a slide, a slip. We got there. Who was it? It's Sharma, isn't it?
He did get there. How did he manage that?
He was Bambi on ice. The legs went, everything went.
Well, Dermot said he does need to work on his
Yes, yeah.
sort of picking and throwing and fielding. And
Yeah, I think he's
a little bit awkward.
it's that muscle memory at the moment. He hasn't got it yet as a fielder, has he? You know, they've got to get him practicing that a bit more. You can see all. Come on, Nosy. Oh, they're a silly bunch, cricketers, aren't they? Cornwell, he's around the wicket from the pavilion end. He bowls, and this ball's short outside the off stump, left to low and through to Cracknell. We've got Cracknell the keeper, Robson the slip. He's just changed. He was at mid wicket, wasn't he, Robson? He's just gone into slip now. Gully is. Who is Gully? De Carey's.
Bit more information from Graham. When he was at school in England, he was at St John's School in Leatherhead and played in the same team as Ben Geddes.
Oh, there we go.
So those two will be familiar from their school days as well. Geddes, obviously, with his century yesterday. So more school notes to be confirmed. Where's Holman going?
Silly mid-on. Got a silly mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, a shortish square leg. Well, he's halfway in. And a fielder at 45 is a leg gully, really. As this is down the leg side and through to the clubs of the keeper.
Came out a bit wrong.
Yeah, it kind of feels he should have been left arm over with that field and looking to blast the pads off. There's not much margin of error left arm around to the right hander, is there, if you bowl into that field? 166 for 9. Wood has 12. Walker 28. 62 bowls. There was 37 bowled overnight, weren't they? So the overs are being put into the legs. And again, a reminder that lunch will be delayed by half an hour if they haven't taken this wicket.
So half an hour can they delay it by?
Yeah, if it's an extra half an hour to take that final wicket if it's 9 down. Dermot's practicing some clips off his legs back in the box.
We might have to turn off the effects mic if that's the case, as our tummies start rumbling. My tummy starts rumbling anyway. Well, we are going to see Sam Robson.
Golden arm.
He's going to bowl leg spin to the left-handed Wood. He's going to have a slip and a short leg. He's moved his backward square to sort of backward point for the left-hander. He's dropping Holden. A weary looking Holden. That's a weary walk back towards the extra cover boundary.
Well, I'd imagine he's still picking his slip up off the floor, and I'm not surprised. Dropped in this one. He made in first class century this season. He didn't get much of a go at Northampton with the ball.
He got the ball of the day, didn't he, really, from Roman Walker on day one.
Oh wait, sorry, Holden. Sorry, I thought you said Holman. Sorry,
No,
I thought you said Holman. Sorry, Holden. Yes, yeah. No, Holden's fine. Sorry, Holman. Holden's in the form of his life this year, so he's having a good old time of it. But he did get a beaut, as you say, in the first innings. But yeah, Holman, who is still out there. Yeah. I'll be giving him a wide berth this game, Luke.
10 yards in from the ropes. The carers is moved from square to. Well, he fancies a bowl as well, it would appear.
Well, he's got
a lot of arms being rolled out.
The second spinner in the match is De Carey's, and he hasn't bowled yet.
And we're going to see Robson from the Bennett end. Tosses it right up, so much so it's a full toss. Driven back to. Is it me? Yes, it is.
Yes.
And, well, he managed to stop it. Would look to drive it back past him, but he stuck out his right hand and managed to stop it and save mid-off, running back to the long-off boundary. Steps in and bowls again, tossed up nicely. Forward went Wood, holds the pose, pleased with that, pushed it out to mid-off. Goss used to bowl a little bit of leg spin, as I recall, not often, but clearly that was a thing in the Robson household, leg spin in Sydney. In he goes, drops a little bit short. He lifts his bat out of the line of the ball as it spins down the leg side, and it's not taken cleanly by Cracknell, but no harm done. Slip tidies up, running to his left Higgins. 166 remains the score. Robson in, tosses it right up. Wood waits for it, clips it firmly to mid-wicket, where De Carey's makes the stop. At the second attempt, it was hit quite cleanly by Wood. De Carey's fell to his right, half stopped it, didn't concede a run. Robson in, forward goes Wood on off stump, out goes the ball to mid-off.
The other thing that we're where the wickets fall now, would lunch be taken? No, we'd have 5 more minutes, wouldn't we?
5 more minutes, I think. So we could yet get our fish pie early.
Yeah.
Robson in, back goes Wood. Didn't really bounce on him outside off stump and just steered it out to mid-off. So not too much there for Sam Robson.
Poor old Chef.
Maiden though.
Poor old Chef. What's Chef thinking downstairs now? Well, what do I do? Do I put the fish pie on now? Do I wait 45 minutes?
I'm guessing they're not individual pies, but you never know. I think it'll be like, scoops.
Yeah, but even still, the scooped large pie. Even worse, he doesn't want it all. Put it on now. It could be absolutely.
It could be like a cottage, but like when you have a potato topping rather than a pastry topping. In which case they can sit in the oven forever, can't it?
Well, that's true. Yeah, but it'll be a fair old bit of drying out in there, though, won't there?
Oh, hang on. This is going to be
De Carey's. There you go. He's on. Spin at both ends. Well, as I say, Holman down at long on. A penny for his thoughts. He's head down at the moment. He's scratching at the surface, Holman. Robson's had a bowl. He's thinking, I didn't get much for a bowl at Northampton. Not selected this week. And he's now watching the two backup spinner, or the two, part-time spinner, Robson. De Carey's a little bit more than a part-time spinner. But for me, fine bat who bowls a bit of off-spin. De Carey's. Holman, fine bat who bowls a lot of leg spin. So they've got a couple of good ones there for the long-term Middlesex. Because over the years, if they were able to hold their places down as batters, De Carey's and Holman, well, having those two as spinners in the side. They've obviously got Gohar, the front-line spinner now for the next few years, you'd have thought. Here's De Carey, slipping a short leg. He's right arm over from the pavilion end. Walker on 28. And De Carey steps in, bowls his first ball. Oh! Floats it past the edge. It loops up out of the glove of Cracknell and is taken by the slip Higgins, who appeals politely, and De Carey turns to appeal belatedly. Not out as the answer, but that was a lovely little bit of flight from De Carey's first ball. Just drew him forward in the off stump, and on it went past the edge. In again comes the off-break bowler, and a little straighter on that one, and forward goes Walker, plunging forward, defending into the offside. I think we're at the point now where there'll be no further innings before lunch, so now it's just a case of when is lunch. Yes, we are. There'll be no further innings before the interval now. There'll be at the follow-on beginning on Middlesex's second innings. Here's De Carey's bowls, flatter and past the edge. That was lovely. That was really good from De Carey's. A nice bit of flight there from the off-break bowler, beating the edge again. Just a good line and length. Walker worried about one gripping, coming back into the off stump. But beaten outside edge. It's a good start here. First 3 balls from De Carey's. Flatter one again. Oh, goes past the edge of a attempted punch on the back foot, opening up to that. Walker looking to stroke away into the offside. There's a deep backward point. Deep mid-wicket. Here's De Carey's 2 balls to go is over, and nice bit of flight forward defence. Dermot's just made a very good point about Patel bowling Geddes. He went around the wicket and floated across him and took top of off, didn't he? That'd be worth an option for De Carey's. He's just pushing deploy back slightly at mid-on. Yeah, deep mid-wicket and deep backward point at the 2 back, although deep backward point's coming up now for Walker to try and keep Wood on strike. And there you go, look at that. Dermot says it and it happens. Here's to Carey's right arm around and he bowls to Walker, who defends into the offside, over the top of it. Angled back, trickles away to backward point and there's no runs. That will keep Wood on strike on 12, Walker 28, 166 for 9. We have had 64 overs of the innings and the partnership for the final wicket is worth 25.
How many overs have we had this morning? 27. 10 minutes to go until the notional lunch interval. Is that right? Just 27?
What's that? Sorry, 20?
Overs this morning, I think it is.
37 to 64, yeah. 27, so yeah.
Despite quite a few overs of spin, should be getting close to the 32. You would have thought with that many overs of spin. Over 8 is fine, it's +2. Holman is sent back to long on Robson to continue. He's going to stay over to the left-handed Wood. Wood is forward, driving in the air for a few feet, but he's got it wide enough past Robson, and he's got it to the boundary. Well, Duploy wasn't too far from it, but as ever, with this outfield lightning fast, and it just kept rolling ahead of Duploy. Wood picks up 4, moves on to 16, 170 for 9.
Last week at Wantage Road in the first innings, and it was very crucial in the end that Broad and Pope put on 85 for the last wicket against Middlesex.
Robson is in, Wood is back, defending. Quite stylishly there, Sam Wood. He's sort of stayed on the back foot, but the right leg went out and back to the side. And then a little skip. Well, as I say, with an unbeaten half century and a 30-odd, and this is just, I think he's just 5th first-class innings. In goes Robson and bowls a full toss that is driven. Can Deploy get down? He can. Good effort from the skipper, diving away to his left. Unquestionably saved 3 runs there.
Ninth wicket has already put on 42, so with this partnership of 30, the last 2 wickets adding 72 to the total. Northamptonshire, I mentioned they had a little bit of a collops. They were 342 for 5 to 350 for 9 against Middlesex, but then that 85-run stand for the final wicket. Decisive in that match at Wantage Road, I think.
Robson over the wicket to the right-handed Walker, who is caught behind. No, says umpire Debenham. That was...
Celeb appeal from Robson.
Yes, dangerously close to a celeb appeal. And Debenham, I think that's a sign saying he played his bat against the pad. And that's where the noise came from. Certainly Walker didn't turn around and walk.
Robbo was running off for lunch, wasn't he? He was gone.
So if there was clearly a noise, but umpire Debenham said it was bat against pad flap, perhaps. Robson in. Bowls. Walker looks to drive. Thick inside part of the bat. The ball squeezes past the stumps at the non-striker's end, but it does so quite slowly as well, and Duploy can get across to make the stop.
Not as warm today at Grace Road, but by goodness, there's no breeze.
No, and when the sun we could do with that fan that
yeah
as that one full toss is pushed away by Walker wide, or well under the dive of Sharma at mid-wicket. Again, he has a bit of work to do, and he's fielding there. He might have got down to that one. He should have done, really. And Duploy had to run back from mid-on to wide-ish, long on to field. Walker picks up 2, moves on to 30, 173 for 9 off 65.
You're listening to the BBC, BBC's Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Ham. We've got Dermot Reeve as our third voice for the BBC Sport website and app. Live on the streams as well. Live on your smart speaker, if you're smart enough to make it work. 173 for 9, Wood 17, Walker 30.
Drink's been called. 7 minutes to lunch.
Oh. Well, I guess with the prospect of us going on, I mean, lunch is obviously delayed half an hour now, is it, until the wicket? I mean, the wicket could fall next ball, which makes a slight nonsense of the drinks, but I assume there may well be an overcount in terms of how many overs bowled. What would it be?
28 now.
Drinks every 14 overs.
A bit odd.
Yeah.
The timing.
Yeah. The timing's certainly odd, but I assume it's by the overs.
Certainly Roman Walker looks a touch pink. Samwood still looks quite cool, although he's having a towel down. The Middlesex players gather round the little orange drinks dispensing, well, cooler basically, that's on a little trolley, or it's got wheels and it's got a handle like a little suitcase that you take to an airport.
They had those at the Middlesex women game last week, when I missed the first day of the Wantage Road game, men's game. Let's do the women's game on the Sunday, and two very young 12th and 13th ran on that exact style and brand of water cooler. And Radlett, I think you may have done a game at Radlett, Richard. It's
yes, indeed. I've played there as well.
It's a very bobbly outfield. It's as bobbly as you can imagine, and it was extremely parched. And you're also uphill as you run up to the middle, up to the mound that is the square. Well, you should have seen the bounce of that. Boom, 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 boom. It was bouncing side to side. One, it mustn't have had enough weight in it it must have just been light enough that it was bouncing side to side with the drinks in it, but clearly too heavy for the pair to carry out to the middle, but too light to roll out, and it was bobbling everywhere behind them, like a late arrival at the airport, dragging your suitcase along on a cobbled path through the way to the airport.
I take this opportunity, although drinks have now been taken, to give you some scores from elsewhere. Gloucestershire 380, Glamorgan 356 for 4, trailed by just 24. So every opportunity to build a big first innings lead for the home side down in Cardiff. Lancashire getting in a good position against Derbyshire, 263 for 5 in their second innings, having bowled Derbyshire out for 261. So they lead now by 369 with 5 second innings wickets in hand. Game at Canterbury maybe not be going anywhere. Kent 566, Northants 251 for 2. Let's go to the first division in a bit.
66th over of the innings. 4 minutes to the scheduled lunch break. He bowls and forward goes Wood, pushing back to mid on the snare. That would have been funny if it had fallen to the first ball after the drinks break.
Just looking at Durham's response to Surrey's 820. They're 135 for 3. Or 54 overs. Hard going.
De Carey's as a slip and a short leg. He bowls and forward goes Wood, pushing back. There's no run.
Somerset 379, Nottinghamshire 311 for 4 at Taunton. Worcester 679 for 7, Hampshire 136 for 5. In a bit of trouble at Southampton.
There's De Carey's. This is cut. 2 backward points where it's fielded. Tumbling stop there by the number 4, Max Holden.
And Warwickshire 415, Sussex 384. Can't quite see for how many.
De Carey's again. Bowls a flatter delivery, and Wood goes back. Could he have been forward? He got the bat down. That's all that matters. Middle of the bat. And it trickles back up the track, no run. Blocking with all his might. 2 balls to come at De Carey's second over. And he steps in now. Bowls and quicker one. Forward he does go to this Wood, pushing back. Chatter from Cracknell. Plenty of it. Deploy's come to have a chat with De Carey's. I'm trying to see if I can catch what Cracknell's saying. He's keeping it clean enough that we can trust him to leave a moment's pause to see if we can hear the words from the wicketkeeper. Here's De Carey's. Steps in, bowls, and back goes Wood. This is push back. No run. Wood 17, Walker 30. Walker will have the strike. And Leicestershire are 173 for 9. They trail by 361 in their first innings.
Well, on we go. Robson to continue from the Bennett end. Still got 14 overs to bowl with this particular ball. Middlesex. So we've had 29 overs now in the 2 hours. Given the number of overs, given the only one wicket has fallen and the number that have been bowled by the spinners, Zafar gets through his overs quite quickly, but should have been close to the 32 in the 2 hours. In goes Robson, tosses it right up. Walker goes for the drive, it bounces, and either he just missed it or it just turned past his outside edge. It was a tempter for sure. Walker tried to stroke it away and didn't connect. Cracknell's got his back to us and was rather obscuring that delivery as it came in. Robson is in, bowls very wide. Walker goes back and tries to cut him away and is left with legs absolutely akimbo. And he's holding the pose forever just to demonstrate the point. Missed it again in a different sort of way. Robson steps in and bowls. That one did turn from outside off stump. Walker stepped forward and left it, but even from this distance you could see that it turned quite a long way. Robson, third over, bowls. Walker forward and leaves. Does he have a unreadable googly, Sam Robson?
Yeah, he has a reasonable googly, Robson. He's worked extremely hard on his wrist spin bowling. It was always a golden arm, and I do think he's a little bit more than that at the moment, but you've got Holman, De Carey's and Gohar. And Deploy himself, who bowls a bit of left arm spin. So there's plenty of options, but they're obviously just looking for a little bit of wrist spin here, having gone with 2 finger spinners in the match. They're just seeing if a bit of wrist spin can do something different, and as you say, it may well be the googly, but he's gone past the edge with a couple of orthodox leg breaks so far. So he's got 2 slips now for the right-hander.
Got 20 first-class wickets.
Oh yeah.
Sam Robson, short leg, and as Kevin said, 2 slips. Steps in and bowled, a little bit short. Walker had to wait and wait and wait for it. He was in position early. It did spin again though, and that meant that Walker had to sort of manoeuvre it as much as pull it out into the deep mid-wicket area. He went through with the shot, but he made sure he kept it down because, as I say, it did turn away and he had to reach for it a little bit, but he did pick up a single, and he's faced exactly 100 deliveries now. Roman Walker, 31 runs to his name.
He's done a great job, hasn't he?
Yep. I say he never gives it away, really. Fights and fights. Robson into the left-handed Woodful, driven by Wood, past Robson, but not past Deploy, who pretty straight now at mid-off, and was able to step across to his left and stop the ball. Umpires look at each other. Umpire Pratt walks in, takes the cap from De Carey's, as on we go.
Yeah, he's just said that fish pie is going to be dry, isn't it, Umps? He's what said to the other. That was the first over, or the last over before 1 o'clock. It's 1:02 now, so it started before 1. So this will now be the first over after the 1 o'clock passage. So with 9 wickets down, lunch is delayed and can be delayed as much as half an hour. And if there's still 9 down, we will go off in 30 minutes and come back out this afternoon. But any time the wicket falls now, we walk straight off and they take lunch. De Carey's to Walker on 31, 67 overs. Bowls.
Might be an update, just warning you.
I thought I heard something a moment ago as forward goes Walker pushing back and there's no run. There was a little whisper in the ear, but it was only momentary. It was brief. Somebody probably just checking the line. Do you want to take this over just in case?
Oh, if they come to me, I'll leap in. I'll be rude, but I suspect it might have slipped by.
De Carey's bowls, a lot of flight, push back by Walker.
De Carey's has 34 first-class wickets. Yes, they had an issue with the fader, so couldn't get us on.
De Carries again, bowls. Down the track comes Walker, and he lifts it straight of the deep mid-on for 4. It's a lovely shot. Nice use of the feet. A solid connection back over the bowler's head. He moves to 35, 178 for 9. 356 the lead. I reckon Middlesex have got a T20 on their hands here after lunch. I think they need to come back out and bat, Richard.
I think you're probably right now. I agree. There's your ladybug.
Ah, yes.
One of them.
Yeah. Which ones are the ones that bite you? Are they the yellow ones that give you a bite?
I think they can give you a little nip, can't they?
Yes, to Carey's bowls. Forward goes Walker, pushing into the offside, and single taken. 179 for 9.
Not the red ones.
I guess
The beloved red ones.
Yes, yes. I guess where the wickets fall now, then they do put their feet up for 40 minutes, the bowlers, and maybe they would think, let's go again. But 67 overs, Kookaburra ball, I think the fear would be they're just going to bowl themselves into the dirt when they could probably have a couple of hours off now. And with the break for lunch as well, 2.5. De Carey's bowls, this is pushed back into the onside and there's no run, and declare at tea.
100 runs, 450, 460 ahead. Do they have to, do you feel, just leave Leicestershire a 1 in 100 chance just to keep them maybe on the front foot?
De Carey's bowls, and this is hit in the air straight of the mid-on now by Wood. He goes to 21. Well, I thought he was going to lift it straight to deploy, but he got a good connection and deploy a little wider at mid-on than orthodox, and they have 4 more. 183 for 9. After what happened against Northamptonshire, I'd say probably not.
Shut them out of the game completely, or let Leicestershire go, think, hang on lads, we've got a little tiny sniff, let's keep attacking and maybe play attacking shots, and more likely to get out if you're doing that than you're just playing for the close.
With the fingers burnt from last week and in such a good position, I mean, if you go out there for 120 balls and Kookaburra ball, get off to a good start, but then thump it around, you know, you could have 150 on the board, couldn't you? Be 500 ahead again, and the game should be out of sight. And of course, this is the ground where there has been record chases in recent years, including between these counties. We saw that match where Hilton Cartwright was bowled, but the bails didn't come off. Remember that one? Harris hitting the winning runs, James Harris.
In goes Robson, drops short. Again, though, it turns and it's pulled in the air for a few feet by... It's almost... I say pulled. He got in position to put it in somewhere into the Milligan Road there. Roman Walker had to adjust as it spun away from him and sort of, again, managed to sort of help it in the end down towards deep mid wicket. Robson steps in, bowls to Wood, who is just working it calmly towards mid-on, realises suddenly that it's Cornwell who's back there deep at long on, and actually there's a single to be taken, and takes the single, moves on to 22, 185 for 9. Partnership 44 now, has exceeded the 42 for the 9th wicket. Robson bowls, Walker is forward, pushing it out into the point area, very slowly though, so Holden can jog across from cover to field without being in danger of an unnecessary concession of a single. Robson tosses that one right up, full toss, pulled around the corner, or swept around the corner almost by Walker, but again didn't try and smash it out of the ground, which must have been a temptation. And Sharma out there on the mid-wicket boundary is able to field comfortably enough. Might just feel he missed out a bit there, Roman Walker. Moves on to 38. Round the wicket goes Robson to Wood, who is forward. It spins back into him. No, says umpire Debenham. It's worth a shout. But looked to turn a little bit, maybe almost too much.
Good stride, wasn't it? From the left-hander, right arm around to the left-hander. Did he get outside the line, or did he go straight down the track and it was missing leg? Outside the line.
Oh, it's hit him outside the line. Yeah. Indeed, didn't quite spin enough. Robson in. Wood leaves. It bounces and turns down the leg side. He makes sure everything is out of the way of it. But there's a bit there for Robson and the wrist, from the wrist.
I think that
which is
leans
hope for tomorrow. Maybe,
exactly. Yeah, I think that
if we
leans
get
to
tomorrow.
bat again, and then put them back in for tomorrow. But yeah, you got quite a job as a leg spinner, right arm around the wicket to get an LBW against a left-hander, haven't you? Especially a tall left-hander who gets in a good stride, but even a diminutive left-hander backing up for that ball to pitch in line. If you're right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, for that ball to pitch in line with off and still be taking leg, unless it's the googly, then there's a fair chance that you're either going to be striking them outside the line of off, and yes, it will go on to hit, or you strike them in line, but it's going to slide down the leg side. Here's De Carey's slipping a short leg, a shortish mid-wicket, and that is Robson. There's a backward square leg, which is Holden for the sweep, as forward goes Walker and pushes back. They're doing a fine job. This was everything that James Taylor spoke about last night, wasn't it? Get in there and bat. We've still got 3 batters, and they've all got jobs to do, and by my goodness me, have they done it. Here goes De Carey's, lots of flight out of the block hole. That's dug out down to mid on a scampering. De Carey's tried to cut it off, but down to helmet goes.
And what you hope it will do, in a way, is quietly inspire the batters when they have to go back in
for
the second
yeah,
innings.
Yeah,
they can take the example of the tail.
Lots of flight once again. This is pushed back to De Carey's. Getting a foot to it, De Carey stops the ball. He then had to scamper after it. In the meantime, Walker and Wood were momentarily.
Yes, and Wood said no, and he was right to say no. Sent him back, the senior man.
De Carey's to Walker. Balls and flatter ball turned to mid-wicket off the back foot by Walker. A dot ball again. 18 minutes to lunch, or 1 wicket, whichever comes first. Poor old chef. He'd be walking up and down now, won't he? Fish pie's getting overcooked. De Carey's balls, and this is eased away into the offside. No run again.
Well, we have to bear in mind that he is catering for a lot of visitors, guests as well, people who've paid.
Oh, so you could be giving them,
so,
they can
so they'll all be
yeah.
getting there, so it's just the players and ourselves and
the players and the riffraff.
And the hangers on.
I had a piece of cake this week, done well. Nor a biscuit. Oh no, I did. I had a biscuit at the hotel.
Friends of Grace Road will be open after lunch.
No, I'm trying to be good.
Get in and nip down and see what they have to offer.
Here's De Carey's, he's in. Bowls and forward goes. Walker pushing into the offside, and there's no. Although I must say they had some delicious afternoon teas going yesterday when I popped down to see Roland Butcher, and then at Stumps, from somewhere I don't know where, but a huge, when we were waiting outside for the interviews, a huge tray of uneaten cake was brought down and back to the kitchen, which I assumed for the bin because it was all fresh cream, and it would have been much good again today. It will look like fresh cream anyway, but platter of uneaten cake slices. It was agony, Richard, agony.
Problem is, I'm in mid-competition season at the moment.
And what's next for you?
There's a triathlon at the castle, Beaver, Belvoir, as it's spelt. And Jonathan Agnew talks about it sometimes. The Beaver, the valley, beautiful. It is just a little bit to the north of us. De Carey's mops his brow.
Tell us more about the Beaver.
It's just a beautiful, Grimthorpe Castle up there on the top, and it takes place all round. That's horribly hilly, and the lake will be a bit shallow, and you can plough through mud sometimes when you're swimming a little bit, but all good fun. Back to Sharma, Navya Sharma. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Sam Wood, who defends on the back foot. And I think the fact that he is now coming on to bowl confirms pretty much everything we've been saying about. It'll now be a case of Middlesex going back in after lunch if the wicket falls, if it ever falls.
Well, you have to say really bad.
Getting another quick 100, 120, 140, something like that, and getting Leicestershire back in after that when the bowlers have had a little bit of a break. Sharma is in and bowls to Wood, who turns him out towards mid-wicket. Cornwell has to run up from mid-on to field, and Wood takes 1. Moves on to 23, partnership 40 46 now, and that is the highest of the innings, I believe. Hill and who would it have been? Travaskis hung around for a while, didn't he? 43. They put on 43 for the... No, Hill and Patel, of course it was. Travaskis out for 3, so it was Hill and Patel put on 43 for the third wicket. In goes Sharma, and Bowles gets a little bit of bounce for the first time for a little while, and well played by Walker. Jerked his head back, managed to keep it down as it ran out towards Higgins in the gully. And of course Wright and Walker put on 42 for the 9th wicket. But now 46 for the 10th is the highest partnership of the innings. 187 for 9. Sharma bowls. Walker again is just jerking his head back, expecting a little bit of extra bounce. He again got on top of it, but Sharma finding something that the other seamers haven't found. And getting appropriate applause and encouragement from his teammates. Still could get his maiden 5 for if he can pick up this last wicket. 4 for 42 his figures at the moment. Runs in and bowls. A genuine bouncer, but it is too short and a little bit leg side as well, and Walker can duck out of the way comfortably enough.
So much chatter out there, which is good to hear. They quietened down for a little bit, didn't they? But Pecker's up again.
So Sharma just finding that little bit of something, hitting the pitch that bit harder. Very straight run for the young man as the sun comes back out. Bowls foolish to Walker, who's steering it out towards point and taking the one. Zafar, great cloud of dust, actually had to dive into the used practice pitch, the end of the used practice pitch, and as a consequence he now has a great big streak of dirt down his back as he rolled in that dust. 188 for 9. Walker taking that one, keeps the strike, moves on to 39. Can they bring up the first 50 partnership of the innings? 47 they have now.
Well, a week after Wantage Road, this will be frustrating now. This is just shy of 100 for the last 2, isn't it? Or was it 42?
42 for the 9th.
So it's 89, the partnership for the last 2 wickets, or the combined partnerships. To Carey, slip and a short leg. Walker's on 39, 50 in sight for himself, of course, as De Carey's steps in from the pavilion end. He bowls, and Walker's forward, pushing into the offside, no run.
Cloud's got a bit heavier, hasn't it? Thankfully.
Yeah,
When the sun is
although we
out,
could do with that
it's
breeze
brutal.
back. As you say, the fans down in the bottom box, we're going to have to bring it back. The fan from the bottom box when...
I think there's 2 in there, so
Is
we'll
there?
sort that out during the lunch interval.
There's a bit of flight, eased into the offside by Walker, no run. Create our own wind tunnel.
The other one's a big one on a pedestal. I just had an image of Dermot sort of taking the big one on a pedestal back to his sticks.
Yeah.
That would, if he thought the hand fan was embarrassing, the tall one would have been.
Yeah. There goes De Carey's. A lot of flight, and this ball's pushed back by Walker. No run. 188 for 9. Deep mid-wicket and long on a back for De Carey's around the wickets. The right-hander, open stance as he has. He's forward, pushing back. Nurdles, nudges that one back.
121 deliveries Walker's faced now.
Up comes Helm from long on. Walker 39. 2 balls to go, the 72nd, trying to keep Wood on strike for Sharma. He carries in. Back goes Walker, right back, and he gets right behind it. But not without a skipped heartbeat for Richard and a few other Leicestershire fans there.
If it had thumped into the pad, it was sort of halfway up middle, wasn't it? It just, as you say, didn't quite turn quickly enough as far as De Caires was concerned. He's impressed me with his accuracy.
Yeah, he's bowled well today. In again, balls and forward goes. Walker, he gets the single just wide, a deploy at mid-off, and they'll be frustrated there. Overthrows, is that? No, De Caires was being a mischief. I think it was backed up by Robson. Gohar came running in, which the mischief was mainly caused to Gohar by De Caires, as he almost pointed out to the boundary, I think, as if to say, it's yours. Trying to fool the batters, was he? You're not allowed to do that, though, are you? Maybe he was just saying...
fake fielding.
Yeah, maybe he was just saying you've got to get the throw back in at the stumps to the fielder in close. 189 for 9. Wood will have strike on 23. No, he won't, because Walker took the single, didn't he? Walker will have strike on 40.
That was a fun little couple of months in county cricket, wasn't it? The fake fielding controversy and changes of regulations.
Well, there was McManus Gate as well, wasn't there? Did Leicestershire get done by McManus? Did you?
Did they ever? That was still one of the... Actually, genuinely one of the worst things I've ever seen on a cricket field. In goes Sharma, bounce, and almost takes the outside edge. And once again, the young pacer gets something out of the pitch that nobody else seems to be able to manage. That was, yeah. Try not to talk about that because it still shocks me, really.
Yeah. Middlesex had one as well.
Against...
We'll talk about it at lunch.
Oh,
McManus.
Really? Oh, well, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that young man has, yeah. Sharma in, bowls. Maybe slightly slower ball, may have held that back a touch. Anyway, Walker got forward on off stump and covered it out towards Holden. Higgins beginning to warm up again, maybe have an over or two before lunch, which now is only 9 minutes away and will be only 9 minutes away, or less if the wicket falls. 189 for 9. Leicestershire have battled this morning. You expect them to, as Sharma is in and bowls and pushed by Walker out to mid-on. No, he says, having taken a step or two down the pitch. So you expect them to, but nonetheless it is reassuring. They had a bad day yesterday, but as James Taylor said, well, they haven't had many in the Championship this season. They haven't had many sort of over the last season and a half, really. This group of players that have a lot of spirit, fighting spirit. As in goes Sharma and bowls. Bouncer gets that one a little bit wrong and down on his haunches is Walker as it goes over his protruding rear end and goes down to Cracknell behind the stumps. One ball away, lads, shouts Cracknell. Undeniably. Well, it's undeniable that that is the case in terms of ending the innings. Partnership 48 though now. Sharma bowls, Walker defends on off stump. Umpire Debenham wanders out and tells Navya Sharma, you are getting very close to following through on the line of the stumps. And he wanders out and does that gesture umpires sometimes do with sort of two hands held parallel. Just move across in your follow through. Make sure that foot isn't landing on the line of off stump. We do have a left-hander at the crease, remember. Runs in and bowls. Walker defends out towards gully. Holden runs across to his right, fields and throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Wood had gone nowhere. End of the over even. Sharma's 13, still got wonderful figures, 4 for 43. 73 overs have been bowled in the innings, so that is a little bit of consolation of sorts for Middlesex. If the wicket doesn't fall in the next 7, they will have the option of taking another new ball. But I suspect at the start of the day, what was it, 98 for 8?
Yes.
Leicestershire would have taken 189 for 9.
Or was it 99 for 8? Was it?
It's 103 for 8 at the actual close.
Oh, they did. They got
Close of
4,
play,
didn't
so
they?
Walker
Yeah.
had a 3 and Wright a 0 off
Yeah.
11, so there must have been an extra in there as well.
Ryan Higgins places to Careys.
86 for 1 off the session so far.
One slip.
I thought De Carey's
And a
bowled really
gully.
nicely, actually.
He did. But Deploy clearly wanting to roll the overs around. Short leg goes down as well as this ball's onto the pads, clipped to mid-wicket, a cry of catch, but it's short of the number 10 Cracknell, who tumbles to his left. So Wood on 23. He, I say survives. He didn't survive because he didn't offer a chance, did he? But
Was in the air for a few feet.
yeah, momentary scare for
Short
him.
leg might have thought he might have been in the
Cor-
game there.
It's Cornwell, all right. He seems to be stretching out a bit there now, doesn't he?
It is jarred, isn't he? I think, as he, even on the nice grassy bit of the square, it's probably pretty hard. It
Damn
is
it.
pretty hard.
Dermot and I was stiffening up yesterday, even after the stairs, and then my adductor was getting tight. Left adductor after the stairs in the heat yesterday. Hydrated well though. Here's Higgins in bowls and leg side. That's away for 4. Leg buys.
50 partnership. Brilliant.
And
stuff.
yes. So consecutive weeks, first innings, 50 partnerships for the final wicket for the Oppo for Middlesex.
Wood, 23 of them. So he has more than played his part, number 11. I don't know, was who's who I don't think was a thing when Dermot was playing. Well, I'd love to have seen Dermot's entry in it.
What's the best question in there that you'd like to have seen answered from Dermot? Here's Higgins in bowls, leg side again. Across comes Cracknell and there's no run. Yeah, what are the questions? What are the is it the same question for
Well,
everybody, or do they get a
No, they do.
choice?
It's a long list of questions though, and the who's who then sort of select
the best ones.
theoretically the best answers.
What would be your best question for Dermot then, if you were still playing?
The most entertaining, really.
Yeah.
Well, things like what do you like about, what's the best thing about county cricket or the worst thing about county cricket? Something along those lines would I'm sure he would encourage a lively response. All change in the field, leg gully's gone in now, and short mid wicket.
Yeah, surrounding Wood. Before the interval, around the wicket comes Higgins, and that's flayed over the lot of them for 4 over mid-wicket. A cry of catch. Holden was the fielder at short mid-wicket. It was long gone and over his head even before he threw up the hands. They wouldn't have been close to getting hold of it either. It was a sweet pickup. And it's 197 for 9.
Thinking batting bonus point.
Well, I
It's
know.
53 away, but who knows?
It really should still start at 200, shouldn't it, the batting bonus point?
Just right now, I'd probably agree with you, but it's more obviously from Leicestershire's point of view about trying to save the 8 for the draw.
Higgins bowls and a no ball called. 199, and they run a single straight of a wide mid off. They're going to run 2.
It'll run down the slope.
So it's 201 for 9. 200 up. 2 for the no ball and 2 for the runs. Wood 29, Walker 40. One for 31 from 13.4 for Higgins. Come on, Higgo. There's the cry from somewhere. All up on a single bar, long leg, 4 close catches, 4 go down. As this was short and hooked and over the keeper at top edge, well over. Cracknell, it races. It was got in a flash that before he could even throw up a hand. And 205 for 9. The frustration continues for Middlesex. And well, Leicestershire, you said about dangling a carrot at Middlesex. They may well be forcing Middlesex to dangle the carrot with what they're doing. Middlesex will want to leave themselves 4 sessions to try and win this match. I can't imagine if they do go past tee, it'll be much past tee with the bat. We'll have to work out when tee's adjusted to with this 1:30 finish now as Higgins is in. Bowls and Wood nicks him and he's gone. Well, there'd have been one more over before lunch. That wouldn't have been lunch. We've just ticked to 29 now. That was the last delivery of Higgins' 14th over. Nicked through to Cracknell, and Wood goes for a fine 33, a partnership of 64, 33 from 68 deliveries. And as good as that 64-run partnership, it's the 129 balls faced by Walker, the 68 by Wood. Walker's on 40. They've nipped it away down to 3-2-9, the deficit. And the last 2 wickets have added 106. So they have more than doubled the Leicestershire total, which is an extraordinary and remarkable achievement. And is going to make it a fair old thought process for Middlesex now. I doubt the follow-on, I very much doubt the follow-on will be enforced. But equally, whatever the declaration is, I think they'll have it in mind that, well, Leicestershire perhaps have made it a little bit difficult for themselves with the ball on the first day and obviously with the collapse yesterday. But they've shown there's plenty of fight in that side, which we knew already.
5 catches for Joe Cracknell in the innings, so a little fifer for the keeper. Middlesex, well, we won't, I'm sure, get the announcement straight away as to whether they do enforce a follow-on, but we think it most unlikely. Right, we shall go and try our fish pipe. And we will be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. That's Dermot Reeve, Kevin Hand and myself, Richard Ray, in around about sort of 38 minutes' time. Out comes the heavy roller. Boo! 205 all out. Back with you soon.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much foxes, they are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the foxes, they are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the foxes, they are fighting hard.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Grace Road, where the news is Middlesex have enforced the follow-on. So, back out onto the breach once more for the bowlers in this sticky heat as it is today. Not quite the breeze of yesterday. We've got the fan on in the commentary box to keep us cool, and boy, we're going to need it. Even just that walk back from the lunchroom, we could feel the temperature had gone up a fair bit, and the fish pie that we were carrying on the way back with us as well. But yeah, sticky afternoon. Not the breeze of yesterday here at Wantage Road, but not the heat, but not the breeze. So a stickier day, but the bowlers have clearly decided, because I dare say the bowlers probably would have had the deciding say in this. I'm Kevin Hand, Dermot Reeves alongside me. There are 59 overs remaining today, with the potential of an extra half hour, of course. That would be another 8 overs on top, which would be 67 for the day. But Leicestershire trail by 329, and here's Tom Helm to begin the innings. He's right arm over the wicket, 2 slips in a gully in place for Patel, and Helm gets a leading edge all along the floor to cover. That, Dermot Reeve will enthuse them straight away.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision that they haven't forced to follow on, because you know they have had a whole session out there in the heat, and they only got 2 wickets, and the session was over 2 hours, being how well that 9, 10 and 11 for Leicestershire played and were pretty untroubled. So I don't think the Leicestershire batsmen will mind the fact that they're at the crease having a bat.
Helms in, bowls to Patel, who leaves alone outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes, there's no run. Yeah, it was so difficult. I mean, we gave so many varying factors as to what might influence the decision. That was what was going through in terms of that grass that's on the top, the cracks underneath. Are they showing any indication, or lines as I'm told they are underneath, are they showing any signs of becoming cracks and opening up at all? One of the things that was on my mind was the grass. That grass isn't going to get any greener tomorrow, so are they thinking the best crack for the seamers? Have another go on it now and then over to the spinners. As Helms in, bowls, and that's a lovely line of length again. It's left alone by Patel.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily because a wicket, say, is green. The grass is green. Maybe that implies, it's got a bit more moisture in the actual grass than if it's brown grass.
Yep.
But you can play on some pitches, and you know the grass is pretty tufty, but it's brown and it's thick.
Yeah.
And the ball will seam. You know, places like Chelmsford. You know, you're looking at it. It's not green, but it's nipping all over the place. But
Helm past the umpire, he bowls full of ball and in good position to play that one. Patel eases to back on point.
Shouldn't the grass be growing as the days goes on, like a putting green? You know.
Yes.
So I don't think there'll be any less grass on it tomorrow.
They're able to give it a trim. They're able to give it a trim though, aren't they? In the morning. They're allowed to give it a trim, aren't they? Do they have to keep it at the same?
They can. Yeah, it's meant to be kept at the same level, so they probably do give it a cut and mark in the morning. But well, it's a positive. It's a positive decision that Defoy has decided.
Helm in, bowls a beaut past the edge of Patel. This is a good start from Helm, isn't it? On the money every ball so far. That's where he wants to leave it, bringing Patel forward.
Yeah, and you have to think that, you know, 3 wickets in a session isn't asking too much of your bowlers, and on this pitch there's enough movement and enough spit that you should be picking up 3 wickets in a session. Yeah. So unless all the luck goes the way of the batsman, or the batsmen play incredibly well, Middlesex are in the pound seat.
Helms in, bowls, and Patel he's into the offside and there's no run. End of the opening over. Budinger will have strike, 0 for 0, following on 3-2-9 behind. Yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it. 3 in this session, 3 in the evening, 6 down overnight, and come back and finish it off tomorrow. I mean, they'd love to finish it off today, wouldn't they? But you know, as you said, we mustn't get too far ahead of ourselves. Well, but in this session,
you know, the first session was definitely Leicestershire's session, but they're so far behind in the game that it's still Middlesex absolutely in the pound seat. You know, they're 330 ahead, Middlesex. So, you know, if they have to work really hard for 110 overs to get the 10 wickets, you know, even if Leicestershire make 400, then Middlesex might just, you know, have a little chase on the after tea tomorrow to get 50 or 70. It's still hugely in Middlesex's favour.
I guess with a fair bit of batting as they have, it's not as strong a batting lineup as they had last week, having lost Roland Jones and Holman this week, lost Roland Jones to illness and Holman not selected. It's still a fair batting lineup though, and one of the better batting lineups that Middlesex have had in the entire 21 seasons I've been covering them, Dermot. I had this conversation with a few people, and it is regarded, especially bearing in mind there's a certain fella called Kane Williamson they've got to get into this side for the next championship game.
Well, it's Cornwell from the far end, and that's short and outside off something left alone, and deploys quite defensive here. They got the new ball, and it's not going to do much for long, and we've only got 2 slips in the gully. We've actually got an offside sweeper for Budinger, who did take a couple of boundaries off the first over he faced yesterday, and gets the full toss on this occasion and blocks it out to extra cover. Didn't quite pick that up, but Cornwell has the ability to bowl a wicket taking delivery. He's fast medium, can get a little bit of swing away from the left-handers. He's tall, gets a bit of bounce, he's of decent pace, but we've got sweepers back both sides at the moment, and one of them is into play now, but it won't stop it from being a 2. And Budinger is off the mark and away with a couple. And I think that was Max Holden on the offside boundary there, sweeping up.
Yeah. He'll be looking to get out there and get some runs again.
Has a very languid body language about
he does,
doesn't he? The way he strolls around. Budinger defends his full ball out to extra cover. There's oohs and ahs because there might have been a bit of late swing. But there's also a deep backward or deep square on the leg side, which that's the man I wouldn't have at the minute. I'd have him at a 5th slip. I just think you've got to have that extra catch. 2 slips in a gully when you're facing a brand new ball and you need wickets. You want to bowl full and get them driving. I'd have an extra slip as Budinger plays this one down to deep fine leg, and they're looking for 2 and they're taking it on, and he'll have to hurry, and he has hurried. Wasn't a great throw. He's not a great fielder, is Sharma. Takes a long time after he picks the ball up to actually get rid of it.
You were one of the finest county captains, so what kind of captain were you? Did you have a clear, you're looking at the field there and weighing it up, did you have lieutenants that were in your ear, or were you a brains trust captain, or did you have a clear vision yourself?
I'll get back to that as Budinger lets this outswinger go through to Cracknell. No, I think I was pretty clear vision. I did say that to my team, if you got something to add, Nick Knight was good, for example, and Roger Twos. If you've got any ideas, anything going on that you think might help the team, you have to share it with me. You have to come up to me on the field and share it. If you don't, at that point you're playing for the opposition. I don't want to hear at the end of the day, "Oh, Skip, I think we should have had a 3rd man, but we never did for the match." So it was a environment where sharing your cricket thoughts and share them with me on the field, and I'd always go, "Yep, great, thanks for that," but I might not do it, but point taken.
Yeah.
But I was very much, I'd always captain in my own head anyway when I wasn't captain, and I think that's what perhaps some quite natural captains are. But in terms of being inventive or unorthodox with field placement, so on, I think I was just trying to win every ball.
His helm in bowls, a full delivery defended by Patel into the onside.
The hard thing with cricket in the field is keeping the energy up, keeping the spirit up on a hard day like this, a hot day. If I brought in having a team laugh, right, to try and relax us and just have some fun. if the opposition put on 100, I would go and the clap. They go, oh, they put on 100, and we'd all have a little bit of a laugh. And the opposition probably thought we were nuts.
Helms in, bowls, is left alone outside of the off stump, shapes away from Patel. Good tumbling stop by Cracknell.
But it was just designed to have, to make us relax and have a bit of fun. And Roger Twos every now and again would do an Akabusi impression. He'd run at the end of the over, hurdling imaginary hurdles, and we'd all have a laugh. Or we actually had an imaginary football that we would pass around the field, and if you had the ball, you had to chirp. You had to be going, come on the Bears, and then you'd pass it to someone else who took over the vocals.
Here's Helm in. Oh, a late leave by Patel outside off, through it goes.
And then we'd pass it to Gladstone, and Gladstone would turn around and boot it out the stadium. And everyone would laugh at that, because Glad didn't quite like the idea. But it was all designed just to have a bit of fun while you're out there, show that togetherness.
Yeah.
And if anybody dropped a catch, the first voice I wanted to hear was the bowler.
Right.
I wanted to hear the bowler going, don't worry, Don, we'll drop him, catch the next one, buddy. It's okay.
Yep. Helms in, bowls, and forward goes Patel, and this is pushed to cover and there's no run. Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, isn't it? Because I always do wonder, you just think...
There's no worse feeling in cricket when you drop a catch out there.
Exactly.
And if it all goes quiet, and people start folding their arms, and the captain takes his cap off, throws it on the floor, or you then feel, oh, I don't want the ball to come to me now. I don't want to make another mistake.
Yeah.
So you're not wanting the ball. And you've got to, all the time out there in the field, be expecting every ball to come to you.
Helms in, he bowls, just full of length, it's left alone. Wide outside the off stump again.
That's why I got so annoyed with Tom Helm down at long off, who had
he's
having a drink, and he was still holding on to the drinks bottle while Gohar was bowling.
The one that what I pick up on from that is, from the bowler's perspective, as difficult as it may be, and we've all been there, a catch is put down, you have that angry response, don't you, when one goes down off your bowling. What is more likely to happen if a chance goes back to that fielder, if you have that response? What's more likely to happen if you do exactly what you just pointed out? So here's Helm in, bowls, and forward goes Patel. Solid defence into the offside, and there's no run. If you give that fielder the response that you've just mentioned, they are more likely to catch the next one than they are if you just had the angry response.
I remember Alan Donald bowling against England, and Boucher dropped a catch off Atherton. Glove one, and Boucher dived and dropped it, and Alan Donald clapped his hands at Boucher and went, "Never mind, buddy. Don't worry." And it was a moment I thought, wow, well, he's learnt that at Warwick. He's learnt that with us, with the Bears.
Really?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
That was a bit of a non-negotiable.
Did Boucher put Atherton down before or after the glove to Boucher that he held, and Atherton stood his ground? I can't imagine Donald was that enthused afterwards.
No. As Budinger plays this off the back foot, it rolls out towards Gully for another dot. Cornwell starting his second over from the Bennett end.
Indeed, because that look on Donald's face, it's just one of those that's imprinted on your mind, isn't it? The look on Donald's face when Atherton wasn't given.
Yeah. It's a little leg side glove, wasn't it? They used to have some good.
Was it the leg side glove, the drop? Was the other one? The other one was outside off, wasn't it? I think. Was it? I can't. I just remember the look on Donald's face.
30 years ago, as Budinger tucks this off his pads nicely to deep square leg for a single.
This one's moved at such a pace we barely had time to have a chat about any. But recall, give us a little bit, Lara.
The best player,
I mean, come on, captain in Lara, hey.
Well, I didn't have to do much. He wasn't out there with him, but batting, he just made it look so easy, county cricket. He just turned up and went 100, 100, 100.
Yeah.
Had
you ever seen anything the like? Was there anything even remotely close to Lara in your opinion?
I think I say that Lara was the best player that because I was seeing him every day as well.
Yeah.
But no, he was a fantastic batsman. As Patel is on strike to Cornwell and blocks that back down the wicket, but I will let you know that Lara was the toughest man I ever had to captain, though.
Well, that's what I ask. Yeah. That's what I say. Go on, tell us.
It's You know, he was a bit tired. He was scoring.
Save
he
it
wanted
for
to
the
turn up late. He wanted to turn up. He turned up half an hour after everyone else did. Which, when you're captain, you want to have a team talk.
Yeah.
You know, that's not ideal. So, well played by Patel, who pushes forward and off a good line of length, blocks it out to cover. So there were things I wasn't happy about with that in the season of, 1994.
Yeah.
Where
was it only 1 year?
We win 3 trophies. We won 3 trophies and lost the final of the 4th. It's probably the most successful season in the history of county cricket.
Yep.
But, between you and me, it was probably my most unenjoyable season because of the energy between myself and Brian wasn't right on a daily basis. As Rishi Patel lets this one go past through to Cracknell outside the off stump.
Did he only have 1 season with you, Lara? I thought it was more. Was it only 1 year?
Yeah, he only had that one when I was captain, and then the following year, Alan Donald came back, and Alan was told, "You've only got 1 year. Then we're going back to Brian." And that year, without Lara, we won the championship again, actually with a better percentage win rate.
Yeah.
Donald was top of the national averages. I was second, and for me that was a really enjoyable season. As this is played off the pads out to deep square leg by Rishi Patel, who looks a very fine batsman, and he will keep the strike.
But that's always the fine balance with genius, isn't it? Genius often comes with a great... I mean, you listen to, a football analogy, Eric Cantona. Basically, whatever Cantona wanted to do... Now, the hairdryer treatment was for everybody else apart from Cantona. Including that night when he did the Kung Fu kick at Crystal Palace. Even that night, everybody else got the hairdryer. And apparently, according to the players, that you hear them now, because, of course, it's 30 years later and the stories come out, don't they?
Yeah.
So Ferguson apparently turns to Cantona and said, "Eric, you can't go around doing that, lad," and then just continued hair drying the rest of them. But that's the Maverick's not the right word. It is genius, isn't it? Cantona was, Lara clearly was.
I'll let you know a little interesting one that I was just told yesterday, which I hadn't heard of. That was told me by Claude Henderson, who's the director of cricket here at Leicestershire, when we were having a chat.
Yeah.
When he was playing for Wolverhampton, Bob Woolmer asked him to come down and bowl to the Warwickshire players.
Helms in, 2 slips in a gully, bowls, and Patel forward, defence to point.
And he remembers overhearing a conversation in the nets with Lara and Woolmer, where Lara said to Woolmer, "You stop teaching them all these little premeditated dinks and paddles and reverses.
Yeah.
Teach them just to hit it straight down the ground. That's the right way to play." And Woolmer said, "I'm thinking of the future, Brian, and wanting batsmen to become 360 players." And Claude Henderson remembers it vividly. So, Brian had his ideas on the game.
Yeah.
And he didn't probably have to reverse sweepers that good.
Here's Helm bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. Well, they often say that the greatest players don't make the greatest coaches because they find it so difficult to understand how the other players can't do what they can do.
So the season we win 3 out of 4 trophies, and you look at the stats at the end of the year, the only stat that really stood out, say with our success in one-day cricket, was how well we played opposition spinners compared to how they played our spinners. We faced 7 overs less of spin in one-day cricket. We scored 238 runs more.
Wow.
At over 40 per wicket lost.
Helm bowls, forward goes Patel, defends this time in front of cover.
Like Roger Tews didn't get out to a spinner all season and scored at over 6 and over. So we took opposition spinners for nearly 6.
Yeah.
And our spinners went at 3.6.
Yeah.
Neil Smith and Richard Davis. And what we had started to work as a team was premeditating shots where they would get the ball where there are no fielders, and then they have to block that off, and then you've got nice easy single square of the wicket. So that was the one. We didn't play opposition seamers in one-day cricket as well as our seamers were playing.
Helm just short of a length onto the hip of Patel, down to long legs, singles taken. Sharma does the fielding, 7 without loss. 2 to come of the over.
And I had a bust up in the changing room. We actually lost against Worcester in a 40-over game where we got off to a great start. I think chasing 160. We were maybe 100 for 1 or none off 10 overs. And Brian went out and he had a net. He had a net because we had a final coming up. And him and Paul Smith, I think they allowed Richard Illingworth to bowl like 8 overs for 5.
Yeah.
or 3, something like that. There was no one at 45 for the little dink, or no one there for the reverse sweep. And the run rate crept up a bit, and we ended up losing the match. And I just said in the change room afterwards, I never want us on a good wicket against a spinner ever to have a spinner bowl at 8 overs to 5.
Helm, 2 slips of gully, a short leg going down. He bowls a bumper underneath it. Budinger wants to come of the over.
Brian went, you lost us the game when you came into bat. You didn't get me on strike. And you were asking the umpire how many left in the over. And I'm thinking, yeah, I know, I always do that, because not to get one off the last ball, but because
match awareness.
I've still got a chance to get a boundary. And, what it showed me was, and Dominic Costa was going, why don't we put Asif in number 3? It's his benefit match. It was against Worcester. It's his benefit match. Why don't we give Asif a bat? He was already thinking the game's won when we still needed another 60.
Helm's in, bowls, it's edged, and it's taken at second slip. There's the first wicket. Budinger nicks off. Helm's bowled beautifully here, I have to say. That was the last ball of his 3rd over. Right arm over to the left-hander. Lovely line and length. Classic Helm, the best of Helm. And on a length, taken at second. Comfortable enough catch. I'm pretty sure it was De Carey's. It may have been Deploy. I'll confirm in a moment. But 7 for 1, and Middlesex, having enforced the follow-on, have their breakthrough at the end of the 5th over. Patel still there, 2 from 20. Budinger 10 balls faced for his 5, or indeed was that? Yes, that was his 10th. And Helm, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1, and that tells you how well Helm has started, because as Patel and Budinger showed in the first innings, they're not there to let a bowler bowl at them.
Well, an excellent start by Middlesex, and people talk about a regulation slip catch. They're thinking that it's easy. No slip catch is really easy. You're not that far away from the edge, and it's a bowler bowling 80 miles an hour, but it was an edge that went at a nice height, but was well taken by De Carey's off Helm, and Middlesex have their first wicket with only 7 on the board in Leicestershire's second innings.
So Travaskis comes out at 3. It was De Carey's. They've shelled a few this year, Middlesex, quite a few in the slips and all round. Robson at slip, one of the safest pairs of hands going.
But you're saying he put a few down this year.
First little Sam was born this year, sometime around May. He had a couple of games off, and game before as well, just to make sure, go on, your head's not there, go and have this week off as well. But he put quite a few down before and after. Leas Deploy is usually at second slip, which is why I was hesitating, but Leas has showed quite a few this year, and including one in that run chase at Wantage Road at the start last week, and that was a costly one as well. But that was the end of the over, 7 for 1. So yes, as comfortable a catch as we can say, and they're never that comfortable, but straight to him, well held.
As Rishi Patel lets his delivery from Cornwell go through to the keeper, outside off stump, not enticing him to play at that ball, but excellent start by Middlesex. Just rearrange my microphone slightly.
Your mic had slipped down. It melted under the heat. It melted down.
So we've got a short leg, 2 slips in a gully, and we've also got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So this is short and outside off stump and left alone again by Rishi Patel. He's 2 off 22 deliveries, so a very watchful start by a man who, in my eyes, made a very high-class 51 in the first innings. He looked untroubled and just played the ball on its merits and showed an excellent technique. He does look a really good young player. And he's facing Cornwell, running in left arm over from the Bennett end. This one's short, it's a bouncer, and Rishi Patel just ducks under it. No problem at all to get out the way. It was that short, and the ball goes through to Cracknell, who's in full voice. He looks quite a good cheerleader out there, and
yeah,
the wicketkeeper he's a bit like, he's like the conductor, that you have in an orchestra. He should be the one who's keeping up the chirp, keeping up the team spirit. And Patel on the strike again, and this lets this one go through the Cracknell. That was outside off.
Well, it's interesting because John Simpson was the Middlesex keeper for so many years, now the Sussex captain. But he's quite a quiet keeper, but he is now the Sussex captain.
Right.
So, yeah, interesting move for Sussex. And it's gone well because he got promoted last year from Division 2 and now...
Well, sometimes it's hard to get players to be vocal because they feel a bit shy, or that's why if you have that imaginary football, you kick it to them and they have to.
Yeah.
They've got to chirp. They've got to take over the chirp.
Yeah.
As Cornwell is in, and this is a good delivery. It hits Rishi Patel on the thigh pad as he was just playing it one-handed in the end, and it swung back or nipped back into him. But the other thing as a captain to do is, you know, I did it with, say, a young lad, Dominic Ostler, when he came into the team. And I'd tee him up beforehand and say, I'm going to come and ask you a couple of things during this team meeting. And he might have been a bit nervous about that, but, you know, I would try and make the young guys feel important and welcome by, you know, getting them to speak up in a team meeting. Cornwell comes in, past the umpire, bowls now. It's full and well played by Rishi Patel. A little late block, but the ball runs off the face of the bat and doesn't find gully, so it goes down to third man, but not enough pace to take it for 4, but he picks up a comfortable 2, and that's the end of Cornwell's third over. 3 overs, none for 8. But Tom Helms, the one he's asked a lot of questions this match with the ball. Got himself a few runs as well. He's not out.
I say he's a good bat.
He's had a good game.
He's a good bat, and this is a good sign as well for Middlesex. Mercer, the bowling coach, now retired a couple of years ago. Roland Jones, absent through illness for this match. Helm is very much the senior man, and he's looking every bit of it, and that's what Middlesex need. They need him to really grab hold of that mantle now as senior seamer as he is, 31 years of age. He'll be desperate to get that average down that we've been talking about. He's Helm setting off his 4th over, 1 for 1 with 2 maidens. And his right arm over now to Travaskis, who leaves alone a length ball outside off. 9 for 1. All Helmy. Here's the cry.
It's you know, you can break the game down and make it quite simple, and because it happens one ball at a time. So, you know, Tom, don't get too far in your head about how many wickets you want at the end of the season. I was never a goal setter. It was just, I'm going to make sure I'm in the right emotional place every single ball, whether that's with my chirp or shining the ball or bowling.
Helm bowls a length ball. It's left alone by Travaskis.
You know, you do see some sides that you can see them get deflated. You can see in a run chase they think they're going to lose because the opposition are chasing the runs and they're getting them easily, and they've only lost 4 wickets, and you know that's a great time for a hat trick. Come on, give us a hat trick, Alan, or give us that. You know, and you've got to have that, keep that attitude, and basically that fight every single ball. I think there was a Middlesex Worcester 2020 match that was extraordinary at the end of it.
Helms in, bumper through to the keeper. Travaskis
to win one season when I think it might have been, I don't know who it was. One of the sides needed, you know, 4 to win or 2 to win, and they were 7 down, and they lost 3 for none. Because the bowler just ran up and bowled Yorkers and got it right, and you know, in a game that you think, well, that's gone, pretty much gone, or there's one hit away, or so it's never over to that. And you've got to have that attitude. If you're out there with the bat, you're just going to still be there at the end of the day.
Helms in, bowls, inside edge from Travaskis, rolls down the pad into the offside. That sounds like the Middlesex side of the 80s, all right? Wayne Daniel could have been the bowler for one like that. How much did moving it to Middlesex, how much of that Middlesex side did you face when you first at Sussex?
Yeah, Wayne and I were good buddies. I would have the occasional drink with Wayne Daniel in the Crown, round the corner from Lords. But you know, I was an MCC young cricketer watching.
Oh, of course,
Wayne Daniel.
I
was on the ground stuff with Neil Williams and Norman Cowans.
Yeah,
who then got signed by Middlesex.
Helm in bowls. Oh, and swaying inside that one, Travaskis. And so I
think Tuffers was there my last year. I got signed in June by Sussex, but you know there was some good. Jamie Sykes off spinner, I think.
Yeah.
He played, got taken on by Middlesex
Yeah.
at one point.
Yep.
Yeah, but they really got the
Sykes
pick.
and Tufnell.
They got the pick of the.
Nearly as notorious as Topley and Rees.
Toppers was on the ground staff with me. He got taken on by Essex, and Mark Felton went to Surrey. Richard Doughty, who was a keeper, got signed by Yorkshire as a bowler.
Helm bowls, and that pops a little off the splice. It falls away into the offside, and there's no run.
But
9 for 1.
Just finishing my point on, you know, whether it's a T20 game, like one-day game, or a 4-day game,
Yeah.
they all those games happen one ball at a time. So your intent as a batter can change. You can decide, like A.B. de Villiers, who is an amazing one-day batsman, just about the best ever T20 batsman. You know, he's a fantastic test batsman. But when South Africa needed him just to stay there, doesn't matter how many runs you get, just don't get out. He showed that even with all that qualities I've got and all the shots I can play, I'm just going to late block and you're not going to get me out. And he batted like a whole day for 20. As Cornwell continues, and that's a good short one, rising up at Rishi Patel's armpit. Somehow he lets it go, but very close to the bat and the glove, showing that he can also get the ball to climb, as did Sharma from that end yesterday when he picked up those 4 wickets. He got 2 with short balls, not dissimilar to that one.
We'll get Richard in at the end of the over to replace me after 8 at the start of this innings. You can recall a few matches with Leicestershire over the years with Richard, but
Cornwell's in, and this is down the leg side, and that's just a poor delivery that passes harmlessly to the wicketkeeper. I mean, occasionally you get batsmen go, oh, that's wide of leg, and they have a little waft at it and get a little tickle to the keeper. Then they think they're unlucky. But Rishi Patel did have a little flick at it. You'd be best served just to let it go, just like you would if it's a foot wide of off stump and you let it go. If you get one a foot outside leg, let it go. Don't try and glance it. He's standing upright at the crease, has his bat held up, and that one is played for 4. That one is closer in on the pads, but just outside leg, and that one he did play a very good leg glance, and he got 4 runs for it. So that was a good shot off another poor ball from Cornwell, who you'd have to say has been a little bit erratic with his line and length.
so you saw the Wayne Daniel side, Jeff Thompson. You saw the 12 internationals.
Vincent
There was-
van der Bijl.
Yeah.
Vincent van der Bijl bowling. You know, I watched Brearley captain with Edmonds and Embry. You know, Roland Butcher fielding. There was short leg and silly point, Clive Radley. But they'd have men out on the boundary as well, as Patel defends this to cover for a dot ball. And it's misfielded. And they're going to get back for 2.
Go hard, I think it is. Let's let that one go.
Yeah.
And a young Gat, I assume, would have been.
Gat,
Might not have
yeah.
been that young actually at that point.
Will Slack was opening the batting with Graham Barlow when I think I was working the scoreboards, or in the, you know, we're talking about the very early 80s.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Middlesex were probably the best team in the country. I think there was Mike Selvey was the medium pacer putting it on a spot.
Yeah.
But I always sort of followed Middlesex and saw the changes that they made with different players coming in at certain times. Keith Brown, who was another one on the ground staff with me, and he got taken on by Middlesex, ended up with the gloves, bounced and went to Kent. Great hard-working cricketer, Keith Brown, as Rishi Patel faces up and defends it with the full face, back to the bowler. And they think it's over, but the scoreboard is saying there's still 1 ball left, and so is the umpires. Well, one umpire is. The other umpire's jogged across past the stumps, and he's gone out to cover now. He's gone to square cover to umpire the last ball. Probably so he can keep an eye on whether there's going to be 3 men behind square on the leg side. So Cornwell's in, last ball of the over, short, and Rishi Patel sways out of the way. It's a dot, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and Rishi Patel moves on to 10. 10 off 32 balls. Travaskis yet to score, but Middlesex did pick up an early wicket with a new ball. And it's 8 overs gone, and Leicestershire 15 for 1 in their second innings. This partnership worth 8.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon,
everybody.
Richard.
Sun comes back out to greet me. Temperatures go up by about 60 degrees. Helm round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Travaskis, who sort of walks into a defensive press. Struggled a little bit. Well, he wasn't the only one by any stretch of the imagination in the first innings. Liam Travaskis promoted up to 3, normally goes in about 7. Well, hasn't played that much this season against the red ball, that is. And by the time he gets his chance in the white ball, there isn't usually more than a couple of overs left. Big job to do today for Travaskis. Is he up to it? Round the wicket goes Helm, bowls to him, not with shots like that he isn't, because that was wide, it bounced wider, and Travaskis on the front foot. It wasn't really a percentage shot,
No,
so
it
flicked at a wide one.
It was a slightly quicker ball from Helm, but it was so
bat.
wide of off stump that you're not in control of it if you're trying to cut that away, and there was no footwork, and he just flashed his bat at it, and it was a bit like one of those, sometimes you get a full toss and you think, oh, it's a full toss, I have to hit it.
Yeah.
Because it's a bad ball.
Got away with it. Remains on 0 off 8 balls. Helm is in again, bowls fuller this time. That's a better shot because he gets out to the pitch of the ball and drives it away to the cover boundary for 4. It was a genuine half volley. It was a little bit wide, but he managed to reach across and get on top of it.
Yeah, it was nicely put away. In his first innings, when he came, and he got a few like that, but he hit the fielder, and he was on 0 for quite a long time, and you felt, you're finally in the middle of your bat, you're looking okay, but you're still on 0 somehow. But on this occasion, the half volley got pushed through the covers. There's a backward point and a mid-off, so it's a big gap there that probably to tempt him to try and hit it and find an edge.
Helm back over the wicket. Again, bowls very full, straight-ish though. Travaskis on the front foot blocks it firmly back down the pitch to Tom Helm, who takes it on the jump as it bounces back up towards him.
Because it is likely to be the ball that is drivable that will induce the edge. It's that length, that's the attacking length, which is, sometimes you give yourself the offside sweeper, so if they do hit it, they only get a 1, but you're bowling an attacking length. You're giving the ball time to swing, and you're inducing, hopefully, a false shot.
Helm bowls short down the leg side and just bobbed at the knees there. Travaskis probably didn't need to, as it was a bit leg side. Instinctive, though, obviously, is to duck. He remains on 4, 19 for 1. The deficit still hefty.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a technical term for 310 runs. Hefty. 50 overs and 1 delivery left today. Obviously 96 or thereabouts tomorrow. So plenty of overs left to Middlesex to pick up these 9 remaining wickets. And if necessary, score a few runs themselves. Helm bowls straight-ish to Travaskis. Perhaps a mere suggestion of a shape back in, but the left-hander compact behind it, pushing the ball on the front foot out into the on-side end of the 9th over.
I mean, Middlesex are absolutely in the pound seat and in control of the game, but today they have only taken 3 wickets, and they have wasted a lot. They've overdone the short ball. All the bowlers have bowled a lot of short stuff that hasn't got them a wicket today at all. The batsmen have just been getting out of the way, and there was 1 in that over from Helm there. There's been a few by Cornwell also. So it's not necessarily a ploy that has worked for them today. It did work for Sharma yesterday.
It did.
And I think the other seamers have thought, right, but they've just probably popped a few too many in short and got away from that attacking line and length. As Cornwall starts his 5th over, and this is played to square leg for a single by confident-looking Rishi Patel, who jogs down to the other end. And there was a change in the field before that delivery to Patel, and a man came into a fine leg gully as well as the short leg. So they're thinking, or they're having the idea of attacking Rishi Patel's leg stump, hoping he's going to flick to the leg side. Quite often a shot that as a batsman, if it's full and it's sort of there on leg stump, you can't help yourself but flick it to sort of square leg. And it's brought Travaskis on to strike. 2 slips in a gully, and this is another short one, and he just ducks it, and it goes through harmlessly to the wicketkeeper. Cracknell.
I suppose the other thing is, with this ball apparently going softer more quickly, you don't want to be bowling too many bounces early on. You're going to be
with a kookaburra, you want to pitch it up
quickly.
You want to pitch the kookaburra up. In the first 10 overs, bowl full. Even if you get driven a little bit, bowl that attacking length, bowl full with the new ball. Cornwell is in that one full, and Travaskis defends it, but not entirely comfortably, as it looked like for a moment it might roll back towards the stumps off the inside edge, but much better length. That's the one that, if a batsman gets a thin edge on that, if it moves late, and it's only going to move late if the ball is full.
Yeah.
It'll swing late if you get the seam in the right position, get your release right, just short of the half volley. That's the length that Cornwell wants to be bowling, and that's a little bit too short, and he's played off the back foot by Travaskis, but a diving stop keeps it to a single, and that was just a yard and a half too short. Allowed him to comfortably play it off the back foot.
Interesting that they changed ends from the first innings. I think Helm probably prefers going slightly up the slope.
Yeah.
The breeze, well, there isn't much breeze today, but should help the outswinger a bit. But it is easier to swing it away from a right-hander if you've got a slight slope to play. If you're coming up a slight slope, I tended to find.
Cornwell in to Patel, and this is that leg side line again, outside leg stump, and he thought about flicking it. May have, he brought his bat out the way sort of after the ball had gone past. But, you'd have seen, I think, a lot of, say, a John Lever in your career who, was a great left-armer for Essex, who just, he honed in on your knee roll. He was always swinging the ball back in over the wicket, bowling it full with the new ball and swinging it back at your left knee. Picking up wickets time and time again with the new ball. Cornwell is left arm, and this one works off the hips past short leg. It was in the air for a moment and wasn't hit very hard, so short leg was a bit interested, but Rishi Patel gets a single because there was also a deep square leg. Very much a leg side dominated field for Patel when Cornwell is bowling. He's now bowled his 5th over, none for 17. And I'm wondering if we'll end up with a little change. He bowled 5 overs yesterday with the new ball.
Yeah, he's literally going off the field, Tom Helm, so that's his work done for now. Luke Holman comes on to replace the bearded Helm, and we are going to see Ryan Higgins try his luck from the pavilion end. Elastic bandages on both arms for Higgins, who bowls the ball gently to Sharma, who's at mid-off.
I think there'll be protection for, he's got the short sleeve shirt on, but the tuba grip that they wear quite often, it's just to protect the elbows if you're diving around in the field.
You wouldn't have much skin on them if you scrape the elbows on this outfield. That is for sure. So Higgins, 29 on his back. Longish run is in. Bowls a conventional attempted outswinger from the shoulder. Started wide, went a little bit wider from the arm, and Patel had nothing to do with it.
And it only just carried and it might have actually just bounced before the keeper, but very much a loosener from a very fine cricketer. Ryan Higgins, excellent record. Averages 25, got 2 wickets in the first innings for less than 40. And he's got a career first-class bowling average of 25, so...
He usually makes something happen. Runs in and bowls to Patel. Caught and bowled! Patel has driven it straight back to him. 2 hands down to his left. Whether he held it back wasn't quite there to drive. Patel went through with the shot in the air, about a foot, maybe foot and a half off the ground. Close enough to Ryan Higgins to reach down with 2 hands to his left and make no mistake. A huge blow struck by Middlesex as Leicestershire's best batsman of the first innings goes caught and bowled for 12, and they're 22 for 2.
Very good cricket from Ryan Higgins. You said he's a bowler who makes things happen, and that's what he's done there. He's bowled the ball right up there, just short of a half volley. It's only his second delivery, so it's not like at full pace. And Patel was just a touch early. He decided, well, I'm going to drive this. It's nice and full. He was just a touch early on the shot. Hit it hard. It was only 6 inches off the ground, but straight back to Higgins, who caught it low to his left in his follow-through. Very athletic. A sharp catch. Really good cricket from Ryan Higgins, who has 1 for none off 2 deliveries and has got a fantastic caught and bowled.
Yep. Big blow. Patel had looked in such good nick in the first innings, but he's gone for 12. Lewis Hill, who had to work really hard for his runs in the first innings, made 20 from 57 deliveries, and that was helped with a couple of 4s in the last over, during which he was dismissed. And his dismissal on 82 was the sort of trigger for a collapse, really, in Leicestershire first innings. So they need Hill and Travaskis to really dig in here. Foxes still trailed by 307 now, with just 8 second innings wickets in hand.
And that's a much better length to be bowling, with the new ball. The ball's only 10 overs old, but, Higgins has got that right up there. And he's induced the drive, and that's caused the error with Patel not playing it well enough, hitting it in the air, hit it hard, but, Middlesex just need today, or for the rest of this match, really, in the field, you'd say, and you'd keep it going out there with the chorus in the field to each other. It's just 10 good bits of cricket, and that's what they need. They've had 2. Helm finding the edge of Buttinger, caught at second slip. That was one really good bit of cricket. They just had another really good bit of cricket with Higgins, who's caught and bowled, and that's what you've got to keep thinking. This is the ball that's going to bring us that really good bit of cricket, and think like that every ball as a bowler or a fielder, and you just try and win every ball that is taking place. And winning and losing in the end takes care of itself if you've got the right attitude and effort, and Higgins absolutely has the right attitude and effort as a cricketer.
Runs in and bowls to Hill, a bouncer that is taken on the stand by Cracknell, 2 hands above his head. Short leg has been brought in for Lewis Hill. He's standing quite... No, he's not deep. 2 pitches back. It looks a little bit deep from this angle, maybe an extra yard, giving himself just that extra fraction of a second, perhaps.
Well, Hill in the first innings had an attempted pull at Sharma and gloved it to the keeper, so
Cracknell.
No surprise Higgins has gone with the short ball.
In he bowls, outside off stump, reaches Cracknell on the second bounce, skids through low, and he can't take it cleanly. Doesn't matter because there was no edge. So John Boy has a question for us, not about cricket. He just wants to know how, he just wants to know how the fish pie, which we were talking about, was. It was pretty good.
It was pretty good, yeah.
There you go, mate. Salmon was involved, definitely. I don't know about other kinds of fish, but it was pretty good. So thanks to Leicestershire for the lunch. In goes Higgins and bowls, nice, pitched up, little bit of shape to it. It's kind of old-fashioned stuff. Hill was on the drive, but checked the shot slightly, drove it to mid-on. Higgins, he's got a decent bouncer on him, but it's military medium stuff, isn't it? But he nags away.
The first ball that he bowled to Hill, as you said, was taken by the keeper above his head.
Yeah.
So, he's got quite a quick bouncer. And the next ball was also short, not a bouncer, but it didn't reach the keeper.
In he goes, and bowls. That is the bouncer. It's a good one, and it doesn't really get up too much. And Hill, who isn't a tall man, had to lean backwards and move his head out of the way. It was an awkward one to get out of the way of, but get out of the way of it he did. But even so, Higgins, what a great start. What a good acquisition he's been for Middlesex from Gloucestershire. None for one from his first over, 22 for 2.
Yeah, that last ball was a skiddy bouncer, so it wasn't as short as the quicker bouncer that he really banged in, that sailed over the batsman's head, and the keeper took it above his head. It had some good pace in it, and then, as I say, the next ball didn't reach the keeper off a normal line and length. So there's a little bit of unevenness in this pitch now, as Trevaskis plays and misses at a very good ball from Cornwell, who is...
He's getting a spell here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in his 6th over. His last over wasn't very good, but...
Easier coming down the slope probably for him than up it. You have to work a little bit harder.
Look, saying that, today the 2 wickets that have fallen this innings were from this end.
Yeah, absolutely. Just thinking in terms of your ability to keep going for a longer spell, that's all.
This one is defended by Trevaskis on the back foot, and it's blocked out to cover for a single, just the ball on a decent line and length. But the 2 wickets as well in the at the end of the Leicestershire second innings that the batsmen did so well, 9, 10 and 11, occupying the crease for so long. But they did also fall with bowling from this pavilion end, so it's been the end that for today has taken the 4 wickets from Middlesex. Cornwell's on at the other end, the Bennett end, with the breeze, and that's a good delivery. And Trevaskis played the curtain rail leave, where as the ball is coming through and he looked like you're going to play it, he pulled his hands on the inside, a bit like Mark Benson used to do in the old days for Kent as an opening batsman. And
he was a left-hander, wasn't he?
Yes, and apparently there was one Kent committee man that thought, what's this fella doing? He's not very good, he just keeps missing every ball. And he was just leaving it with a bit of a new technique for those days. This is a single to Trevaskis, pushed out onto the offside. Cover runs round to field it, but an easy single, a good single, and that brings Hill down on strike. And this was the end Hill was at when he had a flap at Sharma and gloved it to the keeper. So I wouldn't be surprised if they set a field, which they are doing, with a leg gully and a short leg. Got the deep fine leg, and they may try and test him. While the ball's hard, if they see it as a bit of a weakness for Hill, so will it be the short one, or will it be the one that's full and trying to get him LBW? And it's a short one, and he doesn't play it too well. He fended it, and he's going to get himself a couple, as Sharma does the fielding at deep fine leg, but it wasn't that far away from, I think that's Max Holden at leg gully, a fine leg gully. It went to his right, but uncomfortable from Hill. And gets off the mark with a 2. And now we do a bit of ball following with Depoy's captaincy, and he moves Holden to exactly where that ball went. As Cornwell is in, left arm over, and that's a good foolish delivery outside off, and Hill lets it go through, and there's a few ums and ahs, but no harm done for the Leicestershire batsman. And the scoreboard doesn't want to give him the 2 that he got.
Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than the manual scoreboard away to
Well, I'm just thinking, did they signal leg byes? Or has he got 2 over on that one?
25 apiece. Leg byes it was then. It has ticked over. It did go very slowly down towards a fine leg, didn't it? Which is usually a sign that it's a pad rather than bat. I like asking newcomers to the commentary box, which other ground in the country still has a manual scoreboard? There's only one other now.
Is that?
I don't know if you.
But
you will have played when
Leicester.
yeah, and you will have.
I'd say Canterbury.
Straight away, good effort. Higgins is in, round the wicket, turned by Travascus on the bounce to short leg. You are correct, sir. Well, Lords is it's not really. It's little job, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very. Just in case.
Used to get lovely wine gums. Given to me by Tony, who.
At Canterbury.
No,
Or Lords.
working scoreboard number 1.
Okay.
You know, and my job was to press the lights. Whoever fielded the ball, I had to press a button in that a light came up on the scoreboard saying who the fielder was. And if I was slow, by jolly, did you get a call from the committee room saying, please hurry up the young chap who's doing the lights.
I say.
I was probably diving into this packet of wine gums looking for a black one.
Higgins round the wicket to Travascus. Good bouncer. Travascus leaves his bat a little bit periscopy. He got down low though, and although the bat was still pointing up, it was pretty much safe. He got right underneath it.
And scoreboard number 2 at Lords was a lovely chap called Dennis, who worked it for years and years.
The ground stuff at the MCC, is that still a thing? Do they still have the apprentices?
That's a
in
good
that
question.
respect?
Whether it is still ongoing. The last time I was
Higgins bowls and punched off the back foot, but only as far as mid-off by Travascus.
aware that I think Clive Radley was the head coach of the MCC Young Cricketers, but that's going back quite a few years. So I don't know if it still even is in existence, or
I remember.
I know they don't have to sell scorecards anymore,
No.
but they have gone up. Yeah, they were 10p in my day when I sold them, and now they're £1.
I thought you were going to say
a pound.
I thought you were going to say
scorecard.
a shilling or something like that. Round the wicket goes Higgins and bowls and defended on the back foot by
I
Travascus.
sold one to Mick Jagger one day. He came in through the grey skates at Lords, and I was in my little cubicle, and he had quite a funky T-shirt on, and he's quite diminutive. And the cap came over, and I thought, gee, this looks like Mick Jagger. I saw them.
Get him to sign it?
I went. Well, I didn't know it was him. I just thought it was someone who looked like Mick Jagger. So I went, there you go, thanks, Mick. 10p. And he didn't bat an eyelid. Walked off. I thought, that is him. That is Mick Jagger.
He did pay.
Yeah, of course he paid.
In goes Higgins.
A real cricket
Pulled.
lover and a great bloke as well.
Pulled for 4. Just helped around the corner quite nicely and calmly by Travascus. Short leg sort of gestured to his left, and but it was a nice shot. In control, Travascus into double figures, looking, whisper it, Leicestershire supporters, a little bit more secure and sort of positive in defence than he did in the first innings. I remember Don Wilson's day.
Don he was my coach. Yeah. Don Wilson, the left arm orthodox, a lot of flight and
He went up to Ampleforth.
yeah.
And I did a couple of coaching. I was on one of a couple of his
Sadly
coaching
not
courses.
with us anymore.
No. Left arm, great left arm Yorkshire spinner in a great Yorkshire side, Don Wilson.
And a super coach,
Yeah.
full of enthusiasm.
Higgins bowls, turned off his legs down to fine leg neatly by Travascus, who trots down to the non-striker's end, having taken the single, moves on to 11:30.
Now I would suggest that Mick Jagger actually plays a little bit of cricket, schools cricket. I don't know whether he was picked for the first team, but when I had a conversation with him at Lords, he was saying to me, I don't understand this reverse swing. Like when I bowled, it just went straight. So we had a conversation about reverse swing in Tim Writer's box years ago.
A South Londoner, wasn't he? I think. In goes Higgins over the wicket to
No, I think
Hill.
he was
Chucks him
Hampstead.
he and Richards were from the same neck of the woods, weren't they? Danny Baker's sort of neck of the woods, sort of
Right.
southeast.
I thought he was
of
more
London.
of a...
No, he wasn't.
Hampstead.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't posh. Wasn't Mick.
I think he went to London
He is
School of
now.
Economics.
In
Because
the
I
end-
believe my teacher in Hong Kong, my history teacher, Dr. Criswell, he was driving the van. He was sort of their roadie for a bit when the Stones had their first few gigs.
Okay.
And they asked him if he'd continue. He said, no, I'm heading off to Hong Kong to work. And that was before they became the famous Rolling Stones. But
Cornwell.
and it's still
going.
Cornwell.
Mhm.
Yeah, still Cornwell. And Travascus on 11. Blocks that back to the tall. He's got very square shoulders on him. Looks like he's got a decent physique, Cornwell, and he walks, sort of marches back to his run up, very upright, left arm quick, and he's got 3 slips now, so this is more like it from Deploy. Sniffing blood here, 3 slips in a gully and a short leg, and Cornwell is in, and that's a good full ball. Well played by Travasky, just overbalanced perhaps a fraction, but clipped it to mid-on for a dot.
If you happen to play against Mick Jagger when you were young, let us know at Rich MR23 on Blue Sky, richardray23@gmail.com. Are you on social media, Dermot?
Oh, a little, but it's not really my thing.
Fair enough.
Cornwell comes in and and there's a bat pad, but it goes in the air, but past short leg, who dived to his left, didn't get a hand on it, and they pick up a couple out to deep square leg. So
big inside edge onto the pad.
Well, let's just check.
Past Gedders. Oh, it was, but you could hear it.
Yep, and it hasn't been called leg by, so I've got that one right. But another day that goes straight to him, like at throat height, and short leg would just take a good sharp chance, but.
It looped. It was a beautiful height, but just too far wide of Gedders' left hand.
Cornwell in again from the Bennett end, and that's also on the thigh of Travascus, who picks up a single to wide mid-on, knocks it past short leg's right hand. We have seen the catch at short leg when in the Middlesex, and I think
Green.
Gohal. No, when Travascus bowled a ball that was just a little bit short.
In the Middlesex innings.
Yeah, and Gohal went to work it to leg.
Budinger.
And, got a thick edge on it, and it hit the pad, and Budinger did well not to be taking evasive action. He kept watching and picked up an easy catch in the end because of his bravery. Round the wicket now, Cornwell, and this is on to the hips of Hill, who rises with the bounce, and although there's 2 catches there, he's found the gap between them and taken the ball to deep fine leg for a single, and he is now off the mark.
Interesting that Duploy hasn't as yet turned to the first innings destroyer, Sharmia. We've just had Helm, the leader of the attack. We've had now coming up to 7 overs from Noah Cornwell, and we've had Ryan Higgins.
Yeah,
so he's keeping his
mate. And Helm's left the field, hasn't he? So we don't know quite what's.
Hopefully he's okay.
Just having a break and changing his shirt, and modern day cricketers. Two slips in the gully now to Travascus. As Cornwell comes in. And he's bowled him! Super delivery. It might have stayed a little bit low on Travascus. That's what he's making out at the crease, as he looks very despondent, but he's got to trudge off. The leg bail is still on the stump. That ball cannoned into off stump. It was fullish, just short of a half volley, and Travascus went back to it and missed it and got bowled.
Good ball, top of off, and it didn't, looking at the replay, it didn't stay particularly low. It didn't sort of rise on him too much, but it didn't do anything ridiculous. And he was on the back foot when he might have been.
Yeah, it was that. You talk about a good line on length, being asking the question: should I go forward or back to it, and should I play it or leave it? And that one, he got his footwork wrong. He should have been forward, I believe, and defended, and he didn't go forward. Here we go. There's just watching the replay now. Yeah, it was a full ball, and it squared him up a bit. It may have just moved a little bit away towards the slips, but it was beaten on the outside edge and was bowled.
I've been really impressed with the way Duploy has handled his attack in this game so far, and well, all 3 of the bowlers used so far have now taken a wicket in this second innings. But keeping Cornwell on, I was wondering whether maybe an over too many, but clearly it wasn't.
Yeah, and he's the over he struck is, I think, being his 8th over.
7. He's bowled. That was the end of his 7th.
That was the end of the 7th, was it? Yeah, 14 gone.
I guess he'll get another now. Well, you never know.
Well, I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't letting him get. You wouldn't be getting the ball out of my hand. Well, you actually would, John Barkley would say, "Thank you, Dermot. You've got the breakthrough. Come back in, Ran, and you take you off even if you got a wicket." But
as captain, did you ever find yourself wanting to take a bowler off and he refusing? What would you?
No, but Tim Munton was the one who he might bowl a 10 over spell for you or 8 over spell for you, and he'd be fuming if you took him off. He was.
But nobody actually refused. Said, "No, I'm going to bowl."
Yeah, but Joey Benjamin in the changing room at lunchtime when he'd got 4 wickets and he'd bowled a long spell, but we had a break, and I said to Joey, "You okay to keep going?" And he was like, No, bowl someone else.
Fair enough. Higgins from the pavilion end into Hill. That hurried through a little bit on Hill, and there was decent bounce and carry. So Higgins can vary his pace really nicely. Hill let it bounce through to keeper Cracknell, but hurried through. And
that was lively. That's where, as a bowler, you got everything absolutely right with your rhythm and your flick of your wrist and your pace, and the ball bounced a little bit off a hard part of the wicket.
Higgins bowls, forward goes Hill, holds up his bat to his captain Peter Hanscom as it just trickles out into the offside.
Just finishing that Joey Benjamin moment, me as captain thinking, who shall I bowl after lunch here? And Joey got 4 wickets and would have been our best bowler. And for all money, you think he'd want to keep going, but he was a bit puffed out. He bowled quite a lot, and when he said, "No, it's captain, I don't. Can someone else bowl?" Of course, Tim Munson was just putting his hand up straight away in the change room. I'll bowl, Skip.
Higgins outside off stump, so very nearly chopped on by Lewis Hill. It was not quite, perhaps wide enough for Hill to play his favourite cut shot. He went for it anyway, got a thick bottom edge. It just missed off stump and flew down to the finest of fine legs past the reaching Cracknell's left hand for 4. Well, Higgins almost picking up another breakthrough there. Hill fortunate to get away with that one.
Well, this wicket is showing signs of becoming a little bit uneven. All the heat we've had on it, there's bound to be a few cracks out there, but that just has to stay a little bit low, and it's a very difficult shot to play.
Higgins in again to Hill outside off stump. It's slightly fuller. Hill raised his bat but left it raised as it swung through into the gloves of Cracknell. Middlesex absolutely on top here. 40 for 3. Leicestershire are still pretty much 300 runs behind, 289 runs away from making Middlesex bat again, and a day and a half still to see out. Surely Middlesex's first county championship victory of the season now on the cards. Higgins is in, Hill is forward, not quite sure where that one's gone. It's dropped down at his feet. There is obviously no run. Hanscom has come to the wicket, getting a chance to have a little bit of a look before facing his first delivery, rehearsing shots. Hanscom, Australia Test International. He's had a little bit of a break during the T20s. Desperate for a few runs as in goes Higgins. Bowls, Hill on drives, but there was a smidgen of shape, so he checked the shot slightly, played it firmly out as far as Sharma at mid on end of the over.
It was a nice attacking length. That last ball wasn't dissimilar to the caught and bowled.
Just a bit straighter.
But on this occasion, Hill kept it down, didn't hit it back in the air, giving the bowler a chance of a catch. But a similar shot to that Rishi Patel played, but Hill drove it, confidently and off the middle of the bat to mid-on for a dot, but good attacking length there. That last ball from Higgins, and he had a ball previously in the over, a little bit shorter outside off that stayed a touch low, that Hill tried to drop a cut and nearly dragged it on and an edge for 4. So Higgins very much on top in that over, and we've still got Cornwell from the Bennett end. 7 overs, 1 for 22. He's bowling to Peter Hanscom with 2 slips and a gully, a leg gully and a short leg. And he's wrapped him on the pads, and he's a half appeal, but I think pitched outside leg. Didn't look like it had the right line and shape to be getting a judged LBW by the umpire. But
Yeah, pitch a long way out.
But good attacking field here from deploy. Now, you know, there's only one man on the boundary, and that's deep fine leg. He's got 5 close catches, and he knows he's got a few runs to play with. As Cornwell is in, and this is outside off and let go by Peter Hanscom. The ball goes through to the keeper, carried at about knee height. A bit of work on the ball by the bowler. Not ferociously shining it, but just giving it a little bit of a rub. He comes in now past the umpire, past the stumps, bowls. That's short and cut for 4. And was always getting the treatment from Peter Hanscom. That was a poor ball, and he never even stepped out of the crease after hitting it. He knew straight away that's 4 from the moment it left his bat. And a confident shot to a ball that's short and wide, and there for the cut shot, and given the treatment. Cornwell is in, left arm over, and this one is pushed into the offside. It might be a 2. They might get back for 2, and they do. It's played off the back foot, but with a straight bat by Peter Hanscom, so the ball rolls out in the extra cover region. And did he favour the offside more? Pete? He's a bit more of a cutter and a...
He's pretty much round the wicket.
Yeah. You don't get many Australians who miss out on a cut shot.
No,
you know, if
no,
you give them the
indeed,
invitation.
Yeah. He does like it.
If it's a little bit short of a good line and length, then they normally are very quick with the cut. But this will make cutting the ball more difficult now, because Cornwell has decided I'm going round the wicket for these last 2 deliveries. And he's in now, and he bowls, and that one bounces up and into the thigh pad of Hanscom, and is fielded by short leg, and there's oohs and ahs from the Middlesex fielders. A few hands on heads.
I think bat was involved as well.
You think there might have been a bit of bat there? Could have been.
It wasn't too far short of Geddes.
But that angle and that movement back in, the angle from round the wicket, just can cramp up a batsman, and you know, you're more likely of it to get a drag on from a cut shot if he's round the wicket. And he's out! He's caught short leg right off the face of the bat, and short leg dances around having took that catch, but it was right off the face but not off the middle. It was off the splice. Hanscom looking to work to leg, and he's played it straight into short leg's hands. So that shows the benefit of keeping that fielder in there, and also that angle round the wicket that tucked him up a little.
And keeping Cornwell on, the young man's having an afternoon to remember. 8 overs, 2 for 28 for him now, and an international class batsman. Wicket to his credit. Dermott's having a break, and Kevin Hand, who's been very much enjoying proceedings from the back of the box, is going to come in alongside me with Middlesex. Kevin, not quite on the brink, but they're getting there.
Well, that was the big one, wasn't it, Hanscom?
Feels that way. And, well, the first of the all-rounders, and Ben Green, after the way he got out in the first innings, shoveling a bouncer to short leg, you can expect, I suspect, a little bit of the same.
Well, Dermot was wrong. He said 3 in the session. They've got 4.
Yeah.
I thought that 3 was a fair call. I thought, yeah, when we were discussing immediately after lunch the follow-on, you thought, okay, this is going to be tough. This isn't going to be easy. But 3 in the session, 3 in the evening, you're 6 down, and then you come back and try and knock them over on the final day. That might be a fair way of looking at it, Middlesex, and manage the workloads on the way to doing that, because it's the workloads in this heat really that, even in any given heat, human conditions, you bowl 67 odd overs. Do you want to take a little break before you go again? But a 40-minute break for lunch was enough. And Middlesex go again.
Saying to Dermot how impressed I've been with Leos Deploy's captaincy in this game, to be honest. Higgins is in from the pavilion end and bowls to Hill, out swinger. Started a little bit wide, went wider, had nothing to do with it. Hill, that is. It was a sort of encouraging fight shown this morning by Leicestershire, but this afternoon the top order has once again been rather blown away. Higgins in, bowls, Hill is forward, dropping it out into the offside. You heard the call of no, as a cover closed in on the ball. Where is the fight going to come from this afternoon for the Foxes? Hill and Green, the two at the crease at the moment. After Green, Ben Cox, Logan van Beek, as Higgins is in, bowls, nice line and length, straight. Hill leans forward into the defensive press, pushes the ball out to Sharma, whom we have yet to see with ball in hand in this innings, so he'll be anxious to get involved sooner rather than later. One imagines that Cornwall 8 overs. I mean, he'll want to keep bowling, but you have to be a little bit careful with the young man. On the other hand, if you're bowling well and you're on something of a high, interesting to see what Deploy does. Higgins in, bowls outside off stump, cut, but a good diving stop away to his left by Zaffer. Ensures that Hill has to stay in his ground. Gets lots of pats on the back. Sorry, Kevin.
No, my apologies. I did mean to scamper around and find out what time tea would be today, given the late lunch going past 1:30, but we're a fair way from the scorers, aren't we? Yeah, so
they're on the other side of the pavilion, but there'll probably be an announcement shortly.
Yes,
I would think. As Higgins is in, short pulled, didn't really get up on Hill, and he didn't really get all of it as he went for the pull. It trickles out, and he's going to go for the second. Cornwell throws to the non-strikers, and good backing up by Helm, who's back out there, which is a relief, I'm sure, to the Middlesex supporters. He was off the pitch for a good best part of half an hour, I think, Tom Helm in the end. Brings up the Leicestershire 50 to what might fairly be described as a desultory round of applause. I think I heard one clap.
Well, the Foxes have been flying, as we've been saying this year, so they mustn't. They won't. Well, they won't get themselves too beaten up by this, and the crowd mustn't.
No,
because the dressing room will dust themselves down and move on quickly. The players in particular.
Higgins in to Hill, outside off stump, swinging further away, left by Hill. He's on 7 now.
So, yeah, the supporters mustn't be too downbeat on this one. Leicestershire aren't top of the table for no reason. They've played some good cricket, haven't they? And obviously went to Lords and did a job on Middlesex. A job that cost the coach eventually his job, Richard Johnson. And back they come at Grace Road now, and they're getting a little bit of payback. Could they do it in 3 days, as Leicestershire did it to Middlesex at Lords?
Higgins bowls. Hill is turning it past the reaching short leg along the ground, more or less, and Sharma has to run around from mid-on to mid-wicket to field, and Hill not only takes one, he keeps the strike in so doing, giving Green a chance to have a little bit of a longer look. 51 for 4 off 17. Theoretically, it being the third day, it would be 10 overs until tea, but we suspect that the extra half hour means it will. I'm guessing 4 o'clock. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think you're right. Which would be roughly 10 overs, there or thereabouts. It'll even maybe 33, so 9 overs time. We'll leave them 33 overs, 34 overs in the evening session maybe.
Friends of Grace Road are open. I haven't been down to see what range of cakes is on offer. I'll try and do that during the tea interval.
It's Cornwell, he's around the wicket, bowls and off the pads. This is worked. It was a coming together of bat, pad and ball that, but there was certainly bat on ball for the single, I think, and yes indeed.
I bet he's not bowled 9 consecutive overs in first class cricket before.
No indeed. Noz.
Been a great spell though. 2 for 29 from 8.1.
Sun shining at Grace Road. It's been a funny old day. There are lots of quite a heavy cloud. No rain in it. Unfortunately not thundery either. Certainly we don't want. As around the wicket comes Cornwell, he bowls and green. That was a loose on drive and a thick inside edge will bring in 2 through square leg. Deep square coming around. Green's off the mark. First ball. Goodness me, he's been out there a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been stood at the other end, but or standing at the other end, but indicates with his left hand there was movement back in. But you're right, it was a touch loose and airy, wasn't it, for his first ball?
Yeah, he was searching for it. It's an interesting line of attack, Cornwell. Left arm around the right-hander. Here's Cornwell in, bowls, and that's flayed in the air, put down a backward point. It was a sharp chance. It would have been a stunner. Zafar Gohar, he got a left hand to it. He might have got both to it. It would have been an absolute stunner if he have held that. Wow. He went at it with 2 hands, pointing towards us, really. They've got back for 2.
If that first shot of Green's was a bit loose and airy, that certainly was a bit loose and airy.
I'll be honest, I thought you were shaking your head about the drop catch.
No,
I
about
thought
the
that's
shot,
harsh,
really.
That's harsh, Richard. That was a sharp chance. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I'm with you.
Have a little bit of a look, Ben, in the circumstances.
Yeah. Here's short ball. That goes up in the air. Now, it's going to land safe.
One bounce.
Fine leg is around to long leg, more around to deep backward square. 1 bounce 4 for Green. And he is on to 8. Well, he's not going to die wondering.
No.
But you do look at the...
He's gone hard at all 3 balls face so far.
Well, you look at 9, 10 and Jack this morning and the efforts that they put in.
And the success they had in whether is it because they feel that the ball won't get soft for a good few overs yet, trying to make it soft, trying to hit the bowlers off their lengths, but well, 3 balls and he's lived pretty dangerously each one.
Here's Cornwell. Sun's shining here at Grace Road brightly now. They are sending back a fine leg, so he was at leg gully there. Hold him. But the fine leg he goes.
Is he going to try and take on every delivery?
Slip, gully and short leg crouching down. Backward point walking in, and this is onto the pads. Oh, and it's hit into the belly button of short leg and it bounces back out.
Well, one of those that has to, yeah,
it would have winded him. I hope he's got some chest guard on there. I hope it's not rib for Geddes or anything. He gets up and it is up towards... Let's have a look. Where does he rub? Yeah, straight in and out on the AstroTurf. It is.
Just
it's more up
the
towards...
heart.
Yeah.
One of those that just needs to sort of catch a bit on the shirt, or had it been a touch low, it might have gone into the tummy a bit and given a bit. But
yeah, that was my instinct. It was belly button, but it was higher than that.
Yeah.
He's all right though. He doesn't require any attention as this ball's full and clipped to mid-on by Green. 60 for 4. That's the score here. We've had 18 overs of this Leicestershire follow-on. And well, but for the 9th and 10th wicket partnerships, this would make pretty grim reading, wouldn't it, for Leicester? 260 for 4 effectively. For 14, but of that 106 were from the 9th and 10th partnership.
Yeah, I think it is making for pretty grim reading. I guess the same points that James Taylor made yesterday afternoon still apply. They've been so good all season that they're entitled to
Of course.
a day off, but it looks like it's going to be 2 days off, or arguably a match off, the way things are at the moment. Luke Holman is required to sprint across the entirety of the ground. Higgins is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Lewis. Hill, who clips down the leg side. It's appeal for a catch behind. It was nicely taken by Cracknell, but I think it came off the pad. It went quite slowly. It was a great take by Joe Cracknell, diving away to his left, taking it an inch or so off the ground, but the appeal from Higgins wasn't that of a man convinced it had taken the inside edge.
Nah, that was the slips, wasn't it? They're hot and bothered. They want to get off.
Sam Robson went up big time. Cracknell sort of raised it, ball in glove, and almost an inquiry. Higgins in again to Hill, straight, taken off middle stump really, with a slightly closed bat faced by Lewis. Hill out towards mid wicket, wide of Sharma, and so one is comfortably taken. Hill into double figures on to 10. Brings Green on 8. Off just 5 balls, off 2 of which he's given a chance, off 2 of the others he might have given a chance. So it's been, depending on your point of view, an entertaining, if somewhat, I don't know, foolhardy knock from Ben Green so far. Might just be settling down now. He waits with bat raised as Higgins is in, bowls to him, and perhaps he is settling down because he leaves that one, which, as Kevin's proof suggested, just takes a little bit of extra pace off the pitch, doesn't it? And Higgins has that ability, can float them down, and he can push them through at a decent lick, and that's certainly gathered pace off the pitch.
Didn't really see that coming, that lift there. We saw a lot of that in the first morning, didn't we? That was what really excited us. For this Kookaburra round, which is remarkably delivering.
Higgins in, bowls, Green leaves, that one almost taken on the half volley by Joe Cracknell. Didn't quite have the nip that the previous delivery had.
They will be ending a 3-match losing streak in the Championship, Middlesex, if they win this one. Although I don't know if you can quite, setting up a game on the final day at Northamptonshire, I don't know if you quite throw that in, but the 2 3-day defeats against Leicestershire and Glamorgan hurt them hard.
Higgins bowls forward solidly, goes Green, whose initial rush of blood seems to have just settled down a little bit now.
Can you hurt someone softly? Hurt them hard. It was very painful.
Yes, I don't like to say. Thought it might be a London expression. From that
well,
London,
I think
from that
it is
London.
kind of an expression, isn't it? But it's not quite grammatically correct.
Higgins is in, and Green, thick inside edge, past leg stump. It wasn't an attacking shot from the big all-rounder, just leant forward. Missed, in fairness, leg stump by a good 6 to 8 inches, I'd say. Thick inside edge, but even so, a moral victory for Higgins as he takes his cap from the umpire. 62 for 4 after 19. In their second innings, Leicestershire, they still trail by 267 runs.
Footballism, perhaps, hurt them hard.
And now the change. Well bowled, young Mr. Cornwell. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. But if anything, that was a slightly better spell even than those figures, which are pretty good. Suggests he could so easily have picked up Green as well in his final over.
Well, mightily encouraging for Middlesex. They've had Sharma pick up the 4-fer. Cornwell going well now. Helm has bowled beautifully. He started it really well. It really set the tempo and set the tone, and that will really please Middlesex, I'm sure. Higgins was Higgins. And go hard to Careys and, well, potentially Sam Robson's come. Sharma 2 slips and a gully and a short leg. He's right arm over and he bowls a lovely length just outside off stump, left alone by Green. Bat up in the air, through it goes.
Our listeners never let us down, and we've got details on Mick Jagger's origins from Stephen Roberts. Dermot was thinking he was from Hampstead, but I knew he wasn't from Hampstead. I knew he was from the sort of southeast, and indeed he is. Although he raised in a quote-unquote middle-class family, his father Joe being a teacher and quote part-time gym instructor, says Stephen, he lived on Denver Road in Dartford.
Dartford, there we go. Here's Sharma, he's in, close to the stumps, bowls, forward goes Green, driving up to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, you went for Bermondsey, didn't you? The Danny Baker.
That sort of area.
Dartford's just around the corner. Yeah, you're right. It's
Not
just
far.
around the corner.
And he attended Wentworth Primary School, where he famously met one Keith Richards.
Whatever happened
at
to him?
primary school? Jeepers.
Still going strong, aren't they?
No. Yes. Well, yeah, that's strong, I suppose, yes. That they're still going at all is amazing.
Sharma bowls, dug out by Hill, and there is no running. He's quite the performer, isn't he, still? Mick Jagger.
He's in his 80s now, isn't
Well,
he?
he must be, he must be. You see Dick Van Dyke, going well into his 90s, dancing away. He must be tipping nearly 100 now, Dick Van Dyke,
He's
mustn't he?
gone past. I'm
Must he?
sure Dick Van Dyke's 100.
Not sure if he's still dancing.
I seem to remember publicity about it. The purveyor of the worst Cockney accent.
Yes.
Ever. Bless him.
Still had a shindig in the latest Mary Poppins, didn't he? Mary Poppins Returns. That's a few
Did
years
he?
ago now, though. Yeah, he was.
He had a
He
little
was back. Yeah,
part
he was
in
back
that.
for it. He did. Yeah. There's a length ball. Hill gets in behind, and there's no run. He came back to play the bank manager again. He didn't play.
The Richards part. Not
Yeah.
David. It was the actor David. Might have been Richards actually.
Well, he played the bank manager in the original one. Do you remember? He was the granddad.
The
So he-
penny cautiously invested and all that
Exactly.
sort of thing.
Exactly.
I don't know. Peeing to capitalism.
63 for 4. This is a length ball from Sharma, defended on the front foot by Hill.
But thank you, Stephen. Oh, and we've also got news about the MCC young cricketers from Alvin.
Oh, you almost say that ominously.
No, because we weren't sure, Dermot and I,
Mm.
Dermot having famously been an MCC young cricketer, whether it was still a thing. Certainly, obviously, you don't see young apprentices flogging scorecards there these days.
I mean, that did sound like something out of Mary Poppins, didn't it? Get them working. This will shortcuts, and in between gully and backward point for 4. Hill's on to 14, 67 for 4.
Alvin says the MCC has in fact just reinstated its young cricketers in a limited way under the guidance of Graham Swan.
Oh, there we go.
He says he was at Leicester yesterday and in the meet bought the Guardian book of cricket from the Friends bookstall, but he hasn't yet found any of my writings in it. It's been a long time since I wrote for the Guardian, Alvin, I must admit. Them were the days, though. 20 years ago or so now. The days when the national press covered county cricket properly.
When we first met, Richard, when we first met.
Higgins continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Ben Green, again finds a thick inside edge as it bounces down towards short leg. Geddes fielding it on the run, threatens to underarm the ball at the stumps because Green had stepped out of his ground. Seeing that, Green quickly puts his bat back down and Geddes gestures to cover to make sure you're behind the stumps just in case I do want to have a throw at the stumps. Captain there, Duploy, getting the instructions from Geddes. Higgins is in and bowls, back foot defensive shot. Some strange noises coming
Yeah.
from somewhere. Sounds like they're in my neck of the woods.
I think it's outside, it's at the back.
Ah, okay. Somebody's
It
fur.
almost sounds like a trimmer. Someone's trimming the verge.
his fern alarm, as they'd say in Hull.
Oh, what?
Fern.
Oh.
They don't say phone. Fern. The head of the Catholic Church is the Perp. In goes Higgins, bowls, forward goes Green, and there's no run. You don't wash your hands with soap, you wash them with syrup.
Where's that hole?
Syrup on a rerp. Yes, no, I'm from the East Riding of Yorkshire, so I'm allowed to gently take the mickey out. But it's a very, very distinctive accent, the Hull accent. You know straight away if somebody comes from Hull. Very flatty. Higgins isn't from Hull. In he goes and bowls, and Green gets a foolish delivery on his off stump that he looks to drive. Doesn't really time it, and it runs quite nicely out to Helm at mid off. He does look to have just calmed down, but those first 5 balls that Green faced were extraordinary, basically. Went hard at them all. Gave a chance off his second ball. Goher diving to his left did well to get his hands to the ball at backward point. And the fourth, he clipped straight into the chest of Geddes at short leg, and because it was the chest rather than the tummy, it sort of bounced off Geddes and he couldn't grab it at the second attempt. Higgins is in, bowls, Green goes for the big hit, he is edging behind and he's gone. Well, there you go, just when I was saying he was settling down, got the outswinger from Higgins, he launched himself at it, edge taken by Cracknell, and Leicestershire are not putting up at the moment too much resistance to what is beginning to look increasingly as though it is going to be an innings defeat. They are 69 for 5, still needing another 260 runs just to make Middlesex bat again.
That's tough, isn't it? Yeah, you know, when you're down, you're down. They're down at the moment, aren't they? They are struggling in this one, Leicestershire, and
not the. What do you dig in? I mean, but if you didn't have the example of 9-10 Jack this morning, you'd say, well, you could. There'd maybe be the approach would be kind of a little bit understandable going for their shots. You know, they're probably not going to keep it out for 2 days, try and put the bowlers under some sort of pressure. But they saw how successful this morning Wright, Walker and then Wood were in just keeping it out, and then picking up runs occasionally. But that hasn't been the approach that the top order have adopted, and they've paid a heavy price.
We have indeed, and yeah, it's effectively no way back now, isn't there? Really, it's 69
hard to see
for 5.
one, isn't it? Hard to see one.
260 more runs. There's still four sessions, and well, we'd reckon about 6 overs. 4 session and 4 overs maybe remaining in the game. Pitch that's offering supports to seamers and to spinners. Much swing out there, and a few smiles on Middlesex faces. Smiles haven't been off. I said to Ben Geddes last night in the interview that it's the poor old coach as well, Richard Johnson, who's gone. It's a season where the performances have been better than the results, but they've found ways to get themselves into trouble this year, and yeah, well, they're finding their way out of trouble here, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough to keep alive. Promotion charge. We did have a look at the table. Like I said,
it's going to be 22 points, isn't it? If assuming they go on to win.
Yeah, there'll be roughly 20 odd points off second spot, so it's not impossible.
Absolutely. There's still 5
and
games to go after this.
They've got Derbyshire to come at Lords and Gloucestershire to come home and away, and they're 2 of the teams above them. Glamorgan as well.
6 games after this. 5 games.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
5 after.
Yes. Forward goes Ben Cox, who remarkably is clad in his sleeveless sweater. Leans forward and blocks that off-stump delivery from Higgins out towards mid-off. Coming to the end of just the 21st over of the innings, 69 for 5. The Foxes, well, they're going to, if this continues, they're just going to have to try and put this to one side, turn their attention back to T20. Higgins bowls, Cox is forward, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out towards extra cover, and there is no run, but another successful over for Ryan Higgins. 2 for 20 now for him from 6, and well, everything deployed does turning to gold really at the moment, courtesy of his bowlers. Navya Sharma, can he come to the party? 6 overs until the 32. Again, no announcement yet. Maybe we'll go to the 32.
Maybe it is 32. Yeah, well, it would, as you say, it'd kind of be a roundabout, wouldn't it? It'd be 4 o'clock or just
minutes,
gone.
So
it's 10 past 4, maybe 10 past 4 to 10 past 6, the evening session.
Every chance, if they need it, of the extra half hour tonight for Middlesex now.
Yeah, well, Dermot said 3 in the session. That's what Middlesex would want. Here's Sharma, right arm over, he bowls, and this is turned off his pads to square leg by Hill. I think he got bat on it. It may have just been a little bit of pad.
But I will pass on that information about young cricketers to Dermot when he comes back on commentary. Alvin, thank you for that info.
Sharma past the umpire, he bowls, and up on his toes, Hill will pick up a single. Charging in his Leicester ploy, no run.
I suspect it won't be being run along quite the same lines as the old scheme. Practically serfs, weren't they, those young cricketers, judging from what we hear from those who were part of the scheme? Yes, you certainly got your cricket training, but you had a lot of work to do to get it.
Yeah.
Including basically running Lords for much of the time. Because they need the money, the MCC.
Boy, I've got to be back there next week.
Paying your rent.
Don't want my car parking place revoked. Battled hard enough to get that recently.
Yeah.
For the T20s.
Oh, of course.
Sharma's in, bowls, up on his toes, Cox drops a single. Just shy of the mid-on fielder.
Yeah, but you have to get there early. Not a problem usually for the county championship. They are good, and it helps knowing the MCC press and Adam, who used to be at Sussex.
Yeah.
Head of press at Sussex. We used to bully him into providing cakes to the press room at tea.
Poor Adam.
Lovely chap.
Sharma's in, bowls, and this is turned back with a square on the leg side for a single. 72 for 5. His dad's mates with Bradley Allen at BBC Hereford and Worcester. They're mates, so that helps as well.
Bradley Allen?
Dave
Bradley?
Dave Bradley.
Oh.
Dave Bradley, not the former Charlton striker.
I was going to say,
Allen.
didn't Bradley Allen? Yeah, he wasn't he the famous? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he start at West Ham?
Might have done, yeah. The Allen dynasty.
And wasn't it he who became the youngest? I mean, he nearly became the youngest scorer, and Willie Young from Arsenal famously chopped his legs out from under him.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that was that Bradley Allen.
Could
Maybe
have been.
wong.
Poor old
I
Bradley.
may
He
be
had a lot of injuries. Yeah, no,
It wasn't Dave
Bradley.
Bradley.
Yeah, here's Sharma in bowls, and this is cut away hard out to deep point for Cox's first boundary. He's on to 5, 76 for 5. I did many a football commentary of Bradley Allen for many a year for BBC London, and he's still going strong, Bradley Allen.
Good to hear. Good to hear. That's a nice shot from Cox. This season, Ben Cox, well, he came into this game with 356 runs at 35s.
Sharma bowls and Cox is forward, pushes just straight of deploy, scampering around from what really is an extra cover to mid-off, prevent the single, end of the over. Sharma's bowled 2, none for 12, 4 in the first innings, and he's the man that really blew this game alive and blew it open for Middlesex. 76 for 5, Leicestershire.
Well, once the follow-on was enforced, I was up on the balcony. Once we learnt the follow-on was enforced, one of the Leicestershire supporters up on the Morris Burrows Terrace alongside us reached for his diary and was checking what games would be going on tomorrow. And I said, surely not. I said, surely after the exhibition of determined resistance we'd seen over that morning, they would at least take it into day 4. They may yet, of course, but Leicestershire follower knew what he was about, it would appear. 5 wickets in the afternoon session, with power to add to that. Ryan Higgins into Lewis Hill, who's on 16 bowls, and gets one to bounce on him a little bit, and Hill, who was rather plunging forward, took his bottom hand off the bat. I think it hit him on the glove. That said, he hasn't taken his glove off, he's not shaking his hand or being too concerned about being in pain, so perhaps it was just the splice of the bat, but it certainly rose on him a little bit more than he expected. 2 slips and a gully for Higgins as he runs in and bowls to Hill, who leaves that sort of little slingy out swinger that Higgins bowls from time to time, that bounces for a second time before it reaches Joe Cracknell. You heard him banging his gauntlets together there, Cracknell. .76 for 5. Well, a few have got into Buttinger for 5, Patel for 12, Travaskis for 14. Higgins is in and bowls straight. Hill defends solidly enough. Hanscom 6 and Green 10. So nobody's got in. Hill has arguably been there long enough to get in. He's faced 34 balls now. Travaskis faced 31 for his 14. Higgins, elbows jutting, runs away from us, bowls. Hill shuffles down, goes for the little paddle hook almost at that bouncer from Higgins, who'd seen Hill coming down the wicket at him. Didn't get anything on it, and Robson started to shout, because that is pretty much how Hill managed to get himself out in the first innings. This time he didn't get anything on it. He didn't sort of come off the top part of the bat and loop off bat and gloves very kindly to Cracknell, as it did in the first innings, but again not a shot that suggests permanence. Higgins is in and bowls. Hill is forward. Nope, he raps out as he blocks it out into the offside, and Duploy feels at extra cover.
So we reckon we are circa 15 minutes one way or another from tea, don't we? Either 10 past 4,
4 overs
or
away.
4 overs, yeah, or something thereabouts.
Well, it won't be any more than that, will it?
No, no.
And it could be an over or 2 less. If it is 4 o'clock, it might be just 2 overs away. Higgins is in. Hill is walking down again and then defending on the front foot. Higgins, for once, although he saw him coming, I'm sure, didn't bounce him. Helm bounces towards the Bennett end, swinging his arms, suggesting he might get 1 or 2 overs. A 40. You know, I'd really like a piece of cake now, but I know I shouldn't have. I can't have one. It's killing me. This. So's the sugar.
It's the heat, isn't it? It's making us feel like we need sugar, which.
If there's any sugar-free cake
down
there.
We need to hydrate, is what we do need to do, isn't it? But our bodies are telling us we want sugar.
You can make cake without sugar.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, they come up with all sorts of things nowadays, don't they? Used to make these non-cook cookies. Here's Sharma, he's in, bowls and up on his toes. Cox pushes back up the track and there's no run, just some porridge oats, peanut butter and...
banana works quite well in that respect.
Yeah.
And then you pop it in the fridge.
Yeah.
Mashed banana.
You could get, what's the healthy syrup? Agave syrup, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean the maple syrup's a good maple syrup.
Is it not bad?
My son, who's a vegan,
Yeah.
always has that instead of honey.
Yeah.
And
Is that good?
It's
Is it?
delicious.
But is it good for? Is it
Yeah,
not
it's
quite
perfectly
sugary?
natural.
And, okay.
You know, it's. I mean, yes. I mean, obviously it has
It's
natural
yeah.
sugars in it, but they are purely. There's nothing processed in it.
Ah.
Just tap the maple. And yeah, it's delicious. It just costs a bit. Bless him.
Here goes Sharma, bowls, and a bumper. Cox got down, but he left his bat a little behind him, didn't he?
Good bumper. Bowls a good bumper, this boy.
Now Roland Butcher was downstairs at tea yesterday. I managed to have a good catch up with him. I saw all the cakes and things coming out. And that's in the players' dining room down below.
Scones.
Yeah, nice afternoon tea's going on. There's a chocolate brownie with a big old stodge of ice cream on the top of it for pudding at lunch today. As Ford goes, Cox pushing into the offside, there's no run. I'm rather glad that we weren't served pudding actually, because I reckon we'd have been asleep by now if we'd have had that. We'd have crashed, wouldn't we? Off the back of the sugar in it.
Sun comes back out. What a session it's been for Middlesex.
Well, what a match. Robson's
Well,
first
yeah,
century of the season.
absolutely, yeah.
Zakari's back-to-back 50s.
The only thing that went wrong for them was calling wrong at the toss, wasn't it? And
Yes.
then
Do you know, I still haven't asked them actually, what would you have
No.
done? They won't tell us really now. Here's Sharma, close to the stumps, he bowls, and a little flash from Cox. I think Sharma was about to celebrate there, was he? I think he thought he had it, but nobody else went up. Everybody else, Sharma looked as though he was about to start punching the air in delight.
he plays that sort of slightly windmill effect attempted square drive Ben Cox. It looks brilliant when it connects, but occasionally it doesn't. He was fortunate not to edge that one through to Joe Cracknell.
In comes Sharma again. He's about to, I think he's about to deploy, he's having a natter. And now he's mid-on, just a little wider. There are two slips, a gully, a point, a wide mid-off, mid-on. And here's Sharma. Bowls a bouncer, that's going to be a wide. 77 for 5.
That was a tennis ball job, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, indeed it was. Still chatter in the field. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it is now 4 o'clock. So
Yeah, your estimation I think was about right. 10
let us
past
see
4.
if they come off now. But having taken the extra, as you say, it'd be interesting to see what the regs are when you take the extra half hour.
Sharma bowls and forward goes. Cox pushing up to mid-off. On to come of the over. Yeah, your estimation was about right. So at 1:30 lunch, we resumed at 10 past 2. So yeah, 10 past 4.
2 hour session, yeah.
And then that would take you through to 4:30, and then 2 hour session there again from 4:30 to 6:30. But will we be here till 7? That's one of the biggest questions now, really, is how long can the Foxes drag it out and deny Middlesex? Of course, all sorts could still happen. As here's Sharma in bowls, and that is a hook from Cox. No contact made through to the keeper. There was a couple of yelps, but nothing doing. 77 for 5, Cox 5, Hill 16, 252 behind following on.
Again, a couple of plays and misses in that over from Ben Cox, not suggesting any sense of permanence about his presence at the crease, and perhaps sensing that, perhaps feeling that, and that another wicket is there to be taken pre-tee. Duploy turns to Tom Helm, who bowled beautifully in his first spell. Higgins did his job splendidly, 2 for 20 off 7. Helm 1 for 5 with 3 maidens from his first 5 overs. Comes back to see if he can nip one more out this afternoon. In he goes, bowls to Hill. Does come back on Hill a little bit from just short of a length. Hill blocked it out towards point. Zafar It was quite deepish there, but he got there sufficiently quickly to make sure Hill stayed in his ground. Got in the first innings, Lewis Hill, but wasn't able to go on. Made 20 from 57, now 16 from 38. As Helm is in and bowls straight. Hill defends on middle and off, blocks it down the pitch on the on side, no run. He's got bright orange soles on his cricket boots, Tom Helm, and he really does kick up his heels when in his run. So you see those soles when he runs away from you.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more pronounced, doesn't it?
Good email from Stephen Sims. He says, we've got two experienced commentators who can explain in great detail the intricacies of reverse swing, the knuckleball, the LBW law, and other such difficulties. But ask them when tea is, and it's one of life's great mysteries. It goes, oh, Helm, lovely bounce, but just wide enough for Hill to leave. He has to make an exaggerated lift of the bat to make sure it's over the line of the ball.
I thought I was going to say we've got two great commentators in Kevin Hand.
I don't know if we can explain in great detail the intricacies of reverse swing, knuckleball, LBW law, Steve.
Well, Dermot's been given us a fair briefing, hasn't he? Or debrief. Briefing? Debrief. Briefing.
Alvin's got a bit more about the MCC Young Cricketers revival as Helm is in and bowls short, pulled bottom edge or just off the thigh pad. It went over the top of the stumps. It was missed by Hill on the pull. So it was stopped, not cleanly, by Cracknell behind the stumps on the bounce.
Sounds like a 70s hippie band.
MCC Young Cricketers.
MCC Young Cricketers revival.
The hope is the programme will be enlarged in 2026, says Alvin. And Clive Radley told him the initiative has come from Rob Lynch, MCC Director of Cricket.
Good old Lynchy.
Rob himself having been an MCC.
Yeah, former Middlesex
cricketer.
Corporate director, I believe. A corporate director, I think so.
Helm bowls. Hill defends a little uncomfortably, half forward, thick inside part of the bat, blocking it towards Geddes at short leg. Umpire Pratt, of course, the two umpires having changed ends at lunch, walks across from short leg to point because Geddes, although he's actually in front of square at short leg, did sort of step across there when Hill pushed it to his right. Helm bowls. Hill drives, thick outside part of the bat, but it's along the ground and wide of cover. Deploy runs back. Hill picks up 2. Score moves on to 79. 18 Hill. 34 overs remain to be bowled today. A mere 250 runs separate Leicestershire from making Middlesex bat again. Jeepers, that's a lot of runs.
Yes, yeah. It's. I mean, that's the thing. It sadly, from that perspective, has at the moment reached the stage of when, and not if, but cricket has had an incredible way of finding unusual and extraordinary ways to turn things around. So we must never say never. Zafar Gohar enters the attack, I believe, for the first time in this innings, which, again, from the Kookaburra perspective, I mean, it's taken a fair old pitch to get the Kookaburra going, hasn't it? But they've got it going in this game, although it's come at great cost to them, Leicestershire.
And as I say, there'll be those who, among Leicester supporters, who say they shouldn't have left so much grass on it. It was a positive thing to do, but given the relative weakness of their attack, or too many out, perhaps they should have shorn the pitch and just settle for batting bonus points and a draw, or hopefully secure a draw.
Yeah, and again, it'll kind of be borne out at the end of the season, won't it? His Gohar bowls. This is eased into the offside by Cox. Quick single through point, 80 for 5. There was much criticism when Chris Rogers declared for Somerset against Middlesex in 2016. Middlesex went on and won the game and went on to win the title that year. Somerset just missed out by a narrow margin, and the argument was had Rogers not declared, Somerset would have won the title. But Rogers' argument was that by going for the win, he was showing young guys how to go out there and do battle, and it was a really narrow victory. John Simpson hooking a 6 to win the match. As Gohar's around the wicket, he bowls to Hill, who leaves alone just outside the off stump, 80 for 5. So that the point being, what you're trying to achieve in defeat, they gained something, and they went on a run thereafter. Rogers may argue, had I've just drawn that game and plodded it back, the youngsters wouldn't have learnt as much and might not have gone on the run after that they did thereafter. As his a short ball cut to cover by Hill and no run. But who knows? And again, for Leicestershire here, they've decided to be plucky about it and keep going on this run. And comes Gohar, bowls, forward defence from Hill, no run. Richard Ray alongside myself, Kevin Hand on commentary for this. With Helmut Reeve as well. BBC's Radio Leicester and Radio London together on the BBC Sport website and app as forward goes Hill, but I'd suggest that was bat onto pad, rolling down the pad and into the offside, and there's no run. It certainly seemed as though there was that moment's, boom boom, that moment's pause, that split second that it didn't just come straight off the pad into the offside. But then maybe they were saying it was pad first.
Exactly, yeah, exactly that. I think they were just saying it just flicked the pad before going onto the bat.
Gohar moving in, bowls and straight a ball. Oh, and it gets some bounce, and boy oh boy, taken at slip. Hill looks back at the surface, a lifting ball. He was left backing away by the bounce of it, almost like a Quickard running and bounced a lower order batter who was veering back towards square leg. He was stepping backwards and he nicks it. A comfortable catch for Higgins, and that's 6 down just before tea. And I'm assuming it's 32 overs then that we're playing, because they'd all be walking off now otherwise. So there will be one more ball of this over and one more over before tea, with Leicestershire 80 for 6 and trailing by 249.
Bounce surprised Hill there, and everything that could have gone right, almost everything that could have gone right for Middlesex has gone right in this session. It's a side, I suspect, although it did go wrong on the last day against Northamptonshire, they will have taken a lot of confidence from that performance, and took it into this match, had a great first day, great second day, and now a great third day. Logan van Beek comes out to replace Lewis Hill.
Good decision to enforce the follow-on, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I think we both argued strongly that it should be. Loudly. I was fairly convinced that.
Yeah, me too. I thought he'd go out and have a bat.
He'd go out and just add a quick 100
good on him.
and give the bowlers a little bit of a break, but
yeah, I thought have a break.
No, Duploy's got absolutely everything right in this match. Or Duploy and the coaching staff, whoever's there's a joint decision, or usually is discussed, isn't it? But
plenty to pick through at the end, won't there? There's there is a new coach, Dane Villas, interim coach through to the end of the season.
Hey, you can tell him it's easy, this job.
I know. I saw him. I said, yeah. Then, of course, poor old Toby Rowland-Jones has sat out a marvellous victory here for Middlesex, and we did say in that first over from Van Beek, I think, when there was a bit of bounce from the Bennett end, boy, Rowland-Jones would have enjoyed this one. He'd have enjoyed it even more now, wouldn't he? But they all played their part with the ball.
I think he's so much of a Middlesex man, he'll be enjoying it
anyway,
so to speak. So Tom Helm, last over before tea, runs in and bowls to Ben Cox, who defends on the back foot. Out to deploy at extra cover, and there is no run. It is a matter of time now. One feels just the 4 wickets stand between Middlesex and their first championship victory of the season, and what a victory it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be an innings and plenty thrashing of the runaway league leaders on their own ground. If you're going to do something, do it properly, and Middlesex are doing just that. In goes Helm and bowls, line and length, and Cox holds the pose because that one came right out of the middle. Defensive press forward. Fielded by Helm in his follow through, tosses it to Duploy. Having given it a brief polish, throws it back to Tom Helm. The ever vocal, ever voluble Cracknell shouts encouragement before bending down as Helm is in. Bowls is defensive this time from Cox. Back down the pitch on the offside. A little bit of wind gets up, which is rather pleasant.
It is.
Hope it isn't annoying you in the effects mic. But it's saving our lives up here. Robson's swinging his arms, but I'd be a little bit surprised if...
Optimistic, Sam.
Surely to be tea after these 3 deliveries. Must be, mustn't it?
Well,
Can't
yeah.
Go deeper. Can't go deeper. Cox takes his time before shuffling into place at the crease, taking guard and waiting with bat raised as Helm kicks up his heels, runs away from us and bowls a bouncer. Cox just ducks underneath it, looks back down the pitch. Helm turns on his heel, marches away, sweatband on his left wrist. Logan van Beek favours that as well. Mop the older brow. They were huge for a while, weren't they? Sweatbands, and they went out of fashion rather. Helm is in. Bowls. Cox drives. Good diving stop, falling to his right by Duploy at extra cover, and there's no run. Jack Brooks became something of a friend. I had to chat to him at Northampton a few times, and then up at Yorkshire, of course. And kindly goosed me in mid-interview once when I was being interviewed live on the radio.
How so?
At Headingley.
How so? How did he get you?
He just, as he walked past, he...
Or can you not say? Was it a Robert Croft incident?
Ended up in a squawk live on the radio. Much to Jack's amusement. Helm is going to go around the wicket to Ben Cox, and he tells his deep backward square to go squarer, and brings in deep mid wicket to sort of a conventional backward square. So he's got a deep square and a backward square, as well as short leg. Round the wicket he goes, bowls to Cox. It is a short ball, but it isn't a good one. It's directed down the leg side, and that will be tea. And what a session it has been for Middlesex, because Leicestershire's tea will turn to ashes in their mouths, I suspect. 80 for 6 from 27 overs. The Foxes, who began the innings trailing by 329 with 59 overs left today. They lost Sol Budinger for 5, Rishi Patel for 12, Liam Travaskis for 14, Peter Hanscom for 6, Ben Green for 10, and just a few deliveries ago, Lewis Hill for 18. As a result, 80 for 6. They need another 249 simply to make Middlesex bat again. The only question would appear to be, will Leicestershire take the game into a 4th day? But at the moment...
I was going to say, can we come back for lunch tomorrow anyway, even if they don't?
At the moment, it is all Middlesex. Kevin and Dermot and I will be back with you in around about 18 minutes' time for what we all three of us suspect will be the final session of the game.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Hello everybody, we're back at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the final session on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. I say third day, and I say final session, but it might be just the final session. In fact, it's likely to be the final session because Leicestershire about to resume. That's a little bit of a dark cloud hanging over us on 80 for 6, needing the small matter of another 249 runs simply to make Middlesex bat again, having lost those 6 wickets all in one session. The highest scoring batsman, Lewis Hill, 18, and well, no contributions of any significance whatsoever. The two not-out batsmen, Logan Van Beek, who has yet to face a delivery, but is about to, from Zafar Gohar, and Ben Cox, who's on 6 not out of 18. Dermot Reeve is alongside myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, and probably safe to say we both think this is going to be the final session, Dermot.
Well, unless there's some extraordinary rearguard action from Leicestershire. As Gohar is in and Gohar's in, and it's pushed out to extra cover for no run. I played cricket in Hong Kong with a Barrett Gohar and captained him. So, and he bowled left arm. He bowled left arm orthodox.
You're going to want to really
Zafar Gohar. He has a slip and a short extra cover, which is where that last ball was defended to. And backward point, he's got an offside sweeper, which that's a little bit surprising with the amount of runs that Deploy's got at his disposal. Could maybe have a gully, but anyway, it's Gohar in, and this is full and defended, and
got one to bounce nicely at Hill just before tea.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a thick edge and it doesn't bounce, but it does come off the edge, you know, it's got every chance of going to a very close gully. So that's where I'd have an extra catcher, and that's driven nicely by Van Beek. It'll just be the single to mid off, running round to his left hand. So Logan Van Beek is off the mark. It's a good name, that, I think, isn't it, Logan? He reminds me of Wolverine, and someone who's tough. And
certainly not a Dutch name, is it? Unlike his surname of Netherlands origin.
He brings Cox down on strike, who's 6 off 18. There has been a bit of uneven bounce in this innings, which has made batting a little bit tough, and they run a quick single here as Cox just defends it into the gap on the offside with, well, it's an offside sweeper, so there's a big gap between backward point and extra cover.
We were talking, Dermot, before tea about the MCC Young Cricketers, and I had a couple of emails about it.
Gohar in again, that's defended, and that's the end of the first over after tea.
From Alvin, who says that MC have in fact just reinstated the Young Cricketers scheme in a limited way under the guidance of Graham Swan.
Oh!
And he says Clive Radley has told him the initiative has come from Rob Lynch, the MCC Director of Cricket, who was himself an MCC Young Cricketer.
Right.
So the scheme's back underway, it seems, in a quote-unquote limited
Well,
way.
I'll have to have a word with Swanee and see if he... That'll be a lovely coaching position to get.
Tom Helm is going to open the bowling for the visitors here at Grace Road in the afternoon, in the final session, the evening session I guess we should call it. Bowled beautifully before tea. Two little spells of 5 and 2 overs, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7 for Helm as he runs in and bowls to Ben Cox, who defends and then walks down the pitch as though there might be a quick single in it. There never was, as it's picked up at mid-on, and he remains in his ground.
Yes, I would put quick singles away as a pair of batsmen, because all it takes is one to be still looking for them and the other one to feel like they're not important now, and you could end up with a mix-up, and the last thing they would want is a run out. So It's just all about occupying the crease.
Helm in, bowls, Cox defends on the back foot, everything nicely neat and looking as though he's in good order. Ben Cox, 7 off 21 for him. He has been for the most part this season when batting.
Well, we saw this morning, we saw Wright and Walker and Wood bat for more than 2 hours between them. And I would have said that was Leicestershire's session, the first one of the day, but last one definitely Middlesex.
Helm is in. That finds inside part of Cox's bat. A slightly slingy delivery almost from Tom Helm. It did rise a little bit on him. He stayed on the back foot and blocked it away into the onside. 28.5 overs with this Kookaburra, so supposedly will have started to go a little bit soft, but well, we've seen that they get plenty out of it.
Yeah, there's a bit of uneven bounce, isn't there now? You can see it when the short ball.
Helm is in, bowls, and there is that, not necessarily uneven bounce, but it climbed quite nicely on Cox, outside off stump, and Cox leant away from it, got in position to cut it away, didn't go through with the shot.
So that short ball bounced normally, you would have said, for his pace, and if the wicket was hard and it carried through nicely, and you said that was true. But similar balls, and I know Cox has had a little attempted pull at one, and they stay a bit low, then you might get a bottom edge onto your stumps if you decide to play an attacking shot. If it doesn't bounce, it's more difficult to get out the way of.
Helm in, bowls, Cox does cut it away behind square. The leaping Zafar can't get there, and it goes down to wide third man for 4. So nicely played, but he used the pace of the delivery quite nicely there. Ben Cox didn't try and overhit it, but made sure he got down on top of the bounce, down into the ground it went, and bounded away off the hard surface.
It could have been Neil Mackenzie then playing that shot. That looked absolutely like him, the position he got in, and
he'd take that comparison, I suspect.
Yeah.
In goes Helm and bowls. Cox leans forward on off stump and just blocks it out into the offside, where Higgins is the fielder. So Cox into double figures with that 4 of the previous delivery. He's got 11, 86 for 6. The only really relevant figure, I suppose, on the board, or relevant figures, are the 6 wickets that are down, 30 overs that remain tonight. Maybe the extra half hour if Middlesex need it. One more wicket and it would be taken, probably.
Well, we've still got the offside sweeper, so just a slip and a short leg for Gohar. He comes in from the Bennett end, bowls now, and Van Beek is forward and defends. The ball rolls back slowly to the bowler.
Let's see what's going on elsewhere.
Number 77 on the back of his shirt, Zafar Gohar, around the wicket. And that's a good line and length, and got a few oohs and ahs from the fielders, but well played by Van Beek. But it did turn a little bit, so there is a bit of assistance now as we're coming to the end of day 3, the final session in day 3. We have some spin, and that one is short and cut away to the deep cover, but just for 1, and it was short, but it did turn a little. And that brings Cox down onto strike. Yeah, the match last week I did at Edgbaston, there was Jack Leach bowling to Sam Hayden. He just blocked one that just turned and just would have gone just to a close gully, and that's the fielder that they haven't got it at the moment. That Sam Hayden went on and got a score and ends up saving the game and end up as a draw.
You sort of wonder as well, if not now, when, given you've got 242 runs.
Yeah, to play with. And if we just you could even have a silly point or a man on the drive, but I'd go for the gully, and that one that does spin up onto the shoulder of the bat, if it gets the thick edge. In fact, because it ballooned up when he got the wicket of Hill, the first slip managed to get round to gully. This one is swept and swept well and swept for 4 by Cox, Delivery going down the leg side. It wasn't a premeditated sweep. He saw the line and thought, oh, I'll have the sweep. Got good bat on it and beat the fielder, who was not at 45, but a bit closer to the umpire. They beat him on his right hand. Cornwell.
Likes a sweep, does Ben Cox, and plays it pretty well usually, and he did on that occasion, but it was a perfect ball to be swept, wasn't it?
Yeah, he went from up to down in the shot, which gives you more chance of keeping it down. Last ball of the over. Gohar's in, and that one has turned a little, but just played into the offside by Cox, and there's no run. Gohar's now bowled 3 overs. He's got 1 for 8.
Elsewhere, Royal Durham, who were put under the cosh by Surrey over the first 2 days, are struggling a little bit in their reply. They're 287 for 7, replying to 820 for 9. Innings break at Hove, where Warwickshire made 415 and Sussex have replied with 533, a 118 run innings lead. Helm is going to continue from the pavilion end. Notts have got ahead against Somerset. Somerset 379, Notts 467, 4-5 as Helm is in to Logan Van Beek, who defends on the back foot, drops it out towards Higgins at cover, and there's no run. Hampshire have followed on against Worcester, and at the moment they're making a decent fist of it. Worcester 679 for 7 declared, Hampshire 221 and 38 without loss. Yorkshire have got into the lead against Essex. Essex 368 at York as Helm is in and bowls short, goes for the hook stroke pull and doesn't get anything on it. Van Beek could have flicked the edge there, didn't, but worthwhile trying a couple more of those, I suspect. Yorkshire are now 434 for 8. They lead by 66 runs in that game. In the second division, Northants 442 for 6 in reply to Kent's 566, still trailing by 123. Looking like that one is going to finish in a draw as Helm is in. Van Beek is forward and just guides it calmly down through the gully, along the ground all the way for 4. No third man.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. The ball before went over his right shoulder that he tried to hook, and that was, there's a man out there at deep square leg and the fine leg. And if you're a bit late on it as well, quite often you just go straight up in the air and you get caught mid-on. So that wasn't really a wise shot from Van Beek, who would have been best served just to let it go over his right shoulder. Don't need to take on the fast bowler when there's men back there, when you're just trying to occupy the crease.
Helm is in, goes for the big drive, the big booming drive, and misses it. Fortunate not to go in it just the same way that Ben Green went before tee, driving at Higgins and giving Cracknell a straightforward catch behind the stumps. Van Beek nearly did exactly that there.
Yeah, 2 out. The last 3 shots have been very poor. He's only on 6 off 12, and that was that was a decent line and length just outside off stump, and should have been left alone. And he's gone for a drive on the up. Completely played and missed.
Helm, encouraged, turns, runs in and bowls. Van Beek leaves outside off stump.
That was probably pretty much the exact same ball, wasn't it, as the one before that he tried to drive on the up. So he's hopefully learnt his lesson. It's sometimes hard if you feel you're an attacking batsman by nature, or that's your mindset. It's a bit difficult to just hone in that want to hit the ball and just defend your stumps and play the ball late and let it go.
Backward point has gone almost back to the boundary as Helm is in and bowls and genuinely beats the outside edge of Van Beek's bat as he leant forward in defence to that one. Didn't quite carry to Cracknell, who didn't take the ball cleanly so as well that Van Beek, who played and missed then 3 times in that Helm over, didn't get the edge. I'll just finish off those scores. Lancashire have set Derbyshire 503, I think it is, to win their game at Chesterfield, and Derbyshire 67 for 1. A good one that would be to win. Gloucestershire 380, Glamorgan 507 for 7, lead by 127 runs in Cardiff. And you know what the score is here?
It's 95-6. Zafar Gohar has 1 wicket, and he is continuing from the better end. No changes in the field from the previous over, and this is defended. Cox reaching out in front of his pad, and it's a no ball. So 2 will go to the total, but none to the batsman.
Shouldn't be bowling a no ball when you walk into the crease, should you? There is a bit of a skip involved from Zafar, but
I imagine you got a wicket with it. He's in again, and this one's full, and Cox reaches forward and defends back to the bowler. Wanders forward and picks it up.
do you ever do that? Take a wicket with a no ball?
I did, actually. I really practiced bowling Yorkers in case I bowled at Jaya Surya in the '96 World Cup, and I bowled him second ball, but it was a no ball. Swept away, another boundary to Cox, another one drifting down the leg side, and he is good at that shot, isn't he? Very well played. 4 runs to the total, 4 runs to Cox. That's 101 now. Leicester have the 100 up in their second innings.
He's got quick hands, and he usually gets on top of the bounce. I've seen him get out to it once or twice when he tries to fetch it from outside off stump when he sweeps on length, but both those sweeps were leg side deliveries, perfectly legitimate. The shot in the circumstances, especially with nobody out on the leg side, square legs life may have flashed before his eyes briefly.
He hasn't had great control of the last couple of overs. Gohar generally he's bowled well, and he's just rushed Cox there, so Cox pulls away and puts his left hand up and halt, stop please, I wasn't ready.
Well, I think
The fielder was
skipper
moving.
was moving the field as well, so
Maybe someone was talking, but he's in now, left arm round. That pitch is on about middle and off, and defended back to the bowler by Cox, who's being watchful, just trying to play the good deliveries with soft hands and defend them. Gohar searching for that one that bites a bit on the pitch and finds the shoulder of the bat and finds the edge, and that was a good delivery turn, but well played by Cox as it rolls out to backward point. But Higgins at first lip was putting his hands up in anticipation of an edge, because there must have been a little bit of turn. Gohar and again left arm round, and this one's shorter and played nicely by Cox to backward point, who does a good bit of fielding. Max Holden, I think. Takes a bit of time to get used to the body language of the fielders.
it's usually about towards the end of day 4 that I've just about got there.
Gohar's in, and that's on a good line of length, and defended by Cox. The end of the over. Zafar Gohar now has bowled 4 overs, has 1 for 14. Haven't really been any alarms since lunch, other than Van Beek being a bit extravagant with a couple of shot choices.
The two wander down, have a word with each other. Cox must be a cold-blooded creature to be batting in a sleeveless sweater. It is, although the sun is behind a sort of heavyish dark cloud at the moment, loads of blue all around, and it is very humid, sticky today, as Tom Helm runs in to start his 10th over of the innings, bowls at Van Beek, who looks to force it away off the back foot, picks out Duploy, who's the only man in front of square on the offside.
That surely can only be a superstition, that someone is wearing a jumper today.
You would think.
You know, you get occasional batsmen who've got these little quirks that they... Are you sure he's got a jumper
on?
You
can see that his shirt is covered by the, the shirt number you can see just underneath it.
Yeah.
As Helm is in and bowls short, pulled for, I think, no, it will be cut off down there on the deep backward square boundary by, is that Holden out there? I think
Yep.
it is, and good work by him, got across to his right quickly, but Van Beek got on top of the bounce on that one. There wasn't that much bounce, in fairness, and he picks up a single, moves on to 7, 102 for 6. Cox, whose famous last words, batted as well as anybody. That is not saying a great deal in the Leicestershire second innings, but he is looking in intolerably good shape as back from backward point towards the boundary goes Zaffer. Helm kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls outside off stump. It's steered out towards Zaffer, and it is 1 to Ben Cox. He moves on to 20. Is he the first? Yes, he's the top scorer of the innings now. First batsman to get into the 20s.
And the slip comes, an extra slip comes in for Van Beek, and deep cover comes up.
Helm bowls to him. He drives very pleasantly. It's going to be a long chase for Duploi. He's not going to get there. It really is lightning, this outfield. And Van Beek joins Cox in double figures at least. 2 touch gloves. That was didn't have to do too much there, really, did he, Van Beek, without the mid-off?
No, and
Just lean into it and make sure it...
the only thing that really happened with the run chase from Deploy was he risked perhaps twinging a hamstring, because he went chasing after him. He was never going to get it. It was always going for 4, but he put a big sprint in.
Leading by example.
Yeah.
As in goes Helm, bowls outside off stump. Good carry.
Yeah.
Taken around about shoulder high, but too wide. And even Van Beek, the extravagant Van Beek, didn't fancy throwing his bat at that one.
That once again, that gives an indication now of the uneven bounce in this pitch. I mean, yes, it was full. Sometimes they do bounce a bit more. You know, it's just maybe a bit of the harder part of the surface, but that really took off to the keeper. And sometimes the balls from just a normal line of length now aren't reaching the keeper.
Helm in, bowls very straight, but Van Beek almost casually just leans forward and blocks that one away towards mid-on. End of Helm's 10th over, 1 for 21. His figures not quite as spectacular as they were. I think he was 1 for 7 off 7. So he's got an arm around his shoulder from the captain, Duploi, whether he's telling him that, yeah, well, we'll try something else after just a couple of post-tea overs. Either way, Leicestershire 107 for 6 now, trail by 222 runs on innings.
And they're trying something else right now as well from the Bennett end, which is a bowling change. So Zafar Gohar, the left arm orthodox, has been taken off. He didn't really have great control in that little spell after lunch. And it's the man Cornwell who's picked up 2 wickets already this innings. Bowled a long spell of 9 overs. 2 wickets for 37, but he's coming on to the right-handers. He's going to go round the wicket, which is what brought him some success with that catch short leg off Hanscom. So we've got a wide slip. Higgins, well, he's no back first, and a 5th slip and a short leg, and he's in now, and that's outside off. And Cox isn't interested. He lets that go through. Picks up the line of that very early and left it early. He now plays a little late cut, shadow batting, but the leave was the right option, and that's what he took in the real game. There was a man down at wide, 3rd man. We got an extra cover and a mid-off. Left arm round the wicket. He's in now, and that is one that he plays that late cut to, but picks out the fielder who picks it up cleanly. Sharma, they're coming back for 2, and they'll have to be quick. Van Beek didn't want the second. He was just quite happy just to have the one, and Cox called him back for the two. And Sharma threw it in at the keeper's end, who then relayed it Cracknell to the bowler's end. But by that time, Van Beek had made his ground, but it was a little half chance there. Slightly better fielding and better throws would have had Van Beek struggling. Cornwell's in, and that's full and driven up to mid-off. Nice shot, but no run. Mid-off immediately starts shining the ball, and Cox walks towards square leg, gets about 2 yards away from the short leg, and then turns and walks back to his crease. And on the leg side we got a deep backward for the hook, and we got a deep fine leg as well as that short leg and a mid-on, and Cornwell is in. That is short, and Cox is not interested. Plays it really well. As it followed him a little bit, he watched it all the way, watched it go over his right shoulder. All he did was just bend his knees, and that was a good short ball from Cornwell. Ask the question, that one.
So a 3-day win at Lords for Leicestershire against Middlesex.
Yeah, and it could be a reverse here.
Yeah. Championship's alive and kicking, isn't it?
Cornwell in, round the wicket, and a bit of an angle, it's driven by Cox, and it finds the fielder.
What have you made of the standard of this one? Bearing in mind that Leicestershire are top of the table and Middlesex have come here and turned around their own fortunes and put it to Leicestershire.
Well, I think what Middlesex have shown is actually with the ball when it's new, there is a bit in this pitch, and they've, for the best part, I think, have bowled better than Leicestershire.
And they are missing. They are depleted, aren't they, Leicestershire, in terms of their attack.
Cornwell is round the wicket, and that's nicely played off his hip down to deep backward on the leg side by Cox, who gets a single. It's been
Holland's a big miss for them, as Roland Jones is for Middlesex.
Yeah, but it's been slightly unusual that it was 9, 10, and 11 who in the first innings for Leicestershire, batted time. They all scored runs. They batted a whole session this morning.
Yeah.
And they're meant to be the worst 3 batsmen in the team, but they really applied themselves, and they showed, this is quite a good wicket still to bat on. I mean, when a side makes 534, you would say, oh, this must be a pretty good wicket. But in both Leicestershire innings, the top order has been blown away quite quickly. They've lost wickets. Yesterday it was 8 wickets in the session at the end, in that one session, and today they lost 6 in a session. So there have been 2 very much standout sessions by Middlesex where they picked up 8 wickets and 6 wickets to put them into this position where the game might not go the 3 days, because they only need 4 more bits of good cricket, and it's Higgins who's on.
Over the wicket, he bowls down, that's cut to backward point, there's no run. Cox on 23, 110 for 6.
Can you see a bit of Neil Mackenzie in that shot?
Yeah. 23 from 43, Cox will certainly take it. But yeah, what have you thought of the standard? I mean, cricket, poor old county championship, it gets so much maligned by ourselves, it seems, whereas the world looks so lovingly on it. A great finishing school, as it's described. As Higgins is in, bowls, and forward goes Cox, pushing back to mid-off, and there is no runner. I think it has its knockers quite unjustly, the county championship. This is a...
Yeah, it's a style of cricket that you would say is for the purist. You've got to sit and watch and get involved in every ball, and try and work out the bowler's plan that's going on. But it's hard work. It's 540 deliveries in the day that they've got to put in out there, and you've got to try and win more than the opposition. And it's good if you get cricketers like Higgins, who you can see he's so wholehearted. His attitude and effort is absolutely 10 out of 10 and first class. I can't imagine there's ever any sulking, and he's just a real street fighter, I would suggest, and with a very good cricket brain.
Yeah. No, he's an excellent player. He really is. He's just below international standard at the moment, Higgins. I'd suggest. I mean, you look at his figures. Yeah, he's just. Again, if he were 5 inches taller, as he's in now, bowls forward defence from Cox. It's pushed back. There's almost no argument. He'd be forcing his way in, wouldn't he? But then it is a very good side.
Yeah, but I mean, he absolutely is a good county pro. But you also had in the first innings, Robson making 100, Geddes making 100.
Mm-hmm.
Decare's looked very good in his, that partnership right at the top of the order for Middlesex on the first morning was vital.
Here's full ball from Higgins. It's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Oh, there goes the ice cream van. Teasing as it does.
Double 99, please.
Yeah.
Double 99. A couple of flakes.
Chocolate sauce or strawberry?
No.
Raspberry.
No sauce. Just a couple of flakes.
Saucy enough.
And I used to break off the bottom of the cone.
Break
off the bottom of the cone, and you can make yourself another little one
clever.
That you can give to your mum or your brother.
Oh. Higgins is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside zone. But what about on a hot day when it starts leaking through the bottom of the cone, though?
You suck it. You suck it out the bottom, and it brings it all through. That's the idea. You're creating that hole in that
vacuum. There you go.
Have to do a YouTube video on it. How to eat a double 99.
I was trying to find off air yesterday that video I was telling you about. The backing up, spoken to Ian O'Brien about years ago here about
about
international
lengths. No, I think I might have seen it actually at some point, but yeah.
So Cornwell it is, 110 for 6.
And he's sticking with the same field, the angle of bowling left arm round to the right-hander, and that's nicked, and it's edged wide of first slip and over the top by Van Beek. He gave it the treatment, trying to play a back foot sort of slash or back foot drive come cut shot, and he got enough bat on it and enough power to thick edge it over the slip. There's only the one slip in place, and there's a man about fifth or sixth, a very fine gully. But Van Beek can't resist. If he thinks it's there to hit, he will go for his shots as he did then. He's moved on to 15 off 20 balls, and this one is in at his body, and he plays it on the leg side for a comfortable single. Just rode the bounce, but Cornwall's got his tail up and he's charging in. You'd imagine all the Middlesex bowlers should be dying to get on and bowl at this stage. Sharma hasn't looked quite as threatening today. He's a little bit down on pace from yesterday.
Well, that's youth, isn't it? I guess. Well, yes, that as well. But that's youth as well, and that's the challenge, isn't it? We've all seen the potential yesterday.
Oh, definitely. He was awkward. They found him difficult to play, as Cox didn't find that one difficult to face off Cornwell as he defended it to cover for a dot ball.
He was an outright nuisance, wasn't he? Sharma yesterday.
Oh yeah, they found it was as though they weren't picking up the length when he banged it in, and he did get a few short balls really in the right place.
It's great to watch a teenager, working them up,
charging in as a fast and nasty. He was in that spell. That 4 wickets got Middlesex into this position, and Cornwell's trying to bowl in a slightly more orthodox way here, and just let's get enough balls in the right area. We've got enough time in the game. Let's be patient, and it's always for example, the Higgins wicket that he got, Rishi Patel caught and bowled. Was that a good ball or was that a batsman error that brought about the wicket? Excellent catch, Cornwell, and that's a good short ball. And Cox isn't interested, but he had to sway out the way late because it stayed low, so it only went past at about chest height, but very close to hitting him in that situation. But, that's the thing with cricket. How many wickets do fall, which is, oh, that was a wonderful ball, or, that batsman's made an error there. So I would have said that the Patel, it was batsman error.
Yeah.
I'm driving a bit early. Now the wicket's got a bit too paced. I've got to be careful with my driving, but he just drove slightly on the up, straight back to the bowler. But a good bit of cricket by Higgins. But now it's Cornwell, and this one is cut away. It's going to go straight to Sharma at a wide, deep third man, who keeps it to a single. And that's the end of the over, so Cox will keep the strike, or was that Van Beek?
I'm sure.
And no, I'm pretty sure it was Cox, because he's got the sweater on.
Let's look down for a moment. But
yeah. And Van Beek walks around with the bat in his right hand. He now put it in his left, just as I said that.
Here goes Higgins, slipping a gully. I was just racking my brain for the last time. A teenage seamer for Middlesex made everybody sit up like this and go, oh wow, what a spell that was. Here's Higgins bowls, and this is onto the legs and tickled away fine for 4 by Cox. 120 for 6. Now Stephen Finn broke through as a 16-year-old. Is it leg buys? Thank you, leg buys. Stephen Finn broke through as a 16-year-old.
Right.
But and the talent was always there, and you always knew Finn was going to go on and have a huge future. But he was kept out for a number of years by a lad called Danny Evans. And I'm just going to see how old Danny was when he was done. He's a Hartlepool lad, Danny Evans, and he was keeping Finney out of the side. There was Murtagh and Evans. I'm trying to think who else would have been in that side then. So here comes Higgins bowls, and this ball's punched away into the offside, and there's no run. The thing about Evans that was keeping Finn out of the side was Evans had all of a sudden work up a head of steam, and he'd rush the living daylights out of a top order, and all of a sudden have 3 or 4 wickets out of nothing, and you could see they really didn't like facing him. Finn was sat on the sideline and Evans was in the side. Now obviously events changed, and Finn went on and had a fabulous career. Danny Evans, there he is, 37 years of age now, Hartlepool. Let's have a look. 19 first-class matches, average of 34, and last played for Yorkshire in 2012. Yorkshire second 11 is a full ball to Cox from Higgins. It's pushed back, and there is no run. His last Middlesex second 11 game was 2010. So he had 2010, then 2012 he had a couple of second 11 games for Yorkshire, but that was it, sadly. But yeah, Danny, let's have a look. First class debut 2007. Was he a teenager then when he was going through? I say going through, but these purple patches. Here's a bump ball swaying inside the line of it, through to the keeper it goes. Because by the time Roland Jones was something of a late bloomer, 22, 23, but for a teenager to be doing it, so 87 he was born, and his first class debut was, so he's 20, there you go. So he wasn't a teenager when he was ripping them up. Evans. To look back and see, Finney will have some stats from sure now where he was a 19-year-old and was taking a good few, but yeah, there was a while there where Danny Evans 2007 was keeping Finn.
You do get the odd teenager that's come through, at club level, and he's got some rapid pace. I always remember, the likes of Norman Cowans.
Yeah. But if you'd have seen Danny bowl, you'd have said he'd have had a long career. But it was harnessing that talent, which, for whatever reason, clearly didn't happen. As here's Higgins. Around the wicket now to Cox on 24. He bowls a bumper through to the keeper. It goes.
Well, Norman Cowans, because of the amount of cricket that was played in those days, he went very quickly from being an England Test fast bowler and a Middlesex fast bowler. He very quickly became a medium fast medium swing bowler, and it's so difficult to charge in every day with that sort of effort and keep it up for 15-20 overs in a day and then come back and do it. So you end up having to bowl within yourself because your body's aching.
Higgins around the wicket, he bowls and bumper up on his toes. Cox defends, there's a short leg in place. In front of him is a bowling attack for you. So Evans made his debut in 2007 against Gloucestershire. Opening the bowling for Middlesex, Shaminder Vass, Alan Richardson, Tim Murtagh, I wonder whatever happened to him, and Danny Evans. And the first wicket to fall, Danny Evans. Came on and he picked up Craig Spearman, caught Joyce, bowled Evans for 18. 50 for 1 when Evans was called into the attack. Morley Kartik and Jamie Dalrymple with the spinners. Middlesex's top order: Strauss, Compton, Smith, Joyce, Dalrymple. That was a top 5, and then Scott was at 6, Shaminder Vass at 7, Tim Murtagh at 8, Morley Kartik at 9 cards. How on earth did he let Murtagh go in ahead here?
Back here at the Uptonsteel cricket ground at Grace Road. It's Cornwell, left arm around the wicket, and slightly flamboyant shot from Van Beek. He'll get a single to a straight mid-on as mid-off runs around to field it. And now the sun. The sun was behind a big, nasty-looking cloud there for a while after tea, but it's decided to pop its head out now, and we're bathed in sunshine once again. And we've got a short leg. We actually now have a backward square leg on the 1, as well as a fine leg and a wide mid-on. And this ball is played to wide mid-on, and it's a dot. Cox watchful. He's played well now. He's 58 balls. He's got 24 not out, but he's being very watchful. And the Neil Mackenzie bit, when Cox looks to play a back foot cut, he drops his back knee, his right knee, his back knee, drops it, bends it, and that's that little mannerism that is making Neil Mackenzie stand out for me. And oohs and ahs from the slip, because that was a close leave, a good leave from Cox. It was outside off. When it came back, might have only been 3 inches outside the off stump by the time he let it go, but never really looked in danger of coming back enough. But he's moved across now. Looks like he's batting more with his back toe on about middle, and defends this one to mid on, and there's no run.
Just going back to my question about what do you think of the level that you've seen out there? Because I'd suggest the biggest difference between now and certainly the 80s, but the 90s still as well. There was 2 quality top class overseas.
Yeah.
And obviously they don't have that now. Kane Williamson could have played. Will be back into the game for the next one. So there's one. And Dane Patterson was in as overseas for Middlesex first half of the summer. And Pete Hanscom for Leicestershire in this game.
Cornwell's in, and this one's pulled away, and an under edge, not the middle of the bat, but he gets a single down to deep fine leg. Go hard does the fielding. He's got some dirt on his whites, on the back of his shirt and on his trousers. And he looks like a little bit like he's been in the wars, diving around out there on a very dry outfield here at the Uptonsteel cricket ground. And we've now got another not bowling change, but a bowling fielding adjustment with a man going out to deep square leg. So he can't be behind square because we've already got 2, which are the fine leg and there's a backward square leg who's sort of the catcher now. He's stationary, short leg. And this is pulled straight. Oh! It looked like it was straight to De Caras there and that backward position, but it went to his right and went down the fine leg for an easy single. So just for a moment it would have had, I hope, some of the audience interested, because it had me interested from here, but probably about 10 yards away from the fielder by the time it passed him. And Leicestershire move on to 123 for 6, so haven't lost a wicket so far since tea. There's only 21 overs remaining. I think there was 31, so they got through 10 overs unscathed. It's been a bit like the passage of play that has occurred in Leicestershire's both innings. That big clump of wickets in one session, and then they get stuck in and face a lot of balls without getting out in the next session. So that's what their coach Alfonso Thomas and the supporters will be hoping that Van Beek and Cox here get stuck in, back time, get them big scores each. You know, they're there at lunchtime tomorrow. It'll get Middlesex a touch worried, but at the minute they got plenty of time left in the game. 90 odd overs tomorrow, 21 left today, and they only need 4 wickets, so a wicket every 25 overs and they could still get victories if they keep it tight.
Here's Higgins around the wicket, bowls a bumper. Oh, he's up on his toes. Van Beek looking to hook, but hooks it straight into the ground. Just dies next to him.
Yeah, and Geddes was saying, come on, Skip, let's have a short leg, because he's got 3 out on the leg side boundary. So it's a 6-3 leg side field. So the offside is a gully, backward point, and an extra cover, so there's no mid-off. And then on the leg side, and he is bringing the short leg in now, which I think was Geddes' suggestion to his captain. Let's have one in there. So he's got Geddes going in at short leg, and deploy himself as a mid-on, a wide mid-on. Then there's a mid-wicket, and then 3 out on the leg side boundary for a catch.
Higgins, another bumper. Underneath it goes Van Beek. It's a very modern way now. I mean, I say modern, very recent, the last 2 years, really, 3 years that this has been.
Well, this plan,
yeah.
Plan
It's
3 out
against
and
Australia.
short.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember Stokes and co doing it against Australia, but and Australia doing it against Stokes. Just to finish in that Finn Evans comparison, it would have been Finn then, would have been the last 19-year-old probably running in, putting the fear up an opposition line up as Sharma did. Finn debuted in 2005 at 16. Here's a short ball, eased into the offside by Van Beek for a single, moves to 19. So 2007, when Evans had knocked him out of the side, Finn was 18. Then 2008, Finn was 19. I reckon 2008 Finn, he was picking up some poles. He wasn't in the T20 side, Finn, but I reckon he'd have got in and had a good few games in 2009 for sure, and probably in 2008 as well. But
so what we're seeing now, I would say, is like a Neil Wagner, the New Zealand Test bowler plan that Brendan McCullum would have seen a lot of, and probably might have suggested it to Ben Stokes, and you know, when you play the pull shot or the hook shot, because it's a cross bat shot, and if the ball gets up at a certain height, you would say it is a shot that has it does have some risk. So, but if you play it well, you can knock it down for a 1, or just keep getting out the way. So, but you should bowl a lot of them cross seam so that you're scuffing up one side of the ball.
Higgins, right arm over, he bowls, bouncer through to the keeper it goes. And there is no run. This time over the wicket from Higgins.
Yeah, Warwickshire employed this a lot in the 4-day game at Edgbaston last week against Somerset. Somerset actually managed to get the ball reversing, and that was very telling in that match. Yeah,
not so much for it on show this week as here's Higgins bowls, and this is punched away into the offside, and there's no run. I don't think there's been as much in this game.
No.
Excuse me.
If at all. So, I mean, there was a little period where Pete Hanscom, you could really see him, they were throwing the ball to him, wherever it went in the field, would go back to the captain, and he was buffing it up on one side.
I think, as you said, there was a hint that the ball was tailing a little bit at times, wasn't there?
Yeah, and you know, what you need to do is be aware, like all the fielders need to keep their wet, try and keep your wet palms, which you've got on a hot, sweaty day, you've got to keep that away from the dry side.
Yeah.
So you've got to be careful passing the ball around the field. You've got to keep one side dry, and the other side you wet and buff. Now we're having a bit of a chat. Umpires have got together with. Is that deployed, the captain?
They're pointing at us.
Having a chat.
Maybe the dressing room below.
Yeah, well, it's Sharma who's going to come on for a bowl. I think they might be talking about the footholds here, because I noticed Higgins wasn't happy with it, and on came the groundsman to try and bang it. You know, you try and bang it and even it out, so you take away the risk of a fast bowler turning his ankle. And I think that's what the delay is that we're having. The umpires are now talking to the ground staff down at the Bennett end. I mean, sometimes you just got to wait till the end of the day's play to let the groundsmen do their job, and as a captain you've got to look at the wicket and go, well, look, there's a little bit of a hole there, so you've got to bowl around the wicket, or we'll bowl a spinner. It's very unusual that you get, you know, during a session, the groundsman coming on with his big mallet to whack down.
Yeah, there was a little bit of it yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, they did it yesterday, but you know, it's a bit of time, I guess, a bit of time out of the day. Although we go overtime, don't we? We've got no problem with light, so it'll be another.
No, we'll be here.
It'll be another 20
Well, of course,
overs.
there could be the extra half hour, so could be another 28 overs.
Well,
we could still be coming back in the morning.
Yeah.
Or if they're 6 down.
Well, I'm not here tomorrow, so
yeah, you're
I've
right.
I've got a train to catch. So.
Yes. You'll be tuned in though. You'll be tuned in to find out what gripping finale.
Well, I believe we're on a live stream, you know, but we commentate for radio, don't we?
We do, and it
So
overlaps the live stream.
It overlaps the live stream, so.
Yeah. 1, 2, 4 for 6. So yeah, you can tune in and watch it. But then I wonder how many thrilling finales there will be tomorrow. Indeed, we shall see. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere while there is this pause in play.
There's been some scores against this Kookaburra ball, haven't there?
Well, the Surrey
Worcester
record,
was a huge score. Surrey was a huge score.
Worcestershire declared 6-7-9 for 7.
Yeah.
And Hampshire 61 for 2 in reply, still trailing by 397.
But you'll see when you look through in a couple of games, the side's batting second. You know, they've been up against scores of 400, but they've gone past them.
Yeah.
Sussex have gone past Middlesex. Notts have gone past Somerset. But here, we're back. The groundsman is off and Sharma is on, and that's short, and Van Beek just defends it back to the bowler. Not a very pacey delivery. A loosener from Sharma. Cornwell had bowled 12 overs, 2 for 49. Before Deployer said to the big strapping 19-year-old, come on, come and do what you did yesterday. Get your adrenaline going, charge in and bowl me a quick spell now and finish this game off. As he charges in over the wicket. Short and pulled, but not in control of the shot. Hit the body, Van Beek, and it ricocheted to the gully on the offside.
I think it did.
Off the arm, I think, or off the glove. But
you rubbing anything yet? Oh, what's he going to do? There you go. Set the bats under the arm. What's he going to rub?
Yeah, the glove, I think.
Glove. So that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that was a bit similar to Hill yesterday, who played that shot to a similar ball and gloved it, and it lobbed up to the wicket keeper. This occasion, fortune goes the way of Van Beek. Sharma's in, and this is short and played with a straight bat by Van Beek, but Sharma already asking a couple of questions of the overseas. I presume Logan is overseas, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. The overseas New Zealander.
Durham have fought back to 308 for 7. Well, they've lost a few quickly now, haven't they? Neesham and Drissel. They've gone.
That must be a good place
quickly.
to bat.
Yeah.
Sharma in, bowls now, that's short, and Van Beek says, no, that's too short. I'm not interested, and the umpire says, it's too short, and I'm afraid that's too wide, young man. Probably a foot over his head, and that is one for the over.
Good place to eat lunch as well. I wonder if I If this is done tonight, breakfast at the hotel here in Leicester and then drive down to the Oval for lunch.
All right, you're planning your day. Why is it good for lunch at the Oval?
Oh, fabulous.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, they look after you at the Oval, all right.
Oh.
We're well looked after here, of course, but they really look after you at the Oval.
There was nothing like Nancy's lunches at Lord's.
I know.
They were just...
Do you know, 21 seasons covering Middlesex, I finally made it into the dining room last year and ate in there in the players' dining room for the first time last year.
Oh. And Sharma's in, and this one is full and played by Van Beek on the offside. It goes through the gully, and he'll pick up a 2.
No more Nancy, though, sadly.
No, I know, it's very sad.
Still very good, still regarded as the best, aren't they?
Yeah, I had many a happy day down at Lord's as a young man. Used to stay behind and bowl at the members if they wanted to have a bat. Colonel Stevenson put a pound on his stump in case I got it if I bowled him out. Pulled away handsomely for 4 by Van Beek, just waiting on the short ball, and that one was absolutely cracked. There is a catcher there at mid-wicket and a mid-on, but it went in between the two of them, and it's gone all the way. That's 100 yards of ball fetching. No ball boys out there, so someone's have to put in the hard yards to go and fetch the ball, but Middlesex shouldn't mind that happening, and Van Beek going for that shot. It shows that that's the kind of shot that's difficult to control.
50 partnership as well. The 7th wicket.
And Van Beek is equal Cox now. He's gone to 25 and he's on strike. Last ball of the over. And that's full, and Van Beek defends it to mid-wicket. And I will say cheerio, gents.
Pleasure working with you, Dermot. Dermot, who's in for the first 3 days. Got a long old journey back to home tonight, so safe journey. Hope the journey goes well, old chap. Absolute pleasure working with Dermot. Really was absolute pleasure. And a lot of fun again. You know, it was one of the privileges of this job. The guys you grow up watching, and you end up sit there chewing the cud with them for a couple of days, and we chewed over a lot, that's for sure.
Richard Wright, back alongside myself, Kevin Hands.
Yeah, I didn't want to, because when I'm not on, no wickets fall.
Yeah. Well, you're one for not moving in your seat. Here's Higgins around the wickety bowls, and this is short and hooked down to fine leg for a single. Cox on to 26. They've gone to the bumper theory, haven't they?
It's not been entirely unproductive in this game. I've been asked to point out to you guys about teenage Middlesex sensations that apparently one Fred Titmus.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Made his debut at 16.
Yeah.
And apparently he wasn't too dusty.
Yeah, I was going back, you know, when was the last? And Stephen Finn, by my reckoning, probably, as his Higgins in, bowls a bumper and swaying inside this Van Beek.
And that was from Stephen Roberts.
Thank you, Stephen.
Stephen.
Beck remains on 25. Yeah, Danny Evans was a fine young bowler for Middlesex, but just didn't kick on, sadly. And he was keeping a young Stephen Finn out of the side at one point. Danny had a couple of years on Finney. But yeah, I was trying to think back. But Danny was 20 when he made his first class debut, whereas Stephen Finn was 16. And certainly when he was 17, 18, and I'm sure by the time he was 19. So Higgins bowls a bumper through to the keeper, it goes, and there's no run. But I was just trying to work out whether Danny Evans was a 19-year-old at that point and, you know, was doing the business, because he really did used to do, you know, something which we saw from Sharma yesterday. But Danny only ever went on to play, you know, a handful of first-class games and didn't make it, sadly. Thereafter, didn't hold down a long and illustrious career like the man he was keeping out the side, Stephen Finn.
Well, we may yet have to come back tomorrow.
Higgins around the wickety bowls, and this is tickled into the onside. No run. 1-3-2 for 6. Well, there's 18.5 overs remaining today, but the potential of an extra half hour should they take one more. 7 down usually gives you the extra half hour, doesn't it? But then if it's 7 down now and in 18.5 overs they're still going, they might not get the extra half hour at that point, and might just be a case of come back tomorrow. But if they took the 7th just before the extra half hour.
A disgruntled Aussie has written to ask, how come you're not talking about the Kookaburra anymore then, eh? It's a fair point.
Well, yeah, but then there has been a heavily prepared pitch to get some life into this ball. You know, the talk was all about the amount of grass and the lines out there. Higgins bowls up on his toes. Van Beek pushes into the offside and there's no run. Was that a serious one? Was
No,
it?
so yes, yeah, absolutely.
Well, no,
I mean,
you don't want to see pitches. I mean, if you ask the batters, are they going to say it's good? Was this good cricket in this game? And Leicestershire batters, I think, will absolutely say no. But they were the ones who asked for the grass to be left on, so that potentially they'd have the chance of beating Middlesex because it's a Kookaburra round. So I don't think that's really what we want. That you're having to go out to create pitches based on the ball. As Higgins comes in, bowls, and forward goes Van Beek. Thick edge on that, and it's 4 runs to the vacant third.
I think what Sam Robson had to say at the end of day one after his century has been borne out to a certain extent. The Middlesex bowlers have got more out of the ball, and the wicket they have bowled better.
That was it, they bowled better, yeah.
And the batters really applied themselves. Yes, they got a break or two with catches going down, but overall, a slightly tired and out of sorts Leicestershire side for the first time this season has been thoroughly outplayed over 3 days, notwithstanding it, ball and pitch really. So, and I think they have to tip their hat to Middlesex, who've played very well. They've still got just a little bit of work to do to get over the line, but it is hard to think that they won't actually do so. This partnership of 56 now, notwithstanding Cox and Van Beek, proving that you can bat. Yes, the ball is now 41 overs old, but like Wright and like Wood and like Walker this morning, you can make runs. Sharma is going to go around the wicket to Ben Cox with a short leg, a mid-wicket, a deep square, and a man at deepish leg gully. In he comes and bowls down the leg side. Cox steps inside line, raises his bat, makes sure that he doesn't nibble it through to Cracknell behind the stumps. Helm liked that. Good bounce from Navya Sharma. Not yet to have quite the impact, spectacular impact he had in the first innings. Picked up 4 wickets for next to nothing. Cox looks around him, sees that the man at leg gully has gone to a deepish leg gully, has gone to a sort of almost genuine leg gully as Sharma is in. Bowls short on off stump, cut away off the back foot by Cox, and it will be comfortable 2, notwithstanding a decent throw from Cornwell down there. Oh, over there, I should say. I called in to see the Friends of Grace Road at tea, just to see how things had gone for them over the 3 days. I think they were thoroughly satisfied. There was a couple of bits of chocolate cake left, but essentially they'd sold out. Sharma is in and bowls, caught, dropped, caught at the second attempt. Caught at the second attempt, diving to his right by De Caires at leg gully. Bouncer in towards the ribs of Cox. He turned it not quite straight, but almost straight to De Caires, who knocked it up, knocked it to his right, dived, grabbed it at the second attempt, and the breakthrough has come. And I told you I shouldn't have gone back on commentary.
De Caires, he's got something about him, I have to say. He's he's one of those cricketers that's just always in the game. He's a scrappy batter, but then at his best he's much better than that. But once he was in the side, there was a real grit about him to get in into his innings. But he's got the shots as well. His off spin, as Dermot said, was very accurate today. But I'd see him very much as a batter. But equally in the field, though, he's. That ball, he'd lost that by a mile. Almost that it made it a much harder catch than it was, and he dropped the simple catch, which was the one straight to him, and then he took the very hard dive forward to get 2 hands underneath it. It was extraordinary.
Yeah, good recovery. And Tom Helm bounces towards Ben Geddes, and the 2 give each other a low 5. They do sense now a 3-day victory very much on the cards. Still got Walker to shift. Walker, who made a very good unbeaten 40 in the first innings. This morning he was still batting at lunchtime. Well, no, he wasn't, because Leicestershire were all out at lunch, weren't they? But he was unbeaten on 3-8 for 7. And Van Beek at the other end is going well on 29, so still just that little tiny smidgen of hope for the Foxes. Walker, not quite bristling with aggression, but has the walk of a man who isn't going to give an inch. Takes his guard from umpire Pratt. Logan Van Beek was shed all his gloves and everything and had a good towel down, but he did it at the other end of the pitch, so by the time he's picked himself up, we're all waiting for him to walk back to his position. 17.5 over. Was that my first over as well? I don't know. But well bowled Sharma, who is in, staying around the wicket to Walker on off stump, dabbing it down towards sort of third slip. Higgins fields, and there's no run.
Well, there's a fair chance we'll have the extra half hour now, should it be required.
Yes.
Unless these two get in 17.2 overs time. Everybody says, I'll come back tomorrow. But one more for sure. We'll have the extra half hour, should it be required. Grip was what they wanted this morning, and grip was what they got yesterday morning, sorry, I should say.
Sharma bowls, bouncer.
No, it was this morning, wasn't it?
Walker, yes it was. A lot has happened today.
Where am I?
3-8 for 7, so yeah, one to forget about is the general reaction from the Leicestershire supporters.
Yeah, and that's right. That's the way to approach it. Forget about it. Move on. The top of the table.
Easy to do, is it? It is the right approach, but it perhaps as well in a way that they've got a little bit of a break now, or at least they're going back to a different form of the game. As Sharma is in, bowls caught. No, not caught. Did he get his fingers on that? Wasn't quite sure. Fended off the body by Walker. Geddes dived to his right, and I thought I saw a faint deflection. Might just have got the end of his fingers to it, but there's actually no great reaction from the Middlesex supporters. Sorry, the Middlesex players, which suggests that perhaps Geddes didn't, but it was in the air as it went past him, away to his right, and he did put in the dive.
Yeah. There's just that. There's chances out there, isn't there? And huge credit to the Middlesex attack, who are missing Toby Rowland-Jones and Dane Patterson, really, because back end of the first couple of months of the season, those first 7 games, Dane Patterson was the overseas bowler for Middlesex. Bowled really well, just the ball wouldn't take wickets for him. I think they counted in his 5 matches, he beat the bat 100 times. Just couldn't get the edges. Higgins to Walker, 2 slips and a short leg, and Walker gets in behind this one. Walker, part of the double act, the 9th and 10th wicket partnerships this morning that gave Leicestershire some hope, and not only that, the hope or serious possibility that Middlesex would go out and bat again, which in hindsight, good decision by Middlesex not to, but we all thought, looking on, surely they're going to put their feet up for a couple of hours, 40 minutes for lunch, a session of the bat, 20 minutes for tea, and then come out and have a bowl tonight. They've done very well. Here's Higgins in, bowls outside the off stump. Walker leaves alone, and he'll obviously hope that all that hard work wasn't in vain. I'll say 100 runs added for the last 2 wickets in the first innings. They trail by 190 now, so 8th wicket. Van Beek, take a chunk out of it, take it into the final day. Have we checked the weather forecast for tomorrow? I'm assuming it's absolutely fine.
Yes.
No thunderstorms.
A little bit cooler, I think, but essentially okay.
Higgins bowls and forward goes Walker, and there's no run. Well, they've got the FIFA Club World Cup in America at the moment, and they keep coming off thunderstorms, don't they? A 2-hour delay.
Should make the World Cup good next year, shouldn't it?
Well, yes. There was a headline on the BBC Sport website this morning about a 9 a.m. start for the World Cup final. Well, because
9 a.m. local time.
Yeah.
What time would that be? I I don't care what it is over there. What time is it?
Well, yes. Yeah. What are they, 4 hours? So.
Well, that'd be all right in a way.
Yeah. Higgins in bowls, a bumper through to the keeper it goes. So that'd be 5 hours, isn't it? So that would be 2 p.m. here. 3 p.m. European time. So that'd be about right, yeah.
In that case, but Americans won't turn out to watch it anyway.
Well, exactly, yeah. And it's not the kind of it's not the Friday night T20 crowd that you're doing it for, is it? The World Cup final is going to be a different type of spectator. It's not the beer swill in Chelmsford on a Friday night. As forward goes Walker, pushing away into the offside. Quick single, throws them on strikers. Then they're through. They are through. What are we at? 5:45 with an hour to go still. Potential of an extra half hour.
Zaffa and who threw then, and Max Holden standing next to him, had their hands on their heads as the ball went past the stumps, and for a good few seconds afterwards, that might have been pretty close had that throw hit. Walker's hesitation called through by Van Beek.
Higgins, he's past the umpire, the slip in a gully, bowls and a forward defence, dropped into the offside, 140 for 7 it remains. The sun cast in the shadows long across the ground now of the players as Higgins takes his cap and his sunglasses. I feel like I need the sunglasses. I'm squinting looking out there at the moment.
You not bring them?
No, well, they're in the car. I'll bring them in the morning.
And as the slobs once said, I cannot be, well, bothered. They didn't say bothered.
The slobs. They were the pre-royal family, weren't they? Jim Roy was always kind of, yeah.
Wayne and Waynetta.
Then you had Shameless, didn't you? Yeah.
Sharma, having picked up his first wicket of the second innings, stays around the wicket, bowls to Walker, good bouncer. Walker ducks down, but still has to sort of move his head inside the line.
So a 5 for in the game. What can he take out of the game?
He's already taken lots out of the game, hasn't he, really? You would imagine that he's put himself in line to stay in the side. I don't know who the next game. We're down at Kent at the end of July, I think.
Yeah, so a Middlesex Merchant Taylor's School was the next one.
Ah, I remember it well.
With the Kookaburra.
The Karloff end.
Yes. Yes.
Except, come back to that in a minute, as Sharma is in bowls, locked up into the air, the simplest of catches. Well, Roman Walker, after his heroic efforts in the first innings, well may he punch his bat with annoyance, because he dollied up the simplest of catches. The ball didn't sort of get up too much. It wasn't up to the chest area. It was round about maybe even waist ribs area, and looking to get inside the line, he almost involuntarily gestured at it, took the edge and just lobbed up, and well, that was, as I say, after the first innings, a rather tame dismissal.
Yeah, they don't like facing Sharma, do they? And it's going to be interesting to see.
Yes, but we found out, didn't we, when we were at Merchant Taylor's, that although Boris Karloff was a former pupil of the school, it was when the school was in London, in central London, before it moved out to those rather palatial buildings, pretty much in Watford, aren't they, really? So, calling it the Karloff end, and he did play cricket, apparently, for Merchant Taylor's, but,
yes.
Well, it would be a bit. So it was the Lake End, I think, was one.
The Lake End and the Benham End. The Benham End was the top end.
Okay. So you're going to be in a tent there, a little marquee.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Yes. So like General Melchett. Yes.
Reluctant, rueful, resigned.
140 for 8. 2 quick wickets, and we will, if needed, definitely have the extra half hour now. But the tameness of that dismissal, well, what can Chris Wright do? Both Wright and Wood acquitted themselves very well this morning, but these are somewhat different circumstances. But De Queiroz will never have, not beg your pardon, De Queiroz, Guedes will never have an easier catch at short leg than that. a dolly. So Sharma will stay around the wicket. Of course he will. With a leg gully, who is Dick Ayres, and Geddes at short leg. He's got a slip Robson, and he's got a gully Higgins as he comes down the slope and bowls to Chris Wright. That is the bouncer. It rather loops through to Cracknell. Wright having ducked out of the way. It's that sort of ribs stroke chest delivery that appears to be doing the damage.
What do you reckon? Extra half an hour. Can they get it to that? Can they get it to take it to tomorrow? 15.3 overs, right.
No.
Well, it would be 23.3 overs with the extra half hour, which they definitely take now.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
There's Sharma down the leg side, that goes, and through to Cracknell tumbling to his left. But yeah, they don't like facing Sharma, do they? It's quite clear, and it'll be interesting to see in the interview why afterwards. You know, it's not really one for you to ask, is it? But I'll ask you our lot. What do you think of what Sharma did? Because they've looked the most unsettled against Sharma of all the bowlers in the match. Helmer's bowled beautifully today in particular, though, I saw. And then Cornwell as well. They've all done well. Higgins doing what Higgins does. But it's certainly Sharma that just seems to have had a little X factor.
In he goes, bowls. That one is the right area, right towards the sort of waist stroke ribs of Chris Wright. He goes back and he manages just about to get on top of the bounce and drop it down towards Geddes, but didn't look entirely comfortable.
But as Dermot Reeve was saying, it's as much about the bounce today, isn't it? That he thinks, there has been sign that the bounce today has been a little bit more unpredictable, or reliable perhaps is the better word.
Sharma is in. Bowled, great Yorkers, an appeal for leg before it probably hit him outside leg stump. He was most certainly anticipating a bouncer. Sharma completely did him, really, and it hit right on the foot, but he was standing outside leg stump, and I think it was going on to miss leg stump, but my word, that absolutely did him. He was looking for the bouncer and he was back in his stumps almost, but not quite. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's good to see a youngster having fun, isn't it? I mean, I know Leicestershire are on the wrong side of this one, and you follow them, and as a result, the play as well. So it's hard to look at, oh, isn't it nice that? But there is occasions, isn't there, when you kind of look at the oppo and say, well, fair play, and especially a youngster. When a youngster's doing it, I think we all do, especially even a young batter, but a young bowler as well, coming in and generating a bit of pace. This is Higgins in bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. There's no run. I can remember seeing Higgins on the field of play for the first time many moons ago. I've got a feeling that it may well have been Worcestershire. I don't remember exactly the ground, but I just remember seeing Higgins running on because he had a huge head of hair on him. Absolutely huge head of hair. You wouldn't, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen, or even Hamish Marshall. I don't think Hamish Marshall's hair was quite as big as Higgins's was, wasn't it?
He was good value as Hamish.
Well,
a few times.
Hamish Marshall and Kevin O'Brien. Here's a full ball, clipped just fine of mid-on for a single by Van Beek. He's on to 30. Speaking of Beek, what's going to happen of all the cakes in the meat? They've had cake prepared for tomorrow.
No, they don't. I mean, the meat might, but they don't really sell cake. The Friends of Grace Road never open on a fourth day. They are used to sort of 3-day finishes. And so far this season, it's always been for the right reason. Not this time. But the effect is the same. They don't sort of waste cake by having lots available on day 4 when it doesn't go to day 4. They look to sell out on day 3.
Higgins is in. He bowls, and it's short and it's hooked. And it's hooked well. Long leg comes around in the shadows of the trees away to our right. Sharma collects, and a single is claimed. Right off the mark, 5th ball. 1-4-2 for 8. We were musing, weren't we? We've not really had a chance to do it on air, but there were some wonderful chases here in recent years, wasn't there? Record chases, which we haven't had to go and had a look. Yeah, exactly. Here's a full delivery pushed away into the offside by Van Beek, and there's no run. And that was indeed when we were actually at lunch, weren't we? And we were pondering whether the follow-on had been enforced or not. thinking that it wouldn't be. Middlesex would go out again and set them 550 or something and leave themselves 4 and a bit sessions.
Still need another 187 runs simply to make Middlesex bat again, Leicestershire.
It's a full ball which is pushed back to Higgins and no run once more. Yeah, so it's straight back to Kookaburra again, isn't it, for the next round?
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it is. Well, unless Middlesex are missing a round.
You might well be right.
Because, Merchant Taylor School, let me have a look at the fixtures now, just make sure I'm 100% sure on this. I'm pretty sure the Merchant Taylor School match is a Kookaburra round, and I'm sure that's what's next.
Actually, and the next game is Derby, of course it is, on the 22nd.
Chesterfield or?
No, Derby. We've never played at Chesterfield. It tends to be reserved for Yorkshire.
Oh, yes. Here's Higgins in bowls, and that's left alone outside the off-stump. Middlesex had a game there a couple of years ago, but you're right, otherwise it's Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Middlesex have Gloucestershire in the blast, Hampshire in the blast, Gloucestershire again in the blast, and then... Oh, Kent in the blast. Oh, it's a long way. When's it?
It's 3 weeks away.
Oh, dear me.
So 22nd,
Kent,
Tuesday the 22nd.
Surrey, Glamorgan. That's it then. And then it's Northamptonshire, 22nd of July at Northwood. There we go.
Yeah, no, we play out the T20 group stages first. Sharma, you will not be surprised to learn, is staying around the wicket as he bowls to Chris Wright. Short in the air, the pull is going to drop safe and bounce out rather apologetically to square leg in front of the manual scoreboard. 4-4, so Wright deciding aggression. It should be part of his defensive technique. Took on the short ball, top edged it, but there was nobody out. And they were all looking for the fend. Whether Duploy will leave his square leg out now as a consequence. No, he's saying come in about halfway. He was saying no, less than that actually, about a third of the way. As Sharma is in bowls, that is slightly short of a good length, but not much, and right on the back foot defends it off stump to Tom Helm, who's at mid-off, so it's a Holden who's back there about 50 yards, 55 yards, 50 yards probably from the bat at square leg, maybe 20, inside the rope in front of the manual scoreboard. The limes down Milligan Road beginning to stir in the evening breeze.
We haven't heard from the bikers this game, have we?
We haven't, no. They're usually out on a Sunday, but I don't think they were this time. In goes Sharma and bowls, edge just over first slip by Chris Wright. Went for I'm not quite sure really, it's sort of chopping it away through the offside in the air, almost a sort of ramp shot in the end. Top edged it a little bit, but only just over first slip. Robson leapt into the air, couldn't get there. And Wright picks up another boundary. He moves on to 9.
Yeah, close. So we're going to go for a fly gully or a short third, fly slip down there. Fly slip, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or a fine short third.
Higgins about 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way back, looking for the Yorker again there, Sharma. It was a full toss in the end, a low one. But Wright again was deep in his crease and just came down on it in time. Helm is starting to warm up. See if he can finish things off. 13.2 overs remain in theory, but it could be 21 overs, 8 overs to be added in the extra half hour. Sharma bowls, Wright whips him away off his hip quite nicely actually. That was a fairly straightforward one for Wright, didn't get up on him too much. There is a long leg. Zafar Goa down there, and so one is taken. I enjoyed working with Dermot. I thought he brought a lot of insight, and it was really interesting to hear him, as you could see why his sides were successful sides. But he never let them relax for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was great. First time meeting him.
Sharma in. Right. Beg your pardon. Van Beek goes for the hook. Goes too soon. Hits the either back of the bat or the shoulder. I think it was the right shoulder. He was just round on it too soon. He's got his back to us. And it trickled to slip. May even been the arm guard. Either way, he got away with it, but it's an approach that's working for Sharma. He looks as though he's going to create something. Most times he bowls that short ball into the, well, either the bouncer or the rib tickler.
The breeze has picked up. We've been hit, but quite welcome. Quite welcome.
Tide is coming in somewhere. We couldn't be much more central than we are.
We're being hit by the fan in front of us and the breeze at the back of us, and I'm quite happy with both.
Leicester folk tend to go to places, well, traditionally used to go to places like Skegness and places like that. North Norfolk, if you're posh. Or Cromer maybe not so posh, but you know, your Wells next to the sea and places like that if you're a little bit posh.
Tom Helm is in, bowls full and straight and right defence into the offside. Former Middlesex bowler right. He'd have been long before Helm was on the scene.
Hokum, beautiful beach there, glorious beach there. You seen the film Shakespeare in Love?
I think I have, but many moons ago. So
at the end, Gwynnie, who's the heroine in the film, walks across a gorgeous empty beach with pines behind.
Helm's past the umpire. He bowls it short and up on his toes. Right, pushes away into the offside. There's no run.
Which we're supposed to think is Virginia, where she's been shipwrecked. In fact, it's Hokum Beach in Norfolk. Great empty expanse of soft sand with pines behind, so there's no vehicles within sight or buildings within sight. It's lovely.
I shall have to rewatch it. Got back into movies of late. It's all on.
One of my top 10 films, that.
Really?
Ooh, yeah, Shakespeare in Love. Very, very funny.
Well, even ahead of Empire Strikes Back.
Tom Stoppard wrote it.
Here's Higgins. Sorry, Helm. Around the wicket. Slip and a short leg. And there's the bumper, and it's eased in the air through the gap. They'd put in a fly slip rather than a gully. It would have been straight to gully, but then he may not have played it, of course. Right onto 14.
Now there will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester around about 10 past into the sports programme, if the cricket is still going. Was the message, and it is at the moment.
You'd imagine.
So
a wicket to fall this ball by the time the next one gets out there, unless they went bang bang.
Yeah, I'll send them a message if that's the case, because you'll be wanting to be on commentary.
Ah, well, no. Getting cricket on the FM radio, that's the important thing, isn't it? Here comes Helm again. Right arm around the wicket. He bowls another bumper. Well, it's short of a length ball. It's eased in front of point for a single. And one more to the total. So for Middlesex, it'll be a third win of the season.
Yes, I said earlier, and I apologise for saying so, it would be a first win. I don't know why I thought that. It was just because of
Lancashire are the
trot.
only winless ones, aren't they? Yeah.
It's the Lancs, isn't it?
Yeah, Lankies.
The Lankies, and they're in a good position to win as well.
6 draws and 2 defeats for Lancashire. 2 wins and 4 defeats for Middlesex, one of those being against Leicestershire at Lords. As Helm is over the wicket now for Van Beek. He's in now, bowls, and this is eased into the onside, but off a thick inside edge, all along the floor to the short leg, no run. So yeah, it's got the potential to tighten up the table for Middlesex this win, but they do need to go on something of a winning streak from here to have a chance. So a bit of a long shot, isn't it? A bit of a long shot, but never say never. Certainly that's what Dermot would be saying if he was
teams
here.
have gone up with 5 wins.
Yeah.
And, you know...
Yeah, the points for the draw is the difficulty, isn't it? Is Helm bowls, it's driven up to mid-off, no run. Which is a frustration, isn't it? That the draw can carry perhaps a little bit too much weight. But it is what it is.
That was a slightly tired over from Helm by his very high standards. Just needed maybe that over to get back into it. It's been hot work for Middlesex, and they have been out there all day. Had to work hard this morning to polish off the Leicestershire first innings, not so hard this afternoon to make huge inroads into the second, but Van Beek and Cox made them work hard in this sort of first hour post tea, but 2 quick wickets, Ben Cox and Roman Walker, have opened the door. Can Navia Sharma help Middlesex go through it? Round the wicket he comes, bowls to right, who gets up on his toes and rather neatly pulls the ball wristily around the corner, and Zafar, who got there running up the ropes from long leg, too deep backward square, couldn't make the stop. The ball sort of got through his hands somehow, and Wright picks up another boundary. He moves on to 19 off just 15 deliveries, 160 for 8. Leicestershire now trail by 169. Partnership for the 9th wicket up to 20, of which Wright has scored 19, and Van Beek just the single.
Well, they're making it as hard as they can, aren't they, at this stage?
Sharma in, bowls right, goes for the uppercut and misses it, and it bounces through to Cracknell. Got big on him, and Wright in the mood to try and pick up 4s. Tried to flick it over Cracknell. Is that fly slip still there? No, he's gone. He's just down at third man now. Is that Holman down there? Yes, it is. So I don't know who's off at the moment. Who's been bowling a lot. But he's at a fairly conventional third man, maybe 5 yards inside the ropes. Sharma bowls right, goes for the hook, doesn't get anything on it as he falls across his stumps rather, and again could easily have edged that to Cracknell. Didn't. It doesn't feel like it's far away though for Middlesex.
No, it certainly does not. Could be 2 balls, but of course, as we saw this morning, plenty put on for the 9th and the 10th by Leicestershire.
Sharma bowls, full toss, looking for that Yorker, and Wright whips it away quite nicely. At third attempt he's kind of got used to it, and it wasn't a great delivery from Sharma. He got that one a little bit wrong. The first one was brilliant, absolutely did right all ends up, just was going down the leg side. Wright picks up 1 as Holden loses his sun hat as he fields. Right on to 20, 161 for 8. 11.2 plus the extra half hour. So maybe still best part of 20 overs left in the day, as Sharma, staying round to Van Beek, is in, bowl, short edge, just over Cracknell for 4. Well, Van Beek went for the pull slash hook, got the top edge, over Cracknell it went, quite a short man, leapt into the air, right glove extended, but it was a good foot or 2 even above his reaching fingers, flies to long stop for 4.
Huffing and puffing, aren't they, Middlesex?
Well, Leicestershire taking on the short ball, and they've been lucky really so far that it hasn't resulted in a wicket. I don't see really why, with 164 runs left to play with in terms of equalising, why Sharma wouldn't keep bowling it really. In he comes, does bowl but down the leg side, and it was a length delivery, and he throws up his head in self-admonition. End of his 8th over, 2 for 41. His figures to go with his 4fer in the first innings. He's had a game he won't quickly forget, as have Middlesex. Can they finish it off tonight?
Yep. It's been a good couple of days, hasn't it? Which, in fact, were exactly the words of Sam Robson passed me. I think it was at tea. Good couple of days, Kev. Which I'm sure a relief to all of them. As I said, I think it's been a bad season in terms of. I mean, we've all been there, haven't we? We've heard the line over the years where you've let a session go and it's cost you the game. And Middlesex have done that a couple of times in recent years. It has come back to bite them. Here is Helm around the wicket. He bowls and it's short and it's edged over the keeper. A flaying uppercut from Wright just edges it straight over the keeper. I think he was looking for an orthodox cut, to be fair, over cover. Just backing away and looking to thump. Whatever happened to the bowlers' union? Bumping poor old Chris Wright.
Well, it's a compliment to Wright, isn't it? In a way, it's he considers himself an all-rounder, and he's got something like 3,500 first-class runs. So it's not just about the fact he's been around for a long time, but he's riding his luck here.
Helm's in. Balls another one, and he goes up in the air with this one over cover where he was trying to go before. Chase on for Sharma, which he will win. Turns they've taken to 171 for 8. Oh, you've got an update imminently, haven't you?
I have.
10 past.
If you hear it in the back, don't worry. We'll do it if still 2 wickets left to fall.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Partnership 31 now, after a partnership of 58 for the 7th wicket.
Helm in bowls. Another short one that goes up in the air. Now mid-on's underneath it, and mid-on holds on. That's the 9th wicket. Wright's gone. Deploy with catch, which will get a chuckle from a couple of Middlesex players. He's put a few dollies down in the last couple of weeks. But Wright's gone for 26, 171 for 9. Middlesex are a wicket away.
That felt almost like a let's get this done tonight, because that was catching practice, really. Well, a quick 26 for Chris Wright. Off just 21 deliveries. Another wicket for Tom Helm, his 2nd of the innings. All a bit better than that suggests, but almost there now. If they come to me now for this update, we might get this in before you have to. Here we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, it most definitely is, I'm afraid. Just seen the demise of Chris Wright, Leicestershire's 9th wicket in their 2nd innings. Wright, a few defiant blows, but he's just been caught at mid-on for 26. So last men at the crease. Logan Van Beek is 34 not out. Sam Wood has obviously yet to face a delivery. They're 171 for 9 in their 2nd innings, which means that they still trail Middlesex by 158 runs. Simply, they need those runs simply to make Middlesex bat again. Remember, Middlesex 534 in their first innings, Leicestershire 205, and now 171 for 9. They've been thoroughly outplayed basically in this game. It's been their first poor game of the season, bad game really by the Foxes. Foxes side short of one or two of their regulars, 3 or 4 of their regulars if you like, but even so they'll be hugely disappointed with the way they've played. They've shown such spirit and fight and commitment and skill this season. Not in this game, unfortunately. It's just been a little bit of perhaps a game too far for a slightly tired side. It's as well perhaps that they go back to T20 starting on Friday, but unfortunately it looks as though the Foxes' unbeaten run is now most definitely going to come to an end in the county championship.
And here's Helm. He's right arm over the wicket. He bowls short and right in behind it. Wood defence. Thank you, Richard. Well done. Beautifully timed. Best piece of timing in the match, probably.
By Leicestershire. Anything to do with Leicestershire?
No, I didn't say that. Geddes got a few away nicely. So did Zakarias and Robson at the top for Middlesex.
Oh no, yeah. By Leicestershire, that's what I'm saying. By
no,
Leicestershire.
I know. Even still. Here's Helm in again. He bowls short and up on his toes. That's defended by the left-handed Wood into the offside. No run.
What's going on elsewhere?
Cricket.
As yeah, they're all going to go into the final day, aren't they, in the 2nd division, except here. Derbyshire struggling, though. Leicestershire supporters won't be too unhappy to see that. Looks like Lancs are going to get over the line there.
Helm is around the wicket to Wood. And goes to the Yorker and it's edged. Toe end of the bat down to the vacant 3rd. Robson scampering for it. He gives up in the end. Wood's off the mark. 175 for 9.
Just, I mean, if both, assuming that they do go on to lose, and they need another 380 runs, Derbyshire with 7 wickets in hand in their 2nd innings, so it looks like they're going to lose that. Just boost, The next county championship game starting on the 22nd is Derbyshire versus Leicestershire at Derby, so it will still be possibly first against second. I'll have to have a look at the table, but it just makes that game a little bit more important. Both sides might have been fairly relaxed otherwise if they'd, for example, both won this round of games. If they both lose, then it could be quite tense down at that picturesque ground on the Hexagon roundabout.
He goes, Noah Cornwell, his left arm around, trying to finish it off for Middlesex. That goes up in the air. It's in front of the deep mid-wicket, though, and they'll get a single. Van Beek, is on to 35. Wood is on to strike.
Well, we saw him batting pretty decently this morning, Sam Wood. Very good first-class record, in fact. Half-century and a couple of very good scores in that. A few times he's been to the crease.
Comes Cornwell again to the left-handed Wood. He's going to remain left arm around the wicket to him. Slip and a gully, short leg, and he's in, bowls full and straight, and it's dug out into the onside. Well done.
I thought that got straight through it.
Yeah. Just about got down, didn't he, and blocked it out. Oh, that's a lovely breeze, isn't it? Where's that been all day? We needed that. Nice to have it now, though, isn't it? Although not nice for the interviews. Wind blows for the interviews at the close of play.
Find somewhere out of the wind.
In comes, oh, a bouncer from Cornwell. A wider signal on that. He was swinging at it, Wood. Through it goes. And a wide it is.
Would have done very well to reach it.
Yes.
He did his very best.
Turning again. Cornwell. He's midway through his run up now. He bowls, and there's a length ball which is eased away into the offside by Wood. No run. 177 for 9. 9.3 overs remain. Van Beek 35. Wood 4. Where's Robson off to? No, it's is it Robson? It's Holden, I think. Where's Holden off to? He's got a Robson-like run about him there, though. Robson's at slip. It is Holden. 3 balls remain of Cornwell's 13th over. He's right arm over the wicket. He bowls, and this is short. And has he nicked it? No, he hasn't. A hook through to the gloves. It's well, a pretty straight contest out there at the moment in terms of what Middlesex are attempting. Bouncer theory to get them out. Just keep letting them swing, and they'll swing one up in the sky or nick one through to the keeper soon enough. That is the theory. We shall see. It's Cornwell. Right, left arm over now, bowls, and forward goes Wood. That's a lovely straight drive. Wide mid on, just straight to the field. Elias deploy. They'll pick up a couple. Wood has already proved he's no mug with the bat. He's on to 6 from 7. 179 for 9. 150 now is the deficit for Leicestershire.
Did you bring the spinner on and put a couple back?
Maybe.
Try it over the top.
I mean, it gets you get the
I
feeling.
don't think Leicestershire want to come back tomorrow.
Well, that's true. Yeah, exactly. You get the feeling that tired bodies and mind. They're going to send one of these up in the sky soon enough, aren't they? As Cornwell's in, bowls, and that's a length ball actually, and it's driven beautifully wide. Off for 4. Well, goodness me. Number 11, take a bow.
Shot of the day. Back foot drive, punched away.
Yep.
Out of the textbook, Sam Wood.
Yep. Can't disagree with that. That was a glorious shot. That. Absolutely
that
glorious.
Much competition when I say shot of the day, but that really was a beaut from Wood, who is making a strong case to. Next time he plays, bat a little bit higher up the order.
Yep. Yeah, that was a magnificent shot. Really was. Very, very impressive.
10 off 8 for him. I want to keep going? Or?
Yeah. Happy. Here's Helm around the wicket. Slip. Oh, well, he's a gully really crouching down on the short leggers. This is eased back into the offside by Van Beek. And a dot ball. They could make us wait a full 9 overs and a potential extra half hour for it. Middlesex will hope not, but
They won't be the only ones, honestly. and I suspect, in all seriousness, that does include quite a number with Leicestershire colours.
Yeah.
I think they want to forget this one, put it behind them quickly.
Helm bowls a bouncer, ducking underneath it. Van Beek leaves it alone. Field set for it. Long leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, short leg, and now that not quite the dead stop, long stop. Sorry. Do you go leg stop?
Third man long.
Do you go long stop or dead stop? It's long stop, isn't it?
Long stop. Yeah. But it's rather a village position. It's
yeah, and he's as much a long stop here because Helm's right arm around the right hander. So he's there for the uppercut, as this is, up there.
Slower ball.
Slower ball indeed. And a grunt from Helm as he released it. He's getting ready for T20 season again, isn't he?
When you say things like long stop, I kind of start to miss playing it a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Had some fun days, especially in the North Yorkshire Village League. I used to play league cricket at the weekend, but during the week it was always village cricket when I lived up in North Yorkshire, and I had some brilliant fun.
Helm bowls a bumper and sway inside the line of this one. Van Beek leaves it alone again.
Some of those grounds, you could just, the square, you could just, 2 or 3 pitches normally, but the rest of it up to the sheep. Essentially, and the boundaries would be pretty much the stone walls. Many a time have I seen cricketers sprinting towards the boundary, straight over the wall, trying to stop.
Helm right arm over. Slow ball into the block hole. It's dug out by Van Beek. As long as it didn't go straight into the wall itself, just over it.
Now you knew it was there, but one or two bounced off it. But it was serious business. But some lovely evenings really, and then village pub, if there was a village pub afterwards.
Helm, Helm turns away from us and hits the crease now. It's a slow ball again,
beauty.
And goes past the edge.
Beauty. Almost out the back of his hand. He's he will play T20s, will he, Tom?
Oh yes, he's the absolute.
He looked at him, the master of the slower ball.
Yeah,
there.
that's
it's
it.
whether they want to keep him fit, because in a way this win, as you said, is likely to bring Middlesex to within, certainly put them very much back in the sort of hunt for promotion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that they've got to play the teams above them is
win 3 out of 5 coming,
Yeah.
and you would think they'll be there or there.
Well, especially if
that would give them 6 wins.
If those wins are against the teams above them, then yeah. Here's Cornwell. He's in, bowls and standing up tall. Wood pushes into the offside. Oh, that bobbled up on the mid-off. Helm. Oh yeah, Helm's the absolute. I mean, that's where we went through his stats. Helm, and he's bowled beautifully in this game, particularly second spell.
How many wins do you need in the T20? Do you think?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say it hasn't been.
But that's the thing, though. Well, it always has been for Middlesex. So that's the thing. I think they're so desperate to improve in it that they won't give up, because they'll be thinking about next season, even if this season's gone. Let's have a look at the table for the Blasters. That ball's through to the keeper again. Cornwell to Wood. Blast table. Middlesex are 7th with 12 points. But what is it?
It's 4 points a window now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So it's the top 4, isn't it, from the group? So they're only 6 points off Kent. Yeah, so certainly doable. As his Cornwell bowls is dragged into the onside, single taken. Wood moves to 11. So yeah, there's certainly a chance there. The Division 2 table, Middlesex moved to 3 wins, which only Leicestershire have got a better record in terms of the wins column. Middlesex will be up to 99 points. Derbyshire came into the round on 122, so 23 points behind Derbyshire.
Well, they look like they're going to lose and just pick up a...
And they have to play Derbyshire still at Lords. Cornwell's in, bowls, and an attempted uppercut from Van Beek. It's through to the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, a Derbyshire defeat against Lancashire would not be unwelcome for Middlesex, because the Lankeys, although they have racked up the draw points, haven't they, is the part of the problem. And Lancashire start the round 3 points ahead of Middlesex. Middlesex still have to go to Old Trafford, so again, the team above them as such. Northamptonshire above Middlesex. Next game at Merchant Taylors, as this ball's turned back or a square on the leg side, and then Gloucestershire. The only team that they have no longer to play, other than Leicestershire top of the table, but in terms of second spot, is Glamorgan, who started the round on 110. So yeah, a couple of defeats, a couple of draws, a few teams beating each other one way and the other. There's certainly still a chance for Middlesex. 99 points at the end of this round will be, 3 wins to their name. They'll be there or thereabouts.
Yep.
But it will certainly require a bit of a run. This is a very, very long hop.
Wide
from Cornwell. And yeah, wide signals.
Get the spinner on. Toss them a few up.
Yeah,
long on, long off.
Yeah, I can certainly hear that.
You might get clobbered for a couple of sixes.
Yeah, but one of them will go up, won't they?
Yeah, exactly that.
Here's Cornwell in bowls, and that is dabbed back into the onside by Van Beek. Defensively, it's the end of the over. 14 bowled for Cornwell, 2 for 59, and 7 overs remain of the scheduled day's play, with the potential of an extra half hour.
And rather pleasingly, the pads are being donned, suggesting the short leg is going to go into position. And the ball will be thrown to Zafagoa. Could be coming our way if we'd get holds of 1 or 2. We've got our window open. We're perfectly positioned at long gone. See if those broad shoulders can launch one this way. In all my time up here, nearly 12 years now, 11 and a half, the nearest we've come is that the ball hitting the top of the... In terms of coming in here, it's been on the terrace a couple of times in T20s, but as De Caires puts the pads on and takes the helmet out, so there's going to be short leg Guedes, and De Caires hobbling slightly with those pads on underneath his whites. He's going to go in at, I would think, silly mid-off. And Zaffa's going to go over the wicket.
Yeah, slipping a silly point and a short leg, mid-on, mid-off. So they're pretty much all up, saying, go on, go over the top. Yeah, exactly. Keep going over the top and we'll just catch you one of them. Gohar's in, left arm over, pavilion end here at Greystow. The first ball slapped down the ground all along the floor. Wood's given that the treatment. Gohar did try to get down to it, so has to pick himself up.
Yeah, it was a genuine half volley to a tall man like Wood. But he's played some of the best shots of the day, both this morning and now this evening.
Yeah. There he is, as Gohar steps into bowl to him once more. Long, deep mid-on now, Cornwell. Cornwell has been asked to drop back as Gohar comes in and brings his length back on that one. You're not hitting that back over the head unless you come down the track, so he just strokes it to cover.
Made 33 this morning, just a reminder, Sam Wood.
Cornwell's being sent wider at deep mid-on now, suggesting they feel he might hit with the spin. Gohar, bit of flight, there it goes up in the air. Now, he's got hold of that. Boy, oh boy, it keeps going, and it's over the sight screen for 6. Yeah. Huge shot, launched it. I mean, it was in the air for so long. We say huge, it hasn't gone a long way, but it went so high and kept going.
It was as high as it was long, wasn't it?
Yeah, you always thought it was going to be safe, but you thought, was it going to land shy of the rope? So it had gone so high.
Come on, boy. Through this window. Yep. We're waiting.
11 and a half years of hurt. Did you say it was 11 and a half now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably break about 3 fingers if it did.
Slip, silly point and short leg, and Here's Gohart to Wood on 21. Gohart's in, he bowls, and there's some flight again, and he goes again.
Oh, dropped.
Oh, and he's put it back to, well, he must have slammed it back, and I was looking at deploy at mid-off. Wow. Well, Gohart's all right, that's the main thing.
He whacked it back at him. It was quite a nice height, about knee high just to his right, but it was travelling. Fair dues, and Zafar got two hands to it. Couldn't hang on. Wouldn't really expect to, I don't think.
Here goes Gohart again. He's in, bowls, and a flatter ball eased away into the offside, no run. In terms of Leicestershire, I mean, finishing on a positive note in the match, you know, there was obviously that long run without a championship win.
33 games.
But here they
Long
are,
time ago,
top
a
of
decade ago.
Division 2. So that was your second season then? Third?
First and second.
First and second. And a bit of the third. Here's Gohart bowls. This goes up towards us, and well, there's your chance, Richard. It's going to hit. Yes, top tier. Go on, go and get it. Quick. Run before the punters get there. Richard's going to have his moment to get that ball. He's finally seen one on the top tier up here. Where's it bounced through? Everybody's looking for it now. Come on, Richard, this is your moment. Don't miss it. Oh, it's down below. It's gone down below. They might need another ball. It's gone underneath. Richard's getting down. Careful down there now. Health and safety. He'll get it. He's underneath. I should get a picture of this, shouldn't I? He's underneath the seating to our right, fetching the ball from somewhere down below. I can't quite get the angle, I don't think, to get it. He's underneath the grill of all of it. Have they managed to get a new ball in the meantime? There it is. He's got it. Oh, not a bad arm either. Not a bad arm either. He's made a right mess down there. He's waiting now. Just about got the back end of the throw from him. He's waiting on the outside now. They might hit another one up here. Bowling's changed to the other end though. It was the end of the over. So no, you'll have to wait one more over to have another chance. Here comes Cornwell, a bumper, and it's short and it's pulled away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Oh no, I knew it. I saw you go under and I thought you're going to scrape yourself under that. Oh, Richard scraped his leg. Hey, send a picture to Guy Swindles.
No,
he can send you about something about prosthetic limbs.
Yeah, poor guy.
He's all right now, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
He's on the mend.
I was teasing
Hurts
about
himself
that.
at
He
Lords.
didn't think it was very funny when I was talking about
No, he did. I
how
asked
good
him.
prosthetic limbs
Because I
actually
know
are
both
now.
of you well enough, so I was able to say it to him. I said, Richard was a little bit worried that he may have upset you there. He said, not at all. He said it was very funny. You have mail, Richard. Here's Cornwell. He's in, bowls. Oh, it's up in the air. This could be it. And it is. Oh, it's a dolly of a catch. Cornwell has his third of the innings, 3 for 60. And it's ramped as such, defending on the back foot. It's just ramped off the face of the bat through to the keeper. A dolly for Cracknell to take and complete the victory. 202 they are all out for in their second innings, which, am I right in saying that's the second 202 score of the match for Leicestershire? Was it 202 this morning, or did they just go past that?
205.
205 it was. So, well, there we go. I mean, that's, you know, consistent to some extent. And, well, Richard, I would say that actually probably the anomaly in this match was Middlesex's overscoring in the first innings. That first wicket partnership, that morning session that Leicestershire just didn't get it right, and potentially they never came back from that. Then, of course, they put the second centurion down on 11, which was Ben Geddes. But overall just didn't quite have it quite right. And of course they were short of a few bowlers for this match, as Middlesex were with Roland Jones as well. But yeah, the biggest difference actually, you know, you look at the 127 run margin, that first wicket stand where Leicestershire just didn't get it right on the first morning, and you put a side in, you're thinking 4, maybe with a Kookaburra you're thinking 3, but you're thinking wickets early morning. They didn't get them, and then that other century dropped on 11. Well, the difference there, 127 from making them bad again, and potentially they're making a game of it. But there we go, ifs and buts.
Yeah, all true, but I think everybody at Leicestershire have to acknowledge how well Middlesex have played in this game. They have thoroughly outplayed the team leading the second division by a margin. They've come here and dominated pretty much every session, really, other than the first this morning. Little update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. I'm afraid they have been beaten for the first time this season. A few defiant blows struck towards the end. Logan Van Beek and Sam Wood, who actually hit the ball up onto the terrace alongside the commentary box, but it was very much in vain. The writing was on the wall, really, almost from the first morning. The Foxes have been thoroughly outplayed for the first time this season. They haven't been at their best, and the combination of that and Middlesex playing extremely well has seen them defeated by an innings and 127 runs as well. Perhaps that we now move into a T20 week period of T20 game. The Foxes are trying to get all about this one, try and get it out of the system quickly, concentrate on another form of the game, and hope that the game against Derbyshire in second table, look, they're going to lose as well. Derby and 3 have one or two back that have been missing this game, including two key bowlers, Ian Hunt and Josh Hull. No really great good performances that you can pick out for Foxes, as it's batting, but a little defiance shown by them both first thing this morning and in this evening as well. But order just weren't at their best, and nor were the bowlers part, and as a consequence they've been well played in 3. Let's lose the overall picture here. They've been for this season. They're still clear at top of the division, and I don't think anybody should give them hard because funds are tired side got it wrong over Tweeds. That's it then from the Uptonsteel camp, and I will go get our interviews, and we'll make sure they are available to you before the day is out. But thanks, our thanks I should say, to Mutt Reeve, who's been a great addition, and we've enjoyed his company over the last 3. And as ever, it's always a pleasure to have you here, even when you do give us a good check-in. Well, good revenge.
I've had some good matches over there. A couple of record chases as well. Went back and forth. Right, you've got to get a plaster as well for your cut, your graze. Might do that down there. I was worried when I saw you slipping in to chase that ball, but no, thank you for your hospitality as ever, Richard. A pleasure with you, and thanks to all the listeners as ever. It was a fun 3 days. Obviously, it helps that Middlesex win when they're your side following, but obviously the hospitality of Leicestershire was very, very well received as well. Great fun with you, and Richard, I do hope because we're both in Division 1.
Look forward to it. For now, from the Upton County Gun, we'll be here on Friday for the T20 against whoever the next T20 again. But we'll be live obviously radio. For now, from Upton County Ground as the colours go on and the ground start to get to work. It's a good night to you all. Bye.